After the battle at Fuheyuan, there was no one in the spiritualized universe who could stop Lu Yin except for Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that the spiritualized universe would accept Yi Shang under such circumstances. Yi Shang might have some value that Zhan Ming had to protect. Lu Yin could only think of the key to the Door of Arts. Since Yi Shang could hide in the Door of Arts, Lu Yin was 90% sure that he had obtained the key. This was the Garden of Ruins, a place where a bunch of old fellows were waiting to die. Some of them might have already died, but no one knew. Zhan Ming was still very cautious. He had asked Yi Shang to pretend to be a dead old fellow in the Garden of Ruins. If Lu Yin had not coincidentally merged with the consciousness lifeform's body, he would not have known at all. The Garden of Ruins was equivalent to a cemetery. There were many graves here that were separated from each other. However, to cultivators, especially powerhouses, this distance was equivalent to nothing. The consciousness lifeform could see the graves in the distance. They were not barren, and there were even traces of worship in front of some of the graves. One could worship in the Garden of Ruins? There were clearly some old fellows who were still alive. Old Ja, are you dead or not? Give me a reply. Playing dead is useless against me. You promised to give me your legacy cultivation technique. For you, I ran around until I broke my legs and searched for more than half of the spiritualized universe. Although I didn't manage to find your descendant to worship you, even if I didn't make any contributions, I should at least have worked hard. Even if you want to die, you should give me your legacy technique before you die. Why bother? Why bother? You don't have any descendants, so what's the point of bringing the technique to your grave? You're not going to reply? Fine, just you wait. I'll talk to you every day. Also, I'll ask someone to look for your descendants. I don't believe that I can't find them. Just you wait. Zhan Qian did not know whether the old fellows in the Garden of Ruins were dead or alive. Everyone thought that he would know. In fact, Zhan Ming would personally take those old fellows away before they died and record their final wishes. This was a form of respect for these people. They had died to create the sequence foundation, which was equivalent to dying to spiritualize the universe. This was a great contribution. Only Zhan Ming knew whether they were dead or alive. Zhan Qianqian talked a lot in front of Yi Shang's grave. Inside the grave, Yi Shang sat calmly without being disturbed. Only here did he feel at ease. Even if Lu Sangtian came looking for him with the Gate of Arts, he could still leave and not be found immediately. No matter how powerful Lu Sangtian was, he could not instantly break through the Door of Techniques and arrive here. This was the Garden of Ruins, the Door of Techniques territory. Hey you guys, aren't you done yet? Time's up. Zhan Qian suddenly shouted and looked in a direction. There, in front of a few graves, 5 people were kneeling and talking. There were 4 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were very old, and their white eyebrows were almost touching the ground. Hearing Zhan Qian's urging, they quickly bowed. Please wait a moment. Perhaps the great ancestor has not heard us. Zhan Qian rolled his eyes. Don't trouble yourself. Your 3rd great ancestor is long dead. Let me think, it should be 10 years ago. At that time, we made a final bet on how long Wu Jiang could last before he was killed. At that time, Wu Jiang had just arrived in the spiritualized universe and kept breaking the rules. I was assigned by the family head to keep an eye on Lu Sangtian. That old fellow lost. I came back this time to ask him for the bet, but the old fellow did not respond. He should be dead. That's impossible. The great ancestor's time is not up yet. Among the 4 men, the one who was obviously the youngest shouted. Zhan Qian shook his head. Death is like an extinguished lamp. It's not that he will die when his time is up. Which old fellow here doesn't have old injuries? The older he is, the more his body can't take it. It's normal for him to die. Kid, who are you cursing? A roar came from afar. Zhan Qian looked into the distance. Old fellow, I think it's about time for you. Hurry up and settle the bet. Are you going to go back on your words? Cough, 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 cough. Hey, stop playing dead. Settle the bet. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing sounds came from all around. It was extremely eerie in the Garden of Ruins. The faces of the worshippers turned pale. Zhan Qianqian shouted, Are you all pretending to be dead? Which one of you old fellows doesn't owe me anything? Have some dignity, have some morals, quickly return it to me. Cough, 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 cough. The Garden of Ruins became strangely lively. The few worshippers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At this moment, the grave in front of them suddenly split open and pulled the man closest to it in. In just a few seconds, the man was pushed out again. Zhan Qian was so focused on shouting that he did not notice it at all. The other worshippers looked at the man with excited eyes. The man nodded vigorously and was rather excited. The worshippers relaxed, and the two old men whose eyebrows were almost touching the ground shouted to Zhan Qin, "Since that's the case, let's go. We won't disturb the rest of the seniors." "Old fellow, what are you saying? Who's resting? I think you should hurry up and bury the grave. You can still get a good position. Why are you leaving?" "That's right. You're even older than the grandfather of the guy next to me." "Bastard, do you think I can't hear you? I'm not dead yet." "Haha, sorry, I thought you died long ago." I still have to fight for Lord Xianxia in the consciousness universe for billions of years. I'm just resting here for a while. I'm different from you all. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. Who's scolding me again? Don't think I can't tell." Zhan Qian covered his ears and quickly led the group away. These old fellows had been quarreling for days, and it was as if they wanted to prove who could live longer. At the same time, he had already returned his consciousness and was deep in thought. How could he find Yishang? It wouldn't be easy. The Door of Techniques was one of the 7 great powers, and it was considered the place with the greatest foundation for spirit-molting cultivators. Although those old fellows who were waiting to die did not belong to the Door of Techniques and would not listen to Zhan Ming's orders, if an outsider attacked the Door of Techniques, those old fellows would not sit idly by. After all, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the Sequence Foundation, and they would not allow anyone to destroy the Door of Techniques, the place that created the foundation. Furthermore, Zhan Ming had so many old fellows under his command, and he had plenty of ways to get them to help him, whether it was a trade or something else. Even a lowly gravedigger like Zhan Qian could make deals with those old fellows. Although the Door of Techniques did not seem to compete for anything, its influence was far beyond what others could imagine. Which family did not have an ancestor who would go to the Door of Techniques? Once they did, they would be suppressed by the Door of Techniques. This was also why Lu Yin had never dared to touch the Door of Techniques. He had touched the myriad beasts border, which had attracted many spirit-molting cultivators. The Door of Techniques was even more so, as it was the foundation of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin did not have the confidence to charge into the Door of Techniques and capture Yishang. Ignoring Yishang's strength, the Door of Techniques would not allow him to enter freely. Even if he attacked, Yishang would have time to react. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-34. The Door of Techniques itself was not weak. Zhan Ming's ability alone could not represent the entire Door of Techniques. Rumor had it that the #1 sequence foundation was in the Door of Techniques. Using force would not work, but he had to find Yishang and the 3rd key. The 9th spirit might not be able to keep an eye on Meng Sangtian for much longer. Not long after, Lu Yin found Old Tao. "I want to enter the Door of Techniques without being discovered." Old Tao was taken aback. "The Door of Techniques? Boss, did they offend you?" "What?" "No, I just want to go in," Lu Yin said. Old Tao's head hurt. "The Door of Techniques is not easy to enter. I don't want to expose my identity, but even Sangtian would find it difficult to not be exposed. There is a spirit treasure array that identifies one's identity. It is said that the Zhan family's own spirit treasure master set it up and strengthened generation after generation. The Door of Techniques is so huge. Is the Garden of Ruins also covered by such a spirit treasure array?" Lu Yin asked. The price was a little high. Old Tao was shocked. "Boss wants to go to the Garden of Ruins?" Lu Yin nodded. Old Tao heaved a sigh of relief. "Then it won't be that difficult. The most difficult place to enter in the Gate of Arts is the place where the Sequence Foundation is made. Once, the Zhan family offended Sovereign Wu Huang, and even Sovereign Wu Huang couldn't get in immediately. He was stopped by the Zhan family's Sequence Foundation. Next is where the Zhan family is, and the Ruined Garden is the least protected place." Lu Yin said, "I don't want to be discovered by those old guys immediately. If I want to capture someone, I need time to set up a trap." Old Tao was curious. Who can make the boss spend so much effort? With Lu Yin's current ability, even an expert at Sangtian's level might not be able to escape from him. There was no need to set up any traps. Was there such a terrifying expert in the Garden of Ruins? Lu Yin did not answer. Old Tao thought for a moment. Worship. Lu Yin's brows rose as he recalled the scene he had just seen. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and said respectfully, "Only worship will have time. But the Garden of Ruins is huge. How big is the trap you want to set up? There will be an old guy there every so often. It is hard to guarantee that you will not be discovered." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You know how to be cautious, right? The gravedigger of the Garden of Ruin is actually Zhan Ming's son. Zhan Ming had been hiding this information all this time because he didn't want Zhan Qianguho to attract too much attention and be too dangerous. Even Zhan Qianguho himself didn't know about this. Lu Yin was surprised. He's Zhan Ming's son? Old Tao nodded. Lu Yin finally understood why Zhan Qianxian was able to sweep tombs. One had to know that the gravediggers were the closest to those old fellows. From time to time they could get something from those old fellows. This Zhan Qianguho was young, but his strength was extraordinary. Otherwise he wouldn't have been qualified to represent the Zhan clan to keep an eye on him. One had to know that those who could keep an eye on him back then were all experts. Even if there were juniors, there would be experts following behind them. Only Zhan Qianguho was alone. For the sake of his son, Zhan Ming did a good job of hiding it. If Zhan Qianguho did not know, then Zhan Yin definitely did not know either. That's right, Zhan Yin left the spiritualized universe long before Zhan Qianguho were born. Find the people that Zhan Qianguho sent out. They should be looking for the descendants of some old fellow. My identity is that old fellow's descendant, Lu Yin ordered. Old Tao quickly contacted Skyhand. In terms of intelligence, Skyhand was the fastest. Even though Skyhand had a great enmity with Lu Yin had beaten them too ruthlessly. Skyhand did not dare to disobey any of Wu Zhang's orders and had to keep it a secret. If you wanted someone to listen to you, you either had to give them enough benefits or use your fists. It was that simple. Skyhand was very fast, and in less than half a month, Lu Yin received news. You found them? Lu Yin was surprised. Old Tao replied, yes. Zhan Qianguho did indeed send people to search for some people in the spiritualized universe. When Skyhand found Zhan Qianguho's people, Zhan Qianguho's people also found the people they were looking for. They found them almost at the same time, but I've already asked Skyhand to create an accident and take those people away. Zhan Qianguho's people do not know that they're chasing after them. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, then let's meet up with those people. A small battleship flew into the distance. There were many such battleships in the spiritualized universe, and they were equivalent to spaceships in the Tianyuan universe. The battleship region received the most orders over the years for these small battleships. They did not have the ability to cross universes, but they could fly steadily in the spiritualized universe. The battleship had several levels, and at this moment, many people were cleaning the floor. The bloodstains were washed away, and it was obvious that a great battle had just taken place. Interstellar bandits were not unfamiliar terms. As long as someone traveled through the universe, such people would be born. They specialized in robbing battleships, and each battleship could carry many people. Once they succeeded, they would not need to do it for a very long time. This battleship was very small, and it was obvious that it was used to carry rogue cultivators or even ordinary people. It traveled through the 36 filaments, and such a battleship was most suitable for bandits to rob. It had just experienced a great battle. Flames rose from the second deck of the battleship. These flames were harmless to the battleship, and they were just ordinary flames. The flames flickered and they reflected on the people around them. They had just experienced a great battle, and they were the most powerful people on the battleship. They could be considered to have protected the entire battleship so they could enjoy the second deck alone. A total of 5 people sat around the flames, and in the middle was an old man. He was smoking a pipe and coughing from time to time. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Beside the old man were 2 young men. One of them was muscular and had a smile on his face, and he looked very honest. The other was expressionless and was wiping a blade. Opposite them were a man and a woman. The woman looked ordinary and had dark skin. She lowered her head and was fiddling with something. The young man beside her sat calmly and looked at the flames in a daze. It's done. Here. The woman passed a medicine jar to the young man beside her. It was filled with medicine that had been ground into a paste. The young man took it and looked at the woman in confusion. Opposite them, the old man patted the pipe and said, "Don't underestimate it. It's a kind of spiritual medicine that we accidentally picked. We tested it many times, and this method is most suitable for external injuries. Since there aren't many spiritual medicines, there's no need for us to make it look good, right?" The young man nodded and silently applied the paste to his wound. The woman pursed her lips. "Why don't I help you apply it?" The young man who was wiping the blade raised his eyes and looked at them. "No need, I can do it," the young man said as he applied the ointment on his own. The old man smiled. "Little brother, speaking of which, you've already saved us twice. It's not easy for us to meet by chance." The young man's voice was calm. "I didn't save you. I just saved myself." The old man shook his head and looked at the young man. "What's your name?" The young man was stunned and said indifferently, "No." The old man said, If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Wandering the universe, everyone has a past that they don't want others to know. We're all the same. In fact, we don't have names. The girl next to you is called a Jew, this one is called Asan, and the one wiping the blade is called Awu. Awu, stop wiping the blade. It's reflecting the light. Awu, put away the blade. The young man returned the medicine jar to a Jew. You sound like a family. The Jew was curious. Where's your family? They're gone. The others were puzzled. The young man lay down, completely defenseless even though they had not known each other for long. They're all dead. Not a single one is left. A Jew said apologetically, I'm sorry. The old man looked at the young man lying down. Don't you have any relatives? The young man closed his eyes and did not answer. The battleship continued to sail. Another 2 days passed. On this day the battleship sounded the alarm. Everyone was shocked. Why are they here again? In the past it was at most twice. Now it's already the 3rd time. What's going on? Let's see if we can escape. It's over. We can't escape. 2 battleships have surrounded us. It's over? On the 2nd floor the few of them looked ahead. Awu took out his blade, a Jew gritted her teeth, and Asan punched his fists without any fear. The old man sighed. It seems that this route is not safe anymore. We're unlucky to have sacrificed this route. Master Fa, what should we do? We can only fight. Life and death are up to fate. Where's that kid? The few of them looked ahead in a daze. The young man had already rushed out, charging towards the battleship in front of him without any regard for his life. He's asking for death, Asan muttered. The Jew was anxious. Master Fa, save him. The old man shook his head. He's a person with a bitter life. He's not even afraid of death, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Forget it, I'll make a move once in a while. This route can't sacrifice me. After saying that, he walked out of the starry sky. Soon the 2 battleships were destroyed in the starry sky. On the 2nd deck, the few of them looked at the young man. Do you want to die? If Master Fa didn't save you, you would have died. A Jew sympathized. Do you have no motivation to live? The young man was cold. It has nothing to do with you. The old man squatted down and looked at the young man. Young man, it's easy to die, but it's difficult to live. Do you want to die? The young man and the old man looked at each other indifferently. It doesn't matter. Then how about you give your life to us? The old man smiled. A Jew and the others looked at each other and looked at the young man. The young man was puzzled. The old man said, from today onwards we are a family. If you follow us, we might die together one day. Our luck isn't too good. You don't have a name, right? I'll give you one. 17. 17? The young man pondered. The old man smiled and said, you're ranked 17th in the family, so you're called 17. You don't have a name and none of us have a name. This is a family, huh? A Jew looked at the young man expectantly. 17, that's a nice name. The young man raised his head and looked at a Jew. Then he looked at the other 2 and retracted his gaze. Okay. Okay. In order to celebrate the addition of 17, let's get drunk tonight. Master Fa, you can't drink. Big sister told us before we left. Just a little. Look, even 17 has joined. No, not at all. Is 17 so embarrassed? Don't talk about 17. The battleship continued to sail. In the distance it was the 100 Herbs region. Everyone was looking at the 100 Herbs region as if there was something there that attracted everyone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-35. Who would have thought that the glorious and declining 100 Herb region would welcome a true master? The current 100 Herb region is not a place you can enter just because you want to. Grandpa Fa sighed. He sat on the 2nd deck and looked into the distance. The Jew was envious. If we had chosen to stay in 100 Herb region, wouldn't we be very powerful now? Others wouldn't dare to offend us when they see us. Asan's tone was cold. We might have already turned into ashes. The Jew was unhappy. Awu, can't you say something nice? Asan grinned and looked very honest. Awu is right. 100 Herb region's position was fought for by Wu Jiang. Before Wu Jiang fought for it, living there wouldn't have a good ending. Grandpa Fa said, don't think too much. People like us are too far away from Wu Jiang. If one day you children reach the level of spirit spell, you might be able to get close to such a strong power. However, Grandpa Fa still has to remind you not to get close to those big figures. It's fine if the big figures don't care about you. However, if they care about you, it proves that you have value. He paused and said solemnly, value to be used. Asan said, understood Grandpa Fa. Not far away, the young man looked at 100 Herb region. Grandpa Fa was right. If he didn't have value to be used, he wouldn't be here. He was Luin. Under normal circumstances, he would never come into contact with these people, let alone join 17. In order to go to the Door of Arts, he could only do this. This was Old Tao's plan, a plan that wouldn't make the Door of Arts suspicious. Among this group of people, a Jew, the dark-skinned girl, was the descendant of the previous owner of Yishang's hidden tomb. That person was called Ancestor Lin. He was a rogue cultivator and had reached the level of spirit spell. He went to the Door of Arts to contribute to the Sequence Foundation. His only wish was to find a descendant and leave behind his legacy. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it even after he died. Instead, he found it after he died. The battleship passed by 100 Herb region and flew into the distance. On this day, someone stopped the battleship, causing the people on the battleship to be anxious. Grandpa Fa's face was gloomy. Be careful. It's an expert. Grandpa Fa's cultivation was at the peak of spirit battle, which was equivalent to a half-ancestor. This cultivation seemed good, but it didn't mean much in the spiritual universe, especially to the 7 big powers. Of course, among the rogue cultivators, Grandpa Fa still had a certain status. The person who had come was someone sent by Zhan Qian to search for the Lin ancestors' descendants. They had already found a few people before, but Old Tao had asked Heaven's Hand to deliberately obstruct them, delaying them for a period of time to buy time for Lu Yin to join them. They went directly to the second deck. The man in the lead swept his gaze across the crowd and landed on a Jew. I finally found you. A Jew was confused. Master Fa walked in front of a Jew and looked at the people who came. He smiled and said, "Why are you looking for a Jew? We rogue cultivators don't seem to have any interactions with the Gate of Arts." Judging from the clothes the newcomer was wearing, it was obvious that they belonged to the School of Arts. Facing a colossus like the Gate of Arts, the first reaction of ordinary loose cultivators would be panic. Ah Wu, Ah San, and even Lu Yin silently stood in front of a Jew, facing these people head-on. The person smiled. "Don't worry. This Miss Aju is the descendant of an old senior. We want to bring her to meet that old senior." Ancestor Lin was a stranger who didn't have any news about him. Even if he was at the spirit cultivation level, his lifespan was about to end. He could join the Gate of Arts. The spiritualized universe was too big. Lu Yin and the others were invincible in the spiritualized universe and could go anywhere quickly. It wasn't because this universe was small, but because their cultivation was strong. Even in the Tianyuan universe, they could go anywhere in an instant. Space didn't mean much to them. However, it was different for Master Fa and the others. Even if they were only separated by a region, it was like a natural chasm. Needless to say, Ancestor Lin was not just a region away from them. He was separated by several generations or even dozens of generations. They didn't trust these people, but facing the Gate of Arts, they had no way to escape. Don't worry. The Gate of Arts won't lie to you. If we want to harm you, who can stop us? The person who came smiled. This person was at the spirit ancestor level and specialized in serving the ruin garden. He could mobilize all the people who served the ruin garden, no matter what they were asked to do. There were many cultivators in the ruin garden, and there were even hidden powerhouses among them. Master Fa hesitated. "It's not that I don't trust you, but Ancestor Lin is my ancestor?" A Jew asked doubtfully. The person who came nodded. "That's right. Ancestor Lin's time is coming to an end. Before he died, his greatest wish was to see his descendants and pass on his cultivation technique to them." "How did you find a Jew?" Master Fa asked. The person who came looked at Master Fa. "You underestimate the Gate of Arts too much. Everything that happens in the universe can be investigated as long as it exists. There are many senior powerhouses in the Gate of Arts who are coming to an end. The wishes of those seniors are completed by us. Although many things aren't difficult, they are very complicated. We already have our own experience, so it's not too troublesome to find you." Master Fa looked at a Jew. He couldn't make the decision. These people wouldn't lie to them. There was nothing worth lying to them. They had lived until now and had never fought with others. They gave in to others in everything. When they encountered ruins, they didn't explore them. Other than their cultivation, they had no value. Even if these people pretended to be members of the Gate of Arts and lied to them, it was meaningless. He could see that what the person said was probably true. Now it was up to a Jew to choose. Those who could wait for death in the Gate of Arts were at least at the Spirit Master level. That level was already as high as the sky to them. If they could obtain the legacy technique, their future would be limitless. A Jew looked at the person who came and pursed her lips. "I don't want to go. The person who came was surprised. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. This was unexpected. Facing the temptation of a spirit master's legacy, she actually wasn't moved. A Jew said, "We just want to live our lives well and never fight with others. Whether this legacy technique is powerful or not, I don't need it. Master Fa, this is our philosophy, right?" Master Fa smiled and nodded. The person who came was stunned. There was actually such a thing? He had never encountered such a thing before. In the cultivation world, who didn't fight to climb up? Who wouldn't be moved when faced with a stronger legacy? Master Fa looked at the person who came. "You all don't understand us. Rather than saying that we are cultivators, we are more like ordinary people who live for the sake of cultivation. We are very happy to live among ordinary people and don't want to participate in anything. But this is Ancestor Lin's last wish." The person who came didn't know what to say. Awe suddenly said, "Where is the Gate of Arts? We will toast 2 of them. Please bring them back to show our filial piety." Everyone was stunned. There was such a thing? Lu Yin looked at Awe. This fellow was as cold as an iceberg, but his words were shocking. The person who came sighed. "My mission is to bring Miss Ju to the Gate of Arts to meet that senior. Everyone, regardless of whether she is willing or not. I have to fulfill my wish. I'm sorry, Miss Ju. Please follow me." A Jew frowned. "I don't want to go." The person who came said, "My mission must be completed." Master Fa's tone was low. "Aren't you afraid that Senior will blame you?" The person who came shrugged. "I belong to the Gate of Arts. I am only helping Ancestor Lin to fulfill his wish. Whether he blames me or not, it has nothing to do with me. However, I will compensate you all." All clenched his fists. He really wanted to attack. The person who came warned, "I have already said a lot. The cultivation world is cruel. I'm already being very polite by saying so much. Don't force me to attack. Anyway, the resources that will be compensated will not be from me. You all will have to bear the pain yourselves." After he finished speaking, his aura pressed down. Master Fa directly took 2 steps back. Ao and Lu Yin's expression changed. They looked at the person who came with fear. This was a strong smell of blood with a hint of lethargy. In the distance, the other cultivators from the Gate of Arts were not weak. The weakest of them was a spiritual warrior, which was very close to Master Fa's cultivation. "All right, I will go with you," a Jew shouted. She was afraid that these people would attack. The person's aura disappeared. "That's good. I don't want to attack either." Master Fa said, "We will go too." The person who came frowned. Master Fa stared at the person who came. "I heard that we can worship in the Garden of Ruins. I brought a Jew up. We are family. It is reasonable for us to worship her ancestor. We just wanted to eat too." All was indifferent. All smiled. "Sorry to trouble you." Lu Yin did not say anything. Instead, he pulled a Jew back. A Jew's heart warmed. They were all family. The person who came thought about it. "All right. When we reach the Garden of Ruins, follow the rules. Don't run around and look around." "Thank you." Master Fa was grateful. Not long after, the cultivators from the Gate of Arts left with Master Fa and the rest. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he watched the surrounding space recede. He was finally going to the Gate of Arts. "Yishang, you can't escape this time." The Gate of Arts existed in the various law domains. Among the 36 domains, the most mysterious one was the law domain. It was as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog, and the thickness of the fog varied from place to place. The region where the sequence foundations were created was naturally the most difficult to see. The second was where the Zhan family was, followed by the Garden of Ruins, and then the place where the transported materials were stored. Some materials needed to be stored under special conditions. Compared to the law domain, the other 36 domains were much easier to see. Lu Yin looked at the law domain in the distance. This was his first time here, and he did not know where the Gate of Arts was. He did not know how many sequence foundations were hidden here. He was really looking forward to the day when he could see the fog clearly. "That is the law domain. We actually came to the law domain." A Jew was excited. Although she yearned for a peaceful life, she was still a young person. Who could resist the temptation of the 7 great forces? She was here. She could not hide her excitement. The cold Ao's eyes also had a rare fervent look. Master Fa looked into the distance and sighed. "I didn't expect to see the law domain again." "You've been here before?" The spirit progenitor who brought them to the law domain was curious. Master Fa said, "I've never been to the law domain. I just passed by it when I was young and did not dare to stay." "All right, may I know your name?" "The Tree of Ruins." "Ruins?" I thought that everyone from the Gate of Arts had the surname Jean, a Jew muttered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3636. The ruined tree looked at the law domains with respect in his eyes. We don't have the right to be surnamed Jean. It's good enough that we have the surname Ruin. We can protect the ruined garden. Grandpa Fa was envious. It's the dream of countless people to have a unique surname in the 7 great powers. Ruin, it's related to the ruined garden and represents the door of arts. Not everyone has the right to have this surname. The ruined tree's lips curled into a smile. Not long after, he brought Grandpa Fa and the rest to the law domains. Just as old Tao had said, the ruined garden's inspection wasn't that strict. If Lu Yin went to the location of the Sequence Foundation, then even if his disguise could deceive bitter disaster powerhouses, it definitely wouldn't be able to hide from them. Apart from a group of old fellows waiting to die, there was nothing else in the ruined garden. Naturally, there was no need to guard it. It could even be said that they were part of the door of art's external defense. The ruined garden was gloomy. There was no sunlight, only wisps of blue flames illuminating the area. One could barely see the surroundings. The tombs stretched endlessly and cultivators stood there from time to time like statues. Those people all had the surname Ruin. The ruined tree silently led the group into the distance. They could not fly here, nor could they tear through the void to move. In order to maintain respect for these old fellows, they could only walk step by step. Grandpa Fa looked straight ahead. He knew very well that some of these tombs were empty, while others had old fellows inside. Who knew if they were dead or alive? Lu Yin had obtained the memories of the consciousness that had followed Yishang. If they continued forward, they would reach Ancestor Lin's tomb. These tombs seemed endless, but each one was actually very large and took up a lot of space. Moreover, a considerable portion of them were empty, which was why there were so many of them. They had been accumulated over countless years. In a few more years, the ruined garden might expand again. The ruined garden was already expanding. Ah! A shriek came from a Jew. Her calf was grabbed by a withered hand, and a strange laughter came from underground. Grandpa Fa was shocked and instinctively kicked the hand, while Little Five slashed out with his blade. Their attacks were useless. The hand looked withered, but it was abnormally tough. The ruined tree growled, "Don't move." A Jew's face was pale. She looked down in fear and trembled. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that there was a huge, luxurious palace underground. Every tomb had a different interior. Some were simple, some were like caves, and some were like lakes. Each tomb was arranged according to the environment that the old man wanted, and this old man clearly liked to enjoy himself. He deserved a beating. "Senior, these people are here to pay their respects. Senior, please let them go." The ruined tree bowed and faced the tomb. A strange laughter still came from the tomb as it grabbed a Jew's ankle tightly. Grandpa Fa and the others' eyes turned red as they stared at the ground. The ruined tree gritted his teeth. "If Senior continues to do this, I will have to report this to Lord Zhan Qian and Gu Ho." That hand still hadn't let go, and the strange laughter became more and more horrifying. At this moment, someone approached at a very fast speed. It was obvious that the person had run over. He kicked the hand, but the hand still didn't let go. "Old man, you haven't even paid back what you owe me, yet you still dare to look for trouble. Do you believe that I won't throw you out of the Garden of Ruins as far as you can? Then I'll spread the news that you've gone out. Let's see how many people will come looking for trouble with you." The person who came was Zhan Yi, who was flustered and exasperated as he threatened him. "Fairy Woods Adventure," the hand retracted. "Boring." A Jew hurriedly ran away, still in shock. Grandpa Fa and the rest stared at the grave fiercely. They didn't know which old bastard it was. Zhan Qian glared at the ground hatefully. "Be careful." After saying that, he turned to a Jew and smiled. "Little girl, you must be scared. Don't be afraid. There's an old man down there joking with you." The ruined tree stepped forward and bowed. "Lord, this," Zhan Qian waved his hand. "It's none of your business. Go." The ruined tree nodded. "Yes." After saying that, he left with the other cultivators. Zhan Qian was very enthusiastic and anxious to everyone. "Let's go. I'll take you to pay respects to that old man, Ancestor Lin. That old man pretended to be dead. I guarantee that he's definitely not dead. With my many years of experience in the Garden of Ruins, that old man won't be able to renege on his debt." He continued to talk to himself as he led the way in front. Soon, everyone understood what was going on. Ancestor Lin asked Zhan Qian and Gu Ho to send people to find his descendants in exchange for the inheritance of his cultivation method. When they found him, they passed the cultivation method to Xianxia and Guho. However, during this period of time, there was no news of Ancestor Lin. No matter how Xianxia and Guho shouted, it was useless. How could they renege on their debt? They had to find this old man. A Jew asked weakly, Ancestor wants to pass on his cultivation method to you? Xianxia turned around and smiled. Don't worry, little girl. If he gives it to me, he will also give it to you. Both of us have it. After all, it's a cultivation method, not a treasure. A Jew nodded. Master Fa and the others looked at each other. This made sense. Otherwise, why would the sect of arts mobilize so many people to find a Jew? Without any benefits, who would do such a thing? Although the inheritance of spiritual techniques was nothing to a colossus like the sect of arts, this person was just a tomb sweeper. He probably did not have any status in the sect of arts. It was already very good that he could obtain the inheritance of spiritual techniques. Moreover, it sounded like this person had not only made a deal with Ancestor Lin. He should have obtained a lot of inherited cultivation methods. To the sect of arts he was a small figure, but to them he was a big figure. If Ancestor Lin is really dead, you won't put the blame on a Jew, right? Master Fa asked worriedly. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Of course not. What can this little girl give me? That's that. I'm a person with good qualities. Master Fa heaved a sigh of relief. However, Xianxia stopped and thought about what he wanted to say. Master Fa and the rest felt their hearts in their mouths. A Jew pursed her lips. Their lives were no longer in their own hands. This was also the reason why she did not want to come. Here they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Xianxia turned around and looked at them seriously. How are you going to compensate me? Master Fa and the others were stunned. They looked at him in a daze, full of confusion. Xianxia was distressed. I heard from the Tree of Ruins that you guys didn't want to come, but he forced you guys to come, so he wants to compensate you guys. I've been thinking about what compensation to give you guys, or what do you need? Tell me about it so that I don't have to think too much and have a headache. Master Fa subconsciously looked at a Jew. The Jew shook her head. No, there's no need. How can you do that? What? Are you guys embarrassed? Xianxia understood. Then I'll think about it. Oh right, Ancestor Lin's tomb is right in front. He rushed over. Old man, I've brought your descendant here. Open your eyes and take a look. Don't think about going back on your word. In the tomb, Yishang opened his eyes and looked outside. He was quite distressed. Why did he come here? Because he really wanted to change tombs. This tomb-sweeping brat was too long-winded, but for some reason Zhan Ming made him have to stay in this tomb. Listening to this brat's nagging was so annoying. He glanced at his cosmic ring. If it really didn't work, he would just give him something to send him away. Outside the tomb, Master Fa and the others stopped. A Jew walked forward alone and looked at the tomb. There was a tombstone, but there were no words. There were no words on the tombstones here. Xianxia shouted and patted the tombstone. Old man, he's here. Your descendant, take a look. Don't go back on your word. A Jew stood in front of the tombstone. Could there be an ancestor inside? Was the ancestor really still alive? Why was she wandering outside? Why didn't the ancestor look for him before his death? Her thoughts were complicated. With a bang, a piece of jade fell out of the tomb. A Jew blinked. Xianxia immediately picked it up and laughed. I told you that you're not dead. Are you still pretending with me? Let's see how long you can keep pretending, ha. As he spoke, he looked inside the jade and was satisfied. This is your legacy technique? It's not bad. I didn't waste my efforts to find you a descendant. Wait, where's your descendant? You didn't give it to her? Inside the tomb, Yishang was unhappy and threw out another piece of jade. Xianxia immediately picked it up and looked at it. Then he glanced at the tomb. Old man, are you trying to play tricks with me? These two techniques are different. Inside the tomb, Yishang's face twitched, and he threw out another piece of jade. This jade's technique was the same as the second one. Xianxia looked around and approached the tomb. Old man, this is fake. You want to trick me? You haven't taken out the real legacy technique, right? Otherwise, why don't you meet your descendant? It's not like we can't meet in the ruin garden. Yishang was furious and wanted to slap Xianxia to death. After thinking about it, he took a deep breath and threw out another 2 pieces of jade. He said, I don't have much time left. There's no need to meet again. My descendant, take care of yourself. A Jew listened to the ancient voice with a complicated gaze. Ancestor, is it really you? Yishang didn't answer. Xianxia picked up the 2 pieces of jade and looked at them. He exclaimed, what a powerful technique. Old man, you hit it well. Yishang was bleeding this time. The techniques he gave out were more powerful than the previous. In the end, even he paid a price to buy this one. He planned to leave it for the descendant of the Yi family, but he had no choice but to send Xianxia away. This technique looked very powerful. It was quite good that a spiritual practitioner could take out such a technique. Xianxia didn't doubt that there were more powerful techniques. Otherwise, Ancestor Lin wouldn't be at the spiritual practitioner level, but an old monster who had passed the bitter disaster realm. Xianxia threw a piece of jade to a Jew and left in satisfaction. This business was not a loss. A Jew stood in front of the tomb in a daze. Her eyes were red. Ancestor, what is our family's surname? Yishang was speechless. Was there an end to this? He wanted to tell them to get lost, but he couldn't. He could only ignore them and close his eyes to cultivate. Master Fa and the others looked at each other. They went forward and comforted a Jew. Ancestor Lin's time is up. He doesn't want to have any more contact. Forget it, child. Let's pay our respects. Asan said. Master Fa was speechless. Ancestor Lin is not dead yet. Pay your respects in advance and save it. Awu said. His voice was as calm as ever. They looked at him subconsciously. This guy really knew how to talk. He could even save it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-37. Lu Yin was already prepared. There's no need to pay respects, but we can express our sincerity. My hometown has such a method. He then took out a string from his cosmic ring and passed it to Grandpa Fa. This is a nostalgia string. It represents the thoughts and blessings of the descendants to the elders who are about to pass away. Walk around the elders with this string. The more rounds you walk, the more sincere you are. Asan was curious. There's such a custom? Good custom. Awu said. Grandpa Fa sighed. The Gate of Arts isn't something we can come to whenever we want. We might not have the chance to pay respects to the elders in the future. Since that's the case, let's just leave it at that. Ajio took the string and pursed her lips. Thank you, 17. Lu Yin nodded and started walking around the tomb. Grandpa Fa and the rest also walked around the tomb. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 10 rounds. Actually, walking a few rounds was enough for Lu Yin. Every time he walked, he would follow the string of karma. Outsiders couldn't see it, but only he could. These karma spirals had already surrounded the tomb. Karma spirals couldn't be seen, but they could sense them and avoid them. Now, using karma as a trap, they didn't even touch the tomb. Yishang naturally couldn't sense it. However, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and saw that Lu Yin and the rest were still walking around. He closed his eyes again. Out of sight, out of mind. They had already walked 50 rounds. For cultivators, they could walk even more. Ordinary people would faint after walking a few rounds. A voice came from afar. Little guys, what are you doing? It's very interesting. Asan was honest and said, Nostalgia string. We're praying to the elders in advance. Good custom. Give me a few rounds too. Old thing, you're shameless. Are you their elder? Whether I'm shameless or not, I'm willing. What's wrong? Little guys, come here. I'll give you something good. Here too. This custom is good. Come. Here too. Here too. You guys are full of energy. You don't look like you're about to die. If I had your spirit, I would have returned to sky beyond sky to serve Lord Yu Sang Tian. Why would I wait here for death? Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. I knew it was you. Old evil, you're scolding me. F***ck, this old man didn't curse this time. Also, who cursed? I heard you scolding. Listening to the noise around them, Grandpa Fa and the others felt strange. Was this the ruined garden? Why does it look like a market? However, the momentum of these old fellows quarreling was really frightening. Even the color of the sky changed. They were conflicted about whether or not they should go around these old fellows a few times to avoid offending them. They all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. There's no connection. His eyes swept over his surroundings. There were quite a few old fellows who hadn't died yet, and quite a few of them had crossed the bitter disaster. However, they were close to the end of their lifespans. They still had a bit of ability here, but once they left, they might die at any time. The door of techniques did have a deep foundation, but this was the foundation of a spiritualized universe. The door of techniques was just a graveyard. Come. Little guys, let's walk a few rounds. Come here. Over here. Grandpa has something good for you. These old fellows might actually be able to give him something good, but he gave up on that idea in the end. He didn't want any accidents to happen, and Yishang escaped. Yishang's value wasn't something these old fellows could compare to. Furthermore, he didn't need a trap to deal with these old fellows. Jianghu came over and was stunned. You old fellows usually pretend to be dead, but now you're here. Also, he stared at Grandpa Fa and the rest suspiciously. You're here to steal business, right? Where did this custom come from? They all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless. He had just casually made up a custom, but was it really that popular? Jianghu moved closer to Lu Yin and smiled. Brother, tell me exactly how to operate it and I'll give you some benefits. Lu Yin smiled at him. I made it up. Jianghu, ? Lu Yin pressed one hand on the line, and his expression changed. A monstrous aura surged out and instantly covered the entire ruined garden. Many of the old fellows were shocked. Where had such a terrifying aura come from? Yishang's eyes went wide, and a pair of wooden wings appeared in his hand. He subconsciously wanted to leave. The line pierced through the grave, and the karmic spiral swept past and pierced through Yishang. Yishang's eyes were lifeless and the wooden wings fell from his hand. Lu Yin pressed down with one hand. Old fellow, long time no see. Boom. The ruined garden shook. All the law domains were shaken. Far away, Zhan Ming's expression changed. Not good. Since ancient times, the Gate of Techniques had never encountered such an unforeseen event. In the ruined garden, the burial ground of the old fellows, an external enemy had come to suppress the entire ruined garden and instantly suppressed Yishang, who had a cultivation at the mulberry sky level. This should not have happened, but it had happened. Yishang stared blankly at the hand that had landed on his head. The owner of that hand was the person he had been trying to avoid. But why was this person here? How did he know that he was here? He had planned this beforehand, or else he would not have been able to stop Yishang from escaping with his turbid treasure. This person was too well prepared. Yishang's mind went blank for a moment, and only the pair of eyes in front of him covered the world. Decaying but powerful auras swept over from all around, causing Jianghu, Grandpa Fa and the rest to tremble. Facing these auras was like facing the heavens. Lu Yin pressed one hand on Yishang's head and looked around. Since you're all going to die, then stay put. Contributing to the sequence foundation is a dignified way of dying. Don't force me to act. Who are you? Someone shouted. His voice shook the void and spread to all of the law domains, causing Jianghu and the rest to feel dizzy. Asan, Ajio and the rest could not stand steadily and everything in front of them swayed. Grandpa Fa grabbed onto them tightly and stared blankly at Lu Yin. Was this 17? Who was that cold and indifferent young man? If I'm not wrong, you must be Lu Sangtian, an ancient voice said from another direction. Lu Yin ignored them. On the ground, a pair of wooden wings floated up and landed in his hand. He looked at them with interest. This was the turbid treasure that Yishang had relied on to escape. It had allowed him to avoid being killed time and time again, leaving Lu Yin helpless. If not for the fact that Yishang had also used his turbid treasure to know that Yishang was here, he might never have been able to catch him. Lu Sangtian attacked in the ruined garden. Isn't he looking down on us old fellows? Isn't that Yishang? Old friend, it looks like you've been hiding from this Lu Sangtian. This person is worthy of being called a powerhouse who can fight against you Sangtian. When he attacked, we couldn't even react. How presumptuous. What kind of place is the Gate of Techniques? That's a place that even Lord Yu Sangtian wants to protect. This person is too presumptuous. The people of the Tianyuan universe can't be trusted. We should surround and kill him. You don't understand how terrifying this person is? Don't look for trouble. Zhan Ming still hasn't appeared. Don't you think there's a problem? This voice came from Governor Feng. She recalled how she had fought with Lu Yin in order to protect Yu Ting and had been easily suppressed. She still could not forget that scene. Lu Yin put away his wooden wings and looked in Governor Feng's direction. Long time no see, Governor Feng. Governor Feng was not most afraid of Lu Yin's strength, but rather the torment of Dianjiang platform. She was already nearing the end of her lifespan, so death was not scary. Is Lu Sangtian capturing someone? Isn't that Yi Sangtian? Did he offend Lu Sangtian? Lu Yin replied, you can say that. How arrogant. Where do you think this is? This is our ideal place and it can help us spiritualize the universe and become the foundation of the sequence. It's the most sacred place. You must atone for your impudence. Lu Yin raised his brows. Governor Feng, is this your friend? An enemy, Governor Feng said bluntly. When did you become enemies? The person was puzzled. Someone else spoke up. He is the bravest person in our spiritualized universe. He has said many times that he wants to kill Limitless. Right, Lu Sangtian seems to be the master of Limitless. Hey, screw you. You can go now. Screw you. The person shouted, "You're scolding me again. This time I've heard you clearly. Die." In the distance, a towering hand appeared from the tomb and grabbed at another tomb. Grandpa Fa and the rest were shocked. This aura was too terrifying. Zhan Ming looked around bitterly as the hand appeared. His enemy was still here, so why was he causing trouble? He looked at Lu Yin again. What was this ruthless person doing here? At that moment, Zhan Ming appeared. Stop. The hand stopped. Zhan Ming and Sangtian? This person has insulted me many times. I won't let him go. Zhan Ming's tone was low. I'll deal with you later. Lu Sangtian came from afar, so I should treat him first. That's right. Let's deal with the enemy first. Zhan Ming raised his eyebrows. He didn't mean that. Lu Yin sneered. It seems that Zhan Ming and Sangtian want to deal with me first? Zhan Ming said. Lu Sangtian came uninvited and attacked without permission. This is against the rules of a guest. Lu Yin grabbed Yishang tightly. Your school of arts is hiding the person I want to catch. You can't get past this rule here. Zhan Ming frowned. How did Yishang offend Lu Sangtian? Lu Sangtian didn't announce that he wanted to catch him. It's not too late to announce it now. Lu Yin didn't care. Preposterous. The person was about to speak again, but Zhan Ming stopped him. This is a matter between the School of Arts and Lu Sangtian. Please don't interfere. After seeing the battle at Fu Heyuan, he didn't want Lu Yin to attack in the School of Arts. It would be a disaster and bring about unpredictable changes to the School of Arts. Lu Yin smiled and looked at the tomb in the distance. I don't mind sending this old man away in advance. Actually, you can let him experience 10 days of happiness, City Lord Feng said softly. The people around didn't understand, but they felt that City Lord Feng didn't have good intentions. They were all gloating. Although they were unhappy that Lu Yin attacked in the Garden of Ruins, he was too fierce and they didn't want to provoke him. Zhan Ming had told them not to interfere. They also didn't like the person who provoked Lu Yin time and time again. It would be best if Lu Yin attacked that person. Zhan Ming was afraid that Lu Yin would attack and quickly said, Lu Sangtian, let's talk somewhere else. The School of Arts should treat Lu Sangtian well. No need. Do you know why I waited for you to appear? Lu Yin asked. Zhan Ming didn't understand. He knew when Lu Yin attacked. He came to the Garden of Ruins but didn't enter immediately. He was afraid of Lu Yin's strength. He wanted to wait for Lu Yin to leave before appearing, but Lu Yin didn't leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-38. Lu Yin looked at Master Fa and the rest. This has nothing to do with them. Zhan Tian was investigating the descendants of the Lin ancestor, and I disguised myself and followed them into the Garden of Ruins. They didn't know anything from the beginning to the end, so I hope you won't find trouble with them. Lu Yin couldn't just leave or else Master Fa and the rest would be done for. After all, they were the ones who brought Lu Yin here. He couldn't just leave Master Fa and the rest to settle down because they were facing the School of Arts. As long as they were still in the spiritualized universe, they wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, Master Fa and the rest still had other family members. If he brought them to Wujiang, it would also go against their wishes. They just wanted to live well. Of course, it's not a problem if you want to deal with them, Lu Yin added at the end. Master Fa and the rest stared blankly at Lu Yin. It was only now that they realized that this person was the invincible spiritualized Lu Sangtian. Lu Sangtian was clearly from the Tianyuan universe, but he was able to make spiritualized universes helpless against him. He was the Lu Sangtian who was known for being invincible through battle after battle. This was an important person who had reached the heavens, and he had been following them all this time. They didn't know what they were thinking. Were they bitter, sad, or lucky? They only knew that they were insignificant people who could only accept their fate passively. Zhan Ming looked at Master Fa and the rest. Lu Sangtian, don't worry. The School of Arts won't be so calculative with them. Lu Sangtian didn't come here to attack the School of Arts, so he's not an enemy. Lu Yin nodded. Then see you later, Zhan Ming and Lu Sangtian. With that, he disappeared with Yishang. The sentient being remained where they were. Zhan Ming looked at the cracked grave with a heavy heart. Yishang's capture had completely disrupted his plan. See you later? Indeed, he had to see you later. In the distance, a loud shout was heard. Damn it, this person is too presumptuous. The Tianyuan universe is the enemy of the spiritualized universe. Zhan Ming, why did you let him go? We are willing to fight to the death with this person. Old man, don't talk about us. We don't know each other that well. That's right, don't bring us along. We still want to wait for our grandson to come and chat with him. I don't have many days left to live. Just let me lie down in peace. You cowards. Zhan Ming, capture them and interrogate them. They must know about Lu Sangtian. We might use them to deal with Wu Jiang. Master Fa and the rest. Ah Wu gripped the blade tightly and was alert of his surroundings. Ah San's face was solemn. A Ju bit her lips tightly. She had yet to react to the scene just now. Too despicable. These children are just being used, City Lord Feng said. Stupid. You can find an advantage with any clues. I think it's feasible. We should at least interrogate him. That's too much. These children are so pitiful. Zhan Ming exhaled and looked at Grandpa Fa and the others. You guys can leave. Lin Zhu is long dead. Zhan Ming, you want to let them go? No. Zhan Ming looked over with a gloomy expression. Old man, it's not up to you to call the shots here. Grandpa Fa hurriedly bowed to Zhan Ming. Thank you, Zhan Ming. San and the others hurriedly bowed as well. Zhan Ming left, and these people were just ants with no value. He did not want to make an enemy out of Lu Yin because of them. Lu Yin had only been willing to speak up for them because of the benevolence of a superior. That was all, and Zhan Ming also possessed such benevolence. Zhan led Master Fa and the others out of the room. The Garden of Ruins allowed them to leave. Grandpa Fa and the others left without looking back. The scene that happened today had a huge impact on them. They were originally very ordinary cultivators, but they had actually come into contact with Lu Sangtian. They had brought Lu Sangtian to the Garden of Ruins and captured the former Yi Sangtian. It was too exciting. They did not know how they managed to leave the Gate of Arts. They did not want to come here again in their lives. Grandpa Fa 17, Ajio said. Grandpa Fa looked at her. It's nothing, 17. Don't call me that. Ajio pursed her lips and spread out her hands. Lu Sangtian gave this to me. There were several jade stones in her palm, emitting a gentle halo. Grandpa Fa frowned and hesitated for a moment. He picked them up and looked at them. San and Ah Wu each picked one up and looked at it. Grandpa Fa put down the jade stones and smiled bitterly. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky, but Lu Sangtian left behind a cultivation method that is suitable for each of you. Looking at the introduction, these cultivation methods can allow you to reach the spirit ancestor level. If any of these cultivation methods were released, it would cause a fight. After saying that, he looked at Ajio. The cultivation method given by Ancestor Lin is not suitable for you. This is for you. And you, San Ah Wu. Grandpa Fa, what about you? San asked. Grandpa Fa looked at the jade stones in his hand. I'm already so old. I didn't have much hope, but this cultivation method can push me to the spirit ancestor level. The few of them fell silent. Ajio's gaze was complicated. Everyone said that Lu Sangtian had a bad personality and was incomparably domineering. He was also good at scheming. He was indeed bad and domineering when facing the Gate of Arts. However, she really wanted to meet him again. At least she wanted to say goodbye. Grandpa Fa patted Ajio's shoulder. Let's go. Just treat it as a dream. Far away, a meteorite flew into the distance. On the meteorite, Lu Yin and Yi Shang sat opposite each other, looking at the half-key in their hands. This is the key to your key? Yi Shang looked at the key in Lu Yin's hand with a dim expression. Yes. You guys really know how to make a key. Lu Yin didn't quite believe it. Yi Shang was helpless. I've already admitted that I found the third key to the Gate of Arts. There's no need to lie to you about this. Otherwise, why would I admit it? It's not easy to cooperate with the Gate of Arts. Just providing the materials for the foundation of the sequence is far from enough to make the Zhan family help me create the foundation of the God's reflection sequence. The real price is this third key. Zhan Ming wants to see my sincerity, so I can only hide the third key in a place where he will never be able to get it. The only way to get it is with this key. For the sake of mutual trust, I can only split this key into two. When the Zhan family completes the foundation of the God's reflection sequence and ensures that there will always be a Sangtian in the Yi family, I will give this half of the key to them and let them take back the third key. Lu Yin put away the half key. That's reasonable. Then what's wrong with Ixia? Since you want to make the foundation of the God's reflection sequence, why did you let Ixia cultivate the devouring sequence? Yi Shang smiled bitterly. First, it's for outsiders to see, especially you Sangtian. It's impossible to say that I'm not ambitious. This is not in line with how I've always controlled the Grand Domain's Chamber of Commerce. I should think of a way to protect the Yi family Sangtian so that even if I die, there will still be a Sangtian in the Yi family. This will reduce you Sangtian's fear of me. I paid a huge price for the Sky Devourer parasol and even let Xia cultivate the devouring sequence. Everyone believes that even if there's a Xianxia, it will still be Xia. There's another point. Lu Yin continued, you want to try the Yi family's 3 Xianxians. Yishang was silent for a moment before nodding. Lu Yin praised, you're ambitious indeed. You control the Xianxian position and paid a price to let Xia use the Sky Devourer parasol to become a Xianxian. On the other hand, you used the Gate of Arts key to create the Foundation of the Gods reflection sequence. Then, even if the Foundation of the Gods reflection sequence is completed, who will use it? Suddenly Lu Yin's gaze changed. Rongxiang? Yishang looked at Lu Yin deeply and did not answer. Lu Yin met his gaze. Is it really Rongxiang? Yishang looked away and sighed. It's either me or Rongxiang. Lu Yin was shocked. Rongxiang is not an outsider? Yishang closed his eyes and nodded. He is my son. Lu Yin really did not expect this. It was too unexpected. Yishang said in a low voice, Rongxiang is the son I gave birth to when I was young. At that time I had not even reached the level of spirit battle. In a moment of impulse I had him. In order not to delay my cultivation, I abandoned him and did not want to leave any evidence for my enemies to use against me. However, I did not expect that when I reached the level of spirit battle, I would inadvertently meet Rongxiang. I really did not expect that the son I abandoned long ago would have other opportunities and cultivate step by step to the spiritual warrior level. I didn't reunite with him, but I helped him step by step. When I reached the spirit prime realm, I helped him reach the level of the spirit ancestor. When I overcame the calamity and became Xianxian, I helped him reach the spirit prime realm as well. At the same time, I constantly changed his bones as he cultivated, making him look completely different from me. He wanted to be my disciple many times but was rejected by me. No one would have thought that he was my son, not even himself. I also cut off the intimacy of our bloodline. He followed me because I helped him. He was only loyal to me and had no affection for me. If Lu Xiangtian does not believe me, you can investigate his bloodline. Lu Yin was shocked. Even Yu Xiangtian would not have thought of this. Yishang smiled bitterly. Even I did not think of it. Even if there are descendants in the cultivation world, many of them are successful in their cultivation. Who would have thought that I, Yi Xiangtian, would have a descendant at such a young age and even follow me as a subordinate? To tell you the truth, there have been people who have used him against me all these years. He even betrayed me and thought that I did not know. If he was really a subordinate, he would have died a long time ago. He then looked at Lu Yin. I know Rongxiang very well. With his personality he might already be thinking of joining Lu Xiangtian. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Not bad. He could see that Rongxiang was willing to work for him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 36-39. Yishang replied helplessly, that's right, it's my backup plan. With the foundation of the Radiant God sequence, it doesn't matter if I use it or he uses it. I just didn't expect the sealed world to be taken away by you. The sealed world being taken away was one of the reasons why Elder Yu wanted to replace Yishang with Yinan. If this was exposed, Yishang would be stripped of his position. An unstable Xiangtian was not in Elder Yu's interest. However, Elder Yu did not expect Lu Yin to take action and solve Yinan, causing his plan to fail. Similarly, he did not expect Yishang to have a backup plan waiting for the foundation of the Radiant God sequence to be completed. Anyone who could reach this level of cultivation was not stupid, they just could not see through it. Lu Yin was puzzled. You could have used your backup plan as an excuse to not expose Rongxiang's identity. Why did you say it? Yishang's eyes dimmed. I hope that you can use it against me. Lu Yin was amused. Do you think I will kill you? Yishang replied, there's no need to guess. My life is in someone else's hands. Only I can save myself. Rongxiang is not enough to be your weakness, Lu Yin said. Yishang was helpless. I can only save myself. Whether or not I can save myself depends on Lu Xiangtian. I can only increase my chances of survival. Lu Yin asked, where did you hide the key? I'm sure Zhanming can't get it. He's a Xiangtian. I'll take him there now. The meteorite flew in one direction but there was no one on it. After some time the two arrived at the Grand Domain. Lu Yin did not expect Yishang to hide the key here. Why couldn't Zhanming get it? Rongxiang could not stop Zhanming, and even Yishang himself might not be able to. Lu Yin only understood Yishang's confidence when he saw the key. It was a box hidden in the void made of unknown materials. Outside the box, the void was calm, but inside the box was extremely unstable. This was the fluctuating starry sky left behind by Yishang. If there's any stimulation, even if it's just dust falling on the box, it will shake the void and cause the key to disappear. No one will know where it went. As for this box, it's made of the sequence foundation material. It's difficult to destroy it. Even if an expert at the Xianxia level could break the box, it would still take time. It could take 15 minutes or it could also take an instant. Even if it's an instant, it wouldn't be faster than the key disappearing. Yishang introduced, his tone full of confidence. I brought Jianming here to take a look. He didn't dare to take the risk because he knows how sturdy this box is. Only a key can open the box. Inside the box, only the space around the key is slightly stable, giving the key a chance to open the box. As for the rest, as I said, even a speck of dust will cause the key to disappear. Lu Yin examined the box and could sense the unstable void within. Indeed, this was the case. Lu Yin could easily shatter this box, but no matter how easy it was, there would still be a process to shatter it. That process would be enough to cause the key to disappear, unless the time within the box was frozen. In the Xuanhuan universe, this was very easy to do. However, in this spiritualized universe without the river of time, he could not stop time. Parallel time and stopping time were two different concepts. One could be reacted to by the enemy, even if they had not cultivated the power of time. The other was that if one could not react, it would be very difficult to escape from the frozen time. If he had been in the Xuanhuan universe, Lu Yin would not have needed to stop time. He could simply cross the river of time and reach into the box with one hand to grab the key without any difficulty. Unfortunately, he could not do this in the spiritualized universe. Yishang was very confident. Jianming had tried all sorts of methods to deduce the key, but he had not been able to do so. This had nothing to do with cultivation. He knew that Lu Yin had cultivated the power of time, but so what? This was the spiritualized universe, not the Xuanhuan universe. Here it was difficult to cultivate the power of time. This was their disadvantage, but it was also their advantage in preserving the key. Lu Yin stood in front of the box and looked at it, thinking about how to take it out. Yishang did not disturb him and allowed him to think. After a long time, Lu Yin raised his hand, which was wrapped in a layer of illusory gravel. This thing had helped him find Tianxi in the Xuanhuan universe, and it had made a great contribution. It was a perfect match with the compass. Yishang was shocked. Lu Sangtan, what are you doing? I'll give it a try. Lu Yin was calm. Yishang's heart sank. You can't. You only have one chance. If you fail, no one knows where the key will end up. I spent a long time to obtain it after I took control of the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce. If you fail, it will never appear again. It's fine. I'm young and I can wait. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared behind him. He opened the 9 heavens as he wanted to destroy the box as quickly as possible. The box's material was sturdy, but it could not withstand his power. Under normal circumstances, he could easily destroy the box, but the sooner, the better. Yishang hurriedly stopped him, his face pale. Lu Sangtian, please reconsider. You really can't try. The space here is extremely unstable. If Jianming finds out that you failed, then... Lu Yin looked at him, amused. How would Jianming know that I tried? Yishang was stunned. That's right, Jianming would not know about this. He had already confirmed that there was a third key here, but he knew that he could not take it out. No one else would try, so it was impossible for Jianming to know that Lu Yin wanted to try. Even if he failed and the key disappeared, Jianming would not know. However, even if Jianming was fooled, the key would still disappear. Yishang could not bear to part with it, as he had spent far too many years waiting for it. One of the most important reasons for controlling the Chamber of Commerce and controlling the entire spiritualized universe Commerce Chamber of Commerce was to obtain this third key. If it disappeared, he would be so depressed that he would vomit blood. To Lu Yin, the door of techniques belonged to the spiritualized universe. No matter what was behind the door, it had nothing to do with the Xuanhuan universe. Since that was the case, even if the key disappeared, he would not feel any heartache. It would be even better if he could keep the key. He raised his hand and slowly reached for the box. Yishang stared at Lu Yin's palm. Lu Sangtian, you really can't try. The key will definitely disappear. Lu Yin glanced at him. It seemed that Yishang was telling the truth, and Lu Yin wanted to test Yishang by attacking. Yishang had purposely made the situation sound so serious that even Jianming did not dare to try. Thus, Lu Yin believed that Yishang would not dare to try either. What if this was fake? Even though Lu Yin could not see any signs of it being fake, Yishang was still a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, and it was normal for him to have some tricks up his sleeve. Thus, Lu Yin had attacked to test him. Judging from Xiang's behavior, it should be real. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, Lu Yin still had to attack. His goal was not to obtain the other half of the key that he could trade with the door of techniques, but rather to obtain eternity. Whoosh! Lu Yin's palm struck out and instantly shattered the box. He reached for the key, but the box was empty. The key had disappeared. Xiang's heart sank. Just as he had expected, a stream of light shuttled back and forth for 1 second. Even though there was no river of time for Lu Yin to traverse, as long as time continued to exist, the stream of light could be reversed. There was no need for the river of time to exist in the spiritualized universe. After 1 second of reversal, the box returned to normal. Lu Yin's hand also returned to its original position, as if it had never moved. Xiang was shocked. The power of time could be reversed? No wonder this person dared to attack. It turned out that time could be reversed by 1 second. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Xianxia, trust me. If you really can't get the key, then you have to cooperate with Zhanming's half of the key. Lu Yin frowned. This box was indeed a material used to create a sequence foundation. He had just attacked with 9 skies, and even if he had instantly destroyed the box, he had still been a moment too late. His goal was not to obtain the key, but to contaminate the key with the illusory gravel. Even that was not enough? Lu Yin could not do it. It was no wonder that Zhanming did not dare to try. If he tried, then the key would be gone. In the current universe, there were no more than 5 powerhouses who could instantly shatter this box. Zhanming and Xiang were not included. They could shatter the box, but they would not be able to do it so quickly. However, Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. With the power of time, he could keep trying and he would eventually succeed. Thus he struck out at the box. Xiang's heart skipped a beat and he stared blankly at the box. The box shattered and the key disappeared. Continue. Disappear. Continue. Disappear. Lu Yin tried again and again, reversing time again. Xiang gradually became numb as he watched, and his face twitched. He had racked his brains and paid a huge price to gather these materials. He had made a deal with Zhanming and thought of ways to make Zhanming wary, but this person had broken through his plans time and time again. Lu Yin did not feel good about it, but he could not stop it. However, he thought about it from another perspective. This Lu Xianxia was known as an invincible spiritualized, but he still could not break through Lu Yin's plans. This could be considered a form of recognition. Phew. Lu Yin let out a long breath. Xiang advised, Lu Xianxia, forget it. After all, these are materials to create the sequence foundation. Let's think of a way to get Zhanming's half of the key. Lu Yin looked at him. You're not going to try? There's no need, Xiang said. Lu Yin looked at the box. But the key is gone. Xiang was shocked and turned around. His eyes narrowed as he saw the broken box and the empty void inside. He exclaimed, "Where's the key?" He had been so focused on persuading Lu Xianxia that he had not paid attention to the box. Lu Yin shrugged. It's gone. Xiang gaped and looked at Lu Yin. Then reverse time? I've tried too many times. It doesn't work, Lu Yin said casually. Xiang was stunned. It doesn't work? Where's the key? The key is gone. He wanted to hit Lu Yin, but he suppressed the urge. This idiot had told him not to try, but he had still failed in the end. Without the key, what could he use to make a deal with Zhanming? Especially since the box was broken. Lu Yin looked at Xiang with a faint smile. Are you unhappy? Xiang gritted his teeth and did not dare to look at Lu Yin. He was afraid that Lu Yin would see the hatred in his eyes. Lu Yin found it funny. You seem to be hiding some kind of emotion. Is there a need to? After all, I have no intention of letting you go. Xiang was stunned and then smiled bitterly. That's right. He had forgotten that this person had no intention of letting him go. His life was still in his hands. Whether or not the key was lost had nothing to do with him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3640. Xiang adjusted his state of mind. Lu Xianxia, now that the key is lost and the box is broken, this half of the key is not enough to trade with Zhanming. If Zhanming finds out that the key is lost, he might even hate you. Lu Yin smiled and looked at his palm. Had he lost the key? Of course not, he had just taken the opportunity to beat Xiang. A person's rebellious emotions could not be suppressed just because their life was under his control. Only by beating and suppressing them could one subdue them. After all, Xiang was a powerhouse who had crossed the karmic disaster and controlled the grand entire region's chamber of commerce. It would be a pity if such a person died. You don't have to worry about that. There's a place that you might like next. Lu Yin then pushed Yi Shang into the general appointment platform's hell. 37 years had passed in reverse, and Yi Shang had led the spiritualized universe's cultivators on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe. They had fought in the Tianyuan universe and cultivators from both sides had died. Even though there was no right or wrong between the two sides due to their different standpoints, there was still hatred. Now that he had suppressed Yi Shang, it could be considered an end to the 37 years of war. He had suppressed the first person, Sang Tian. Speaking of which, he seemed to have suppressed too many powerhouses in the general appointment platform's hell, and more than one of them had crossed the karmic disaster. These people had not only supported the karmic heavenly Tao and allowed him to ignore the karmic backlash, but they would also be of great use in the future. The karmic heavenly Tao, the general appointment platform's hell, and the God-sealing catalog's heaven. One day the karmic heavenly Tao would surprise everyone, and the 9 heavens change would not be able to compare to it. Lu Yin took out his compass and waved his hand. The compass tore through the void and he stepped out to search for the key. His previous attempt had successfully contaminated the key with illusory gravel. Now he just needed to search and he would soon find it. More than 10 days later, Lu Yin returned to the 100 Herb region with the 3rd key to the Door of Arts in his hand. This key was his confidence and now he wanted to play a game with the Eternity. The Eternity had resisted the reversal of time for 37 years and had even taken away Meng Sang Tian. At the same time, it had resisted the karmic backlash of Lu Yin taking the heavenly spirit seed. It would definitely pay a price. Xuanhuan's key had also been taken away during those 37 years. Lu Yin had reversed time and obtained Xuanhuan, this karmic heavenly Tao today. He wanted to see if the Eternity had the ability to take the key. How much effort had he put in to resist the backlash of karma? If he hadn't comprehended the way of karma, he wouldn't have succeeded. This was unbelievable even for Yu Sang Tian because he didn't know he could resist karma backlash. How could Eternity do that? Even if he could, the price he had to pay wouldn't be small. Even if he had a chance to resist the backlash of karma, it wouldn't be much. Every time he used it, he would have one less chance. What Lu Yin wanted to do was to take advantage of this opportunity and explore the depths of eternity. He had not forgotten that the Eternals wanted to use the spiritualized universe as the 3rd battlefield. Let it begin then. As for Yi Shang, this key was his trump card. If the Eternal resisted the backlash of karma and angrily announced that he could fuse with other life forms, then Yi Shang would give him the key to appease his anger. The price would be enough. If he couldn't resist the backlash of karma and obtain Xuanhuan's key, he could just give the key to Xuanhuan to appease his anger. He also had a key on his side. This was also the reason why he had to obtain Yi Shang's key. It would give him the confidence to face the eternal wrath. Even if both keys were given to Eternity, there was still one key left in Yu Sang Tian's hands. It was a brilliant plan and no matter how one looked at it he wouldn't lose out. At this time the spirit cloud stone vibrated. Meng Sang Tian had contacted him and given him the location and time of the exchange. He had successfully escaped the 9th spirit. The timing was just right. Lu Yin found Xuanhuan. Give me the key. Xuanhuan could not understand this person. She had been controlled for a long time and he could have taken the key at any time, but he had never mentioned it. This person could not possibly not know how important this key was. She did not hesitate. She took out the key and handed it to Lu Yin. The key was exactly the same as the one Yi Shang had hidden in the box. Seeing the key get closer and closer to him, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Eternity come. Far away on a planet, the streets were filled with hustle and bustle. Towering skyscrapers were on the streets, but they cut off all the hustle and bustle. Looking down, everyone was like an ant. Fengbua stood respectfully to one side, his expression ugly. The 9th spirit still hasn't given up looking for you. Don't show yourself for now. Lu Yin clearly knows that you are dead, but he won't tell the 9th spirit. I will tell her, the Eternity said slowly. Fengbua's eyes flashed coldly. The 9th spirit. Suddenly the Eternity's expression changed. All the lights on the planet flickered and his face darkened. Fengbua looked at the Eternity blankly. What was going on? The Eternity's back was to Fengbua. He opened his hand and a flower petal withered in his palm. Karma Chaos Xuanhuan's key. Are you not afraid that I will expose you? Then let's see if you can withstand the anger of the spiritualized universe. He turned to Fengbua. Release the news. At this time the spirit cloud stone vibrated. It was from Meng Sang Tian. The Eternity connected. Meng Sang Tian's voice rang out. Got it? The Eternity started. Got it? He took out a key from his cosmic ring. The key was clearly with him. Lu Yin had tried to snatch Xuanhuan's key and make himself suffer the backlash, but he had failed. Since he had not taken it, where had he gotten the key? Suddenly he thought of something. Bring the key back. Yes. The Eternity put down the spirit cloud stone and turned to look into the distance. The lights on the planet had been restored. To the people on this planet, it was just an unstable power supply. As expected of you. Did you get the third key? Is that why you dared to try and make me suffer the backlash? Fenghua asked. My lord, what news should we release? The Eternity did not even turn around. No need. The price is enough. He paused for a moment, then recalled something and took out the spirit cloud stone. Now there is only one key left, and it is with Xianxia. This is also the Eternity's plan to watch Lu Yin and Xianxia compete for the third key. Conflicts between people came from benefits. As long as there were enough benefits, there would be conflicts. To the Eternity, he could continue to hide until there was a conflict of interest with Xianxia. Xianxia's key was a benefit. Lu Yin had sped up the process by a lot. He could not let the spiritualized universe focus all of its attention on him. He had to give the Eternity some time to rest. On the other side, Lu Yin left the trading ground with some regret. As expected, the Eternity still had a way to keep Xuanhuan's key. This was also the reason why he had not taken the key from Xuanhuan. He did not know how many more karmic backlash he could endure. Even Xianxia could not withstand the reversal of time and return to the spiritualized universe. This was the first time that the Eternity had withstood it. Although Ming Xianxia had lost his memories of the Tianyuan universe, he had not returned to the spiritualized universe. The Eternity had probably helped him. This was the second time. He had left behind a spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens. This was the third time. Now he had left behind Xuanhuan's key for the fourth time. Lu Yin did not believe that the Eternity would have any more chances. Although he could not use the reversal of time to backfire on the Eternity, Lu Yin cultivated the path of karma and could always use the karma of others in the future. The more times the Eternity resisted the karma backlash, the fewer times he would have to deal with Lu Yin in the future. At that moment, the spirit cloud stone vibrated and Lu Yin picked it up. It was Zhan Ming on the other side. Lu Xianxia, can Xuanhuan come back? Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? Zhan Ming's tone was low. Xuanhuan is no longer of any use to you. If Lu Xianxia really likes him, he can be yours. Lu Yin understood that the Eternity had sold him out. Xuanhuan's key was completely in the Eternity's hands. Lu Yin had even used karma to backfire on him once, although the price he paid was high enough. The Eternity was not to be trifled with. He knew that the sect of arts had been cooperating with him because of Xuanhuan, or rather because of Xuanhuan's key. Therefore he had told the Zhan family that Xuanhuan's key was in his hands. The Eternity really did not want to suffer any losses. Lu Yin did not realize that the Eternity was so calculative in the past. It was not that he did not realize it, but that he was not qualified for the Eternity to be so calculative. As expected, someone who could scheme against the Above Heaven sect and cause the Above Heaven sect to collapse was not to be trifled with. Who told you that Xuanhuan's key is not with me? Lu Yin was curious. Zhan Ming said in a low voice, Lu Xianxia, you don't have to worry about that. Lu Yin smiled. I advise you to be more polite to me. Although Xuanhuan's key is gone, I have half a key. On the other side, Zhan Ming was stunned. What half a key? You're still playing dumb. You think that Yishang will not say it, right? Zhan Ming's expression was grave. Had he really said it? Yishang had been captured because of the key. The reason he had contacted Lu Yin was not really for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was his daughter and he wanted to save her. However, the key was more important. Now that he knew that the key was not with Xuanhuan would be fine if he did not contact Lu Yin. Once he contacted Lu Yin would use Xuanhuan to continue threatening the sect of arts. This was not good for him. However, he had to contact Lu Yin to confirm the situation with Yishang. Now, it seemed that Yishang could not resist and had given the half-key to Lu Yin. Yishang is indeed smart. I can't open that box. Why don't we work together to open it? Lu Yin asked. Zhan Ming was very sure that Lu Yin knew about the third key. Only he and Yishang knew about the box, but he did not know that Lu Yin had given away the key to appease the Eternity's anger. Zhan Ming had never thought that someone could open the box without the key. Lu Xianxia wants to open it? Anytime. Zhan Ming refused. He did not dare to open it with Lu Yin. If that happened, he might not even be able to escape, let alone the key. Lu Yin's strength had been clearly seen during the battle at Fu Heyuan. Other than Yu Xianxia, no one was his match. Lu Yin had a headache. As expected, he would suffer if he exposed his strength. You don't want to open it? Then how about I sell you this half-key? What are your conditions? Zhang Ming asked calmly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3641. Lu Yin replied, 3 sequence bases. Zhang Ming was not surprised. How could it be Lu Yin without such harsh conditions? Lu Xianxia, our Gate of Arts doesn't have 3 sequence bases. One is more like it. Forget it then. Let's make a deal when you've made up your mind. Alright, pay me a deposit first. Ever since the battle at Fu Heiyuan, nothing had happened in the spiritualized universe that was particularly shocking. Lu Yin had created a spiritual battle technique and even sold out the consciousness universe, helping the spiritualized universe capture many sentient lifeforms. From the spiritualized universe's cultivators' point of view, this was a good thing, as it proved that Wu Jiang and the others had joined the spiritualized universe. They hoped to be truly accepted by the spiritualized universe. Many people heaved a sigh of relief when they realized that they wouldn't have to make an enemy out of a powerhouse like Lu Yin. Until a piece of news came out from the Gate of Arts, causing many people's hearts to beat faster. Are you serious? Is that Lu Xianxia not giving face to the School of Arts? Of course it's true. He wreaked havoc in the Garden of Ruins in front of Zhang Ming and Xianxia. He killed several old fellows and even captured Xianxia. No, he's no longer Xianxia. I heard about it too. It said that when Wu Jiang came to our spiritualized universe, Xianxia led a group of experts from the Grand Universal Domain to ambush them. Although they were defeated, they caused great losses to Wu Jiang. Lu Xianxia has been thinking of ways to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia had no choice but to hide in the Garden of Ruins. I heard that Zhang Ming and Xianxia were injured. The Gate of Arts has lost all faith, just like the Wanshou border. Will Zhang Ming and Xianxia fight Lu Xianxia like Wu Huang? I don't think so. Everyone in the outside world was talking about this matter, and it was Zhang Ming who had purposely leaked this information. This was the down payment that Lu Yin had asked for. He wanted everyone to see that he was an enemy of the School of Techniques so that the School of Techniques would know who was secretly plotting against Wu Jiang. This was also what Eternity wished to see. He didn't know that Zhang Ming and Yishang shared the same key. Now that he had captured Yishang, he could naturally use this to threaten Zhang Ming. Lu Yin dared to do this because he was certain that Eternal would not reveal that he had 2 keys. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted by the entire spiritualized universe, and Yu Xianxia would definitely be on guard against him. After all, there were only 3 keys, and since Eternal had 2, his target would definitely be the last key. Once the fact that he had 2 keys was exposed, it was unlikely that he would be able to obtain the 3rd key. If Zhang Ming knew that Eternity had 2 keys, he would naturally know that Yishang's half of the key was worthless because there was no key left in the box. No, even the box was broken. Zhang Ming arrived at the sky beyond heaven and found Yu Xianxia. Lu Xianxia is lawless. What kind of place is the Ruin Garden? That's the place where generations of powerhouses from the spiritualized universe sacrificed themselves for the sake of the Sequence Foundation. It's a place of endless glory for the spiritualized universe. This person actually went to the Ruin Garden to capture people, and he even attacked cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans. This time he attacked the Ruin Garden, and the next time he'll dare to steal the Sequence Foundation. Yu Xianxia, please take action to suppress Lu Yin and defeat Wu Jiang. Zhang Ming shouted, and his voice spread throughout beyond heaven, where countless people heard him. Yu Xianxia stood in the extreme palace and looked at Zhang Ming from afar. Your sky beyond heaven never cared about Wu Jiang, why did your attitude change so much? Zhang Ming said in a low voice, because the Garden of Ruins is too important. We can't let Lu Xianxia destroy it. Yu Xianxia stared at Zhang Ming. Where's Zhang Yan? Zhang Ming looked up. I'm still in Boundless. Where's the key? Zhang Ming was silent. Yu Xianxia understood. In the past, the Gate of Arts had secretly helped Wu Jiang because of Zhang Yan and the key. Now that the key was no longer in Wu Jiang's possession, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Wu Jiang. Where's the key? Yu Xianxia was puzzled. With Lu Yin's character, if the key was in his hands, how could he have given it to someone else? Even if he had given it to someone else, how would Zhang Ming know about it? Why was Zhang Ming so certain? There was something strange about this. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, then slowly said, the key is in Ming Xianxia's hands. Yu Xianxia's expression changed. Why is that? I don't know. Ming Xianxia told me and he didn't deny it, Zhang Ming said. Yu Xianxia looked into the distance. Ming Xianxia? No, it should be eternity. The key had actually ended up in eternity's hands. How had he done it? Eternity and Lu Yin were enemies in the Xuanhuan universe. Even though Eternity had helped Lu Yin once by dealing with Lu Yin during the Monolith's Tao discussion, that had been for the sake of balance. The key, however, was different. Lu Yin was actually willing to give the key to Eternity unless Eternity had something on him that forced him to compromise. Xianxia frowned. Eternity was truly a powerhouse that could not be ignored. Eternity had one key while Xianxia had one. He looked at Zhan Ming. The battle in the consciousness universe is inevitable. There's no need to fall out with Wujiang now. Wujiang must go to the consciousness universe. Whether or not they can return alive will depend on themselves, Xianxia said. Zhan Ming wanted to say something, but Xianxia had already disappeared. Zhan Ming could only leave. His goal had been achieved. According to Lu Yin's instructions, he would tell Xianxia about Eternity's key, and at the same time, give the impression that he and Wujiang were enemies. Next was the myriad beast border. After the battle at Fuhiyuan, Wu Huang's fate was unknown, and he had been brought back to the myriad beast border. Countless people were inquiring about Wu Huang's situation. Although Wu Huang had been defeated, no one dared to say whether his position as Xianxia had been taken away. This was because Wu Huang's strength was definitely at the peak of the spiritualized universe, second only to Xianxia and Lu Yin. If his position was taken away because of a single defeat, then the other Xianxians should not have that position. However, whether or not Wu Huang's position would be kept depended on Xianxia. Many people saw Zhan Ming go to the myriad beast border, and they guessed that he wanted to ally with the myriad beast border to deal with Wujiang. He seemed to have been thoroughly angered by Wujiang, but he could not deal with it on his own. Not long after, Zhan Ming left the myriad beast border. Some people asked about the outcome, while others asked about Wu Huang's situation, but he did not say a word. Above Wujiang in the 100 Grass region, Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. Zhan Ming did not see Wu Huang. Lu Yin knew that Wu Huang was not dead, but he was not sure about Wu Huang's current situation. After all, Wu Huang had borrowed the power of the Sealing Skies Echelon's foundation and used the Jiutian change, so it was not easy to see through him. Did Xianxia and the others not go to the myriad beasts border to find Wu Huang to understand the Jiutian change? Xianxia as well, all of them could really keep their composure. The outside world now knew that the Door of Arts was hostile to Wujiang, and Xianxia also knew that Eternity had the key. Something interesting would soon happen. Wei territory was at the edge of the 36 regions in the spiritualized universe, and it was one of the 2 lowest regions. Although it was not ranked based on strength, the upper regions were much stronger than the lower regions. Wei territory was one of the weakest regions even among the lower regions. The Lord of the Wei territory was an expert at the spiritual cultivation level and was known as the standard of spiritual cultivation. If one defeated him, even if the spirit ancestor won, one would be recognized as a spiritual cultivation level expert. If one could not defeat him, even if one was at the spiritual cultivation level, one would not be recognized as an expert at this level. It was seen as a standard and an insult, but the Wei region lord was very happy. At least because of him, the Wei region was not unknown and would often attract many cultivators to challenge them. This brought about some changes to the Wei region. This change made the Wei region's overall strength gradually increase, and there was a possibility that it could catch up with other regions. The 88 echelon methods should not be chosen according to one's preference, but according to one's heart. On the high platform, an elder spoke slowly, explaining his understanding of cultivation. Below, thousands of disciples listened attentively, looking at the elder with eyes full of admiration. The outside world looked down on them, but they didn't care. Which spirit cultivator was like the Lord of the Wei region who gave lectures every few days? No. Which spirit cultivator didn't go into seclusion and just waited in one place for their disciples to ask about cultivation matters? None. Even the half-teacher Ting of Shen Mountain, who was recognized by countless people, taught people who were fated. They did not need the powerful Wei territory's master, but they needed a teacher who was willing to teach them and lead them step by step. In the distance, a middle-aged man hugged a knife, leaning against the mountain wall and looking impatiently. He was waiting to challenge the Wei territory's master. Although he was only at the level of the spirit ancestor, he was confident that he could win. As long as he won, he would be extremely strong among the spirit ancestor level, and would be able to attract the attention of the major forces, and enter the place of dreams. To many people, the Wei territory's master was like the 9 regions' sun, a shortcut to climb up. Not long after, the two of them stood facing each other. I admire you for being willing to teach these little fellows, but unfortunately what you said is wrong. The middle-aged man held a heavy knife, and the blade cut open the ground. Opposite him, the elder smiled faintly. Why do you say so? The middle-aged man said coldly, in the Wei territory they have not experienced the cruel battles of the cultivation world, and can choose what they want to cultivate. But when they leave the Wei territory and step into the universe, they will know what they will face. Sequence methods that cannot increase their strength are useless, and there is no possibility of survival in this universe. The final result is to wait for the end of the world, and go to the Gate of Arts to complete the foundation of the sequence. The elder shook his head. The cultivation of the sequence methods is to follow your heart, and not your preferences. If I am not wrong, you should be able to break through the spirit cultivation level. You have lived for a long time but you have not broken through. You can't pass that barrier no matter what. Do you have a feeling that you are especially concerned about a certain sequence method, but are unwilling to cultivate it? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. The elder continued, the sequence method that you want to cultivate is not suitable for you, and so for so many years, your cultivation direction is in conflict with the suitable cultivation method. If this continues, you will never be able to break through the spirit cultivation level. Even if you defeat me and obtain some kind of opportunity as you wish, that opportunity will not be enough for you to take that step. Even if you take that step, you will be like me and become the benchmark of the spiritual cultivation level. Nonsense. The middle-aged man drew his knife, and the sharpness was biting cold. The elder's attack was magnanimous, but it was a pity that he was not good at killing. Although he resisted the middle-aged man's continuous attack, he would be defeated in time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3642. In the outside world, the cultivators watched nervously. Every time someone challenged them, they would be like this. The elder was indeed weak, but he did not reject any challenge. He wanted to show these junior cultivators the cruelty of the cultivation world. The middle-aged man said that they could not see the real cultivation world in the Wei region, but he was wrong. They could see it and experience it. The path that he taught them was definitely not bad. Not long after, the elder was defeated. The middle-aged man's blade was stained with blood. He placed it beside the elder's neck. Countless people exclaimed, but he did not cut down. Continue to be your measuring stick. The middle-aged man put away his blade and turned to leave. It was fine as long as he won. The elder coughed a few times and the disciples hurried over to help him. The elder waved his hand. It's okay, don't worry. Remember, the sequence may not determine the strength of one's combat power, but it can determine the level of one's cultivation. This person probably has no hope of reaching the level of spiritual cultivation. You can learn from him to ensure that you can survive in the cultivation world, but you have to walk the correct sequence. It is better to be able to cultivate spiritual cultivation than to never be able to. Understood, Master. Yes, Master. The elder stepped out and headed towards the starry sky. He still had something to say to this person. In the starry sky, the middle-aged man walked out of the Wei region and looked back. Although the Wei region lord was not strong, he was gentle and kind. There were too few people like him in the cultivation world. He could have slashed down with that blade, but he forcefully stopped himself, causing him to be injured. However, he did not regret it. Just as he was about to leave, the elder caught up. Sir, please wait. The middle-aged man looked back again. What's the matter? The elder took out a bottle and threw it to the middle-aged man. I am good at making medicine. The medicine here can help you heal. You can't buy it outside, but it is very effective. The middle-aged man took the bottle and nodded. Okay. There is one more thing. The elder looked at him. If you insist on continuing and do not return to the correct path, then go to Wujiang. The middle-aged man was surprised. Wujiang? The old man nodded. Although my battle strength is not high and I live far away in the Wei region, I still know some things about the outside world. The boundless universe comes from the Xuanhuan universe. It is different from the 88 fixed cultivation methods of our spiritualized universe. Because they do not have a fixed cultivation method like us, their overall strength is weaker. Perhaps all the experts of the Xuanhuan universe are above the boundless universe, but that cultivation method can create a unique cultivation method. Perhaps the boundless realm is the path you can take in the future. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and nodded. Thank you. The old man smiled. You spared this old man's life. This old man should be thanking you. Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as if he had been frozen in time. The middle-aged man looked at him in confusion. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he stared in front of him in shock. He saw light blossoming from the old man's body, breaking out of his body and floating upwards. The middle-aged man trembled. His gaze swept past the old man as he stared at the Wei region in disbelief. Countless rays of light were as vast as the stars as they floated upwards, converging into a sea. Those rays of light came from the spirit seeds. The middle-aged man turned around and left, feeling as if a great disaster was about to befall him. The Wei region was deathly silent. Xianxia arrived, sealed the Wei region and looked into the distance. Cries of pain could be heard from the cities. In the wilderness there were mountains of corpses, all of which belonged to cultivators. All the cultivators in the Wei region were dead. Their spirit seeds had left their bodies and died. This had never happened in the history of the spiritualized universe. No matter how strong the Wei region was, it was one of the 36 regions after all. There were too many cultivators. Now that they had all died in an instant, even Xianxia could not accept it. His expression was gloomy as he looked up at the sky. Xuanhuan come out. Above the sky, a blue ray of light descended. It was beautiful and dreamy. Following that, a graceful figure appeared. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but the light flowed and turned into ribbons that drifted away. Xianxia, you are breaking the rules. Xianxia looked at the blue ray of light. You are the one who broke the rules. All the spirit seeds of the cultivators in the Wei region have been snatched away by you. Are you not afraid of the punishment from the god of defense? I'm only doing what I should do. Which eye of yours saw me snatching? Xianxia's tone was heavy. Then how do you explain the deaths of these cultivators? I will not explain. After that, the blue ray of light drifted upwards. It became dimmer and dimmer until it disappeared. Xianxia stood at his original spot. Behind him, someone walked out. It is just a coincidence. Why are you so angry? Xianxia turned around and looked at the person. He did not know this person. His cultivation was only at the spiritual cultivation level. In his eyes he was like an ant. However, he was not looking at this person. He was looking at another person. Yeah. The person looked at Xianxia. It is best that our names are not known by the outside world. Do you want to break the rules? Xianxia. Give me an explanation. Sure. It is a coincidence. An explanation. How is it a coincidence? When I was cultivating, it affected the Wei region. These cultivators thought they had died. In reality, they did not die. When they thought they had died, the spirit seeds would leave their bodies and cause true death. Hence, this is a coincidence. Xianxia looked deeply into the person's eyes. That gaze was filled with ridicule and mockery. He did not care about him at all. You are taking revenge on Rumu. The person smiled. He did not care. Whatever you say. However, if I am not satisfied, these coincidences will continue. Are you not afraid that the Supreme God will find out? Xianxia asked. The person mocked him. Why do you think that a traitor who was given a gift can be treated fairly by the Supreme God? Xianxia looked down and did not speak. The person smiled. You should give me an explanation about Rumu. Using the deaths of a region to force me. In your eyes, are people from the spiritual universe still human? Xianxia asked calmly. The person shook his head. Xianxia, you know us and we know you. There is no need to pretend in front of us. Now I will give you two choices. Either you don't interfere with my matters, or there will be more and more coincidences. How many of the 36 regions do you think will be left? Xianxia turned and left. All right, I will do as you say. I will not interfere. Looking at Xianxia's back, the person did not expect him to be so straightforward. Too decisive. A blue light flashed past. The person's gaze turned cold. Ignore him. You will get what you want and I will get what I want. There is only one position. Let's see who succeeds first. Aren't you worried about Xianxia? He is scheming and no one knows what he is thinking. We should have let Elder Xianxia become Yusang back then. Tian, it is better than this guy. Elder Xianxia is stupid and he can't blame anyone else. He will not give that position to anyone but Xianxia. He is just a dog who was given a gift. Does he really think that he is on the same level as us? The person then left and the blue light dissipated. A few days later, a piece of news spread throughout the spiritual universe, shocking everyone. Wu Huang's position was taken away. Wu Huang was not allowed to lose. If he did, he would be stripped of his position. Yishan was like this, and Meng Sangtian did not want to be stripped of his position, so he did not plan to retaliate against Lu Yin. Wu Huang had lost to Lu Yin at Fu Heyuan, so logically speaking he should be stripped of his position. However, Wu Huang's strength was obvious to all, and no one mentioned whether he should be stripped of his position. Now, Beyond Heaven had issued an order to strip Wu Huang of his position, and this caused a huge commotion in the spiritual universe. If Wu Huang could not succeed Sangtian, how could the other Sangtians maintain their positions? Wouldn't that mean that Lu Sangtian was truly lawless? If he did not like anyone he would challenge them, and if he won they would have to give up their position. Then, who in the spiritual universe would be able to stop him? No one could understand why Yu Sangtian would make such a rash decision. Were rules more important or was order more important? At that moment Yu Sangtian made his decision. Lan and Zitianshu arrived at the 10,000 beasts border. When they announced the order, they also wanted to take away the Sealing Sky Echelon's foundation. Nine-tailed Fox and the other cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border tried to stop them, but from underground, powerful auras shot up into the sky. The old fellows who had been thought to be dead had helped Wu Huang take his position and allowed Wu Huang to trample Man Kuei to death. Now they stood up once more to protect the Sealing Sky Echelon's foundation. The Sealing Sky Echelon belongs to all beasts. It has been in the 10,000 beasts border since ancient times and has never left. Even if Wu Huang's position is stripped, the Sealing Sky Echelon's foundation will not be allowed to leave the 10,000 beasts border, one of the old fellows roared, and a shockwave surged towards Lan and Zitianshu. Beside them, several old fellows glared and roared, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Some of them were strong while others were weak, but they could not use their full strength. After all, they were nearing the end of their lifespans, but they could still fight with their lives on the line. The two looked at each other. They knew that this trip would be difficult, but they had not expected it to be this difficult. Wu Huang had been defeated. No matter how strong he was, it was reasonable for him to be stripped of his position, and no one would stop him. However, the Sealing Sky Echelon's foundation could not be taken away, as it was the foundation of the 10,000 beasts border. Of the 10 echelons foundations, one guarded the Gate of Arts, while the other guarded the 10,000 beasts border. Neither was allowed to be taken away. For this reason, the 10,000 beasts border was fearless even if they had to fight with Yu Sangtian. The cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border could be afraid of the countless beasts, but they could not retreat. In the face of the countless cultivators of the 10,000 beasts border who wanted to fight to the death, the Sky Echelon finally compromised and did not take away the Sealing Sky Echelon. However, Zitianshu had to be left in the 10,000 beasts border to ensure that Wu Huang could not use it again. This request was too much. The Sealing Sky Echelon belonged to the beasts and did not have to be used by the Border Lord. The previous Border Lord had also given the Sealing Sky Echelon to Wu Huang to fight in the consciousness universe. He had died in the hidden Heiyuan because of this, but no one said a word. At this moment, the Sky Echelon's request was too much. However, it was already a great fortune to leave the Sealing Sky Echelon behind. If they attracted Yu Sangtian, who in the 10,000 beasts border would be able to protect the Sealing Sky Echelon. The 10,000 beasts border, where Wu Huang was currently sealed. Wu Huang had been in seclusion. The battle at the hidden Heiyuan had left him severely injured, and it was not something that could be healed with time. He needed to cultivate continuously. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3643. On this day, Emperor Wu walked out of the 10,000 beasts border and hid his whereabouts. No one knew about his whereabouts. He went to the 100 Herbs territory and soon left. In the starry sky, Emperor Wu's face was gloomy. He was carrying a girl, Bian Xiaoxiao. No one would have thought that Emperor Wu would hide his whereabouts and go to the 100 Herbs territory to capture a girl who had almost no cultivation to him. Although Emperor Wu was severely injured, he could hide his whereabouts and capture someone at the edge of the 100 Herbs territory without being discovered by Wu Jiang. The ancestor couldn't keep an eye on the entire 100 Herbs territory. Suddenly Emperor Wu stopped and looked ahead. A figure stood there quietly and looked at Emperor Wu with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you to fall to this point. You want to capture a child to threaten Lu Sangtian? Why bother? The battle at the source of Fu River was fair and just. This isn't what you should do. Emperor Wu stared at the figure in front of him. Old man, how do you know my whereabouts? A dead man doesn't need to know. I'll help you hide this matter. Emperor Wu's reputation can't be lost because of you. Then the figure attacked and the crutch fell. It was the old salamander. Emperor Wu let go of his hand and threw Bian Xiaoxiao away. His body turned into a beast and he suppressed his aura around him without releasing it. The old salamander did the same. They didn't want outsiders to know about this battle. With a bang, the crutch shattered. The old salamander flew into the air and pierced Emperor Wu's body in the form of a 5-clawed xianhu. Emperor Wu coughed out blood and cut off the sharp claws with his serrated blade. The old salamander's sequence particles were boundless and shot out along the sharp claws. The 8 hands of sealing door deification sequence lock. It locked the power, the serrated blade, the talent, and the sequence particles. A cube came out from behind Emperor Wu and attacked with the same body. Emperor Wu spat out blood and his body cracked. You're too heavily injured and you've lost the heaven-sealing foundation. The only thing that can defeat me is the change of the 9 heavens. Why don't you use it? The old salamander's sharp claws tore Emperor Wu's arm apart and grabbed his head. The red lines on Emperor Wu's face were dim. He kicked out, but it was useless. His power was locked and he couldn't even force the old salamander's sequence particles out of his body. The old salamander grabbed Emperor Wu. Wu Huang didn't answer. The old salamander sighed deeply. I'll grant you your wish. No matter why you did this, you are worthy of the title, Supreme Emperor. Protect the 10,000 beasts border. Emperor Wu Huang said in a low voice, his voice almost inaudible. The old salamander's sharp claws swept across, crushing Wu Huang's body. A generation without an emperor, finally dying in the starry sky. The old salamander burned Emperor Wu Huang's body and looked into the distance. Bian Xiaoxiao was protected by Emperor Wu Huang's power and was not affected by the battle. The old salamander returned to his human form and led Bian Xiaoxiao towards the 100 Herb region. At the edge of the 100 Herbs territory, Bian Ji and Yen Xiang woke up. They were confused at first, but then they remembered something. Xiaoxiao, I'm here. Bian Xiaoxiao's voice came from not far away. The two of them hurriedly went over and hugged Bian Xiaoxiao, carefully examining her. Bian Xiaoxiao was already an adult. She felt very uncomfortable being hugged by her mother. What is this? Bian Ji looked at the jade stone under Bian Xiaoxiao's body and picked it up. On the jade stone was engraved the words Lu Sang Tian. There was also a key tied under the jade stone. The two of them did not dare to delay, hurriedly returning to boundless border. They were just attacked, defenseless, unaware of what was going on. What? Bian Xiaoxiao did not know either. She had been unconscious the entire time. After returning to boundless, the two handed the jade stone and the key to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the key. This was the second key he had given to eternity. Why was it here? He hurriedly looked at the jade stone's records, and his expression grew solemn. This jade stone had come from the old salamander, and it recorded in detail what had happened. Lu Yin found it hard to believe. The great Emperor Wu Huang had actually captured Bian Xiaoxiao. What? Emperor Wu Huang was definitely not that kind of person, but the old salamander had no reason to lie to him. He was going to the Myriad Beasts border to become a border ruler. Without Emperor Wu Huang, no one in the Myriad Beasts border was a match for the old salamander. Emperor Wu Huang had already been killed by the old salamander. Besides this, the old salamander also mentioned that it was not primal chaos. The reason why it looked like primal chaos was because it had seen primal chaos before. Primal chaos had come to the spiritualized universe. The old salamander had not planned on cultivating a spiritual molt, but it had accidentally seen primal chaos. That scene had deeply affected it, which was why it had taken on primal chaos's appearance. The old salamander had said all this and even given Lu Yin the Gate of Art's key in exchange for not attacking it. 8 Willows and Yi Yao's deaths had come from the old salamander, and Bian Xiaoxiao's rescue had also come from the old salamander. The old salamander had used Bian Xiaoxiao, the Gate of Art's key, and his own matters in exchange for Lu Yin not attacking it. Besides that, there was also eternity. With so many conditions, Lu Yin truly could not attack it. Also, the old salamander had become a border ruler and had promised in the Jade that the Myriad Beasts border would not become enemies with Limitless. It had lowered its status to the lowest possible level, but at the same time, it had also threatened eternity. Only then could it safely compete for the position of border ruler. The old salamander's matter was set aside for now. Lu Yin was more concerned about why Emperor Wu Huang had captured Bian Xiaoxiao. She was very ordinary and there was nothing special about her. The only thing unusual about her was that she belonged to Limitless, and she was also a child that Lu Yin had rescued in a high-profile manner from the Jade Water Palace. Thus, Emperor Wu Huang had wanted to use her to threaten him. However, Lu Yin still could not believe that Emperor Wu Huang would do such a thing. Emperor Wu Huang's tyranny was unparalleled, and his bearing was firm and fierce. He did not seem like someone who would do such a thing. At that moment, the spirit cloud stone vibrated from Zhan Ming. Lu Yin frowned and accepted the call. Lu Sangtian, what a scheme. How did you take out the key from the box? Zhan Ming's tone was interrogative, and he was rather unhappy. He felt like he had been manipulated by Lu Yin again and again. First it was Zhan Yan's key. Even if Lu Yin had given the key to someone else, he would not have told Zhan Yan about it. Now it was the key from the box. That key had clearly been taken away long ago, but this person had still pretended to threaten him. Lu Yin looked at the key and understood. Eternity did not want to confront Yu Sangtian so soon, so he had returned the keys to Lu Yin. One for Yu Sangtian, one for himself, and one for Yu Sangtian. Everything would return to normal and there would be no conflict between them. This was actually a situation that Lu Yin had expected. Eternity would not accept the second key, but that was under the premise that he was not prepared. If he was prepared to deal with Yu Sangtian, then he would have accepted it. Lu Yin had given away the second key to appease Eternity's anger from the backlash of karma, but it was also a test. He wanted to see what Eternity's current state was and whether he was confident in dealing with Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin had thought that Eternity would be confident if he accepted it. He had not expected Eternity to give it back. Could he be considered to be relieved? But since Eternity had chosen to give it back, why had he accepted it in the first place? Lu Sangtian, is there anything else to say? Do you still want to continue this act? Zhan Ming mocked. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you believe that the key is back in my hands? Zhan Ming fell silent. What, you don't believe me? Then go ask the person who told you about this. I'm sure he'll be happy to share the news. That's right, there's no need for that. This matter will probably spread throughout the spiritualized universe very quickly, Lu Yin said slowly. Zhan Ming was speechless. He was being manipulated again? He had lived his entire life, but he had never thought that he would be manipulated by juniors. There was even someone in the dark who was playing with him. They were all from the Tianyuan universe. Zhan Ming ended the conversation. Lu Yin would not lie to him about such matters. Furthermore, Lu Yin's last words had made him understand the situation. He had always known that he had been used. Otherwise, why would someone deliberately tell him about the key? However, he had not expected to be used so thoroughly. Due to the disparity in information, he had been used first by Lu Yin, and then by Meng Sangtian. Meng Sangtian had announced that Lu Yin had the key, which meant that the person behind Meng Sangtian wanted to achieve some sort of balance. What Zhan Ming needed to consider now was not their balance, but his Zhan family's need to protect the door of arts. Having the key was useless if there was no door. As long as the Zhan family protected this door, they would achieve a balance. Lu Yin put away the spirit cloud stone and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. The situation had changed. Wu Huang's sudden attack had made Lu Yin realize that he could not see the spiritualized universe clearly. Since he could not see clearly, he would wait. Not long after, news spread from the 10,000 Beasts border that the old salamander had appeared and was vying for the position of border lord. He wanted to replace Wu Huang and replace Sangtian. When the old salamander appeared, it meant that news of Wu Huang's death had spread. The 10,000 Beasts border did not believe it. Nine-tailed fox and the others, along with the spirit-molting old man hidden underground, fought against the old salamander. However, these spirit-molting beasts were far from the old salamander's match. The old salamander's true strength was enough to fight Wu Huang and Lu Yin without using the transformation of the nine heavens. Not everyone had Lu Yin's all-encompassing cultivation method. Once one was locked down by the door of 8 hands, it would be difficult to break free. The old salamander suppressed the 10,000 Beasts border with his own strength and destroyed Wu Huang's seclusion grounds. This made the 10,000 Beasts border realize that Wu Huang was no longer around. No one was a match for the old salamander. If Wu Huang was truly dead, who could lead the spiritualized universe beasts? Only the old salamander. The only problem was that the old salamander had lost to Lu Yin once. If the sky beyond sky were to be calculative, he would not be able to become Sangtian either. Whether or not he could become Sangtian was not important at the moment. Even if Wu Huang was alive, he was no longer Sangtian. The most important thing was that the spirit-molting beasts were led by absolute experts and that Lu Yin would not cause trouble for them. The 10,000 Beasts border was most worried about Lu Yin finding them. The old salamander had schemed against Wu Huang and Lu Yin, so he himself was not safe. In the end, the old salamander successfully returned to the 10,000 Beasts border. Regardless of whether they accepted him or not, they could only accept him in the end. After a period of time, They would confirm that Wu Huang was dead and that Lu Yin had not caused any trouble. The old salamander could then smoothly become the border lord. Outside the green lake in the 10,000 beasts border, the old salamander stood quietly. He still looked old, and the young salamander supported him with a look of worship. He had thought that the old salamander's lifespan was nearing its end and that he had been waiting for death. He had not expected the old salamander to set up such a huge game of chess. He had schemed against Wu Huang and even replaced him in the end. Is Wu Huang really dead? Nine-tailed fox and winged butterfly stood nearby and looked at the old salamander. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3644. The old salamander sighed. I never thought that I would be able to kill him one day. Do you not dare to believe it, or are you not willing to believe it? If Wu Huang is really dead, we will support you to become the border lord. After all, in this spiritualized universe, there is no other beast that can match you. However, we want to hear the truth. What truth? Are you sure Lu Xianxia won't cause trouble? I'm 90% sure. What about the other 10%? The old salamander was helpless. Lu Xianxia is from the Xuanhuan universe after all. His thinking is different from ours. Perhaps he wants to fight to the death. I can't do anything about it. Winged butterfly said, what about Xianxia's position? If you can't get Xianxia's position, you won't be able to use the heaven sealing array foundation. Yu Xianxia is using this to send Tianshu to keep an eye on us. We can't resist. The old salamander looked into the distance. Don't worry, the heaven sealing array foundation is mine. A few days after the old salamander returned to the 10,000 beasts border, the news of the key spread to the spiritualized universe. At the same time, the truth of the Gate of Arts was spread, which stunned the spiritualized universe's cultivators. The Gate of Arts was not only one of the 7 major factions but also a door. The law domain existed because of the Gate of Arts. The Zhan family was not the leader of the Gate of Arts but the gatekeeper. During this period there was an endless stream of news. During the battle at Fuheyuan, the spirit battle technique, the consciousness life form hiding Wu Huang's death, the old salamanders returned to the 10,000 beasts border, and now the Gate of Arts. Many cultivators did not know what was true and what was false. The Gate of Arts is a door? You must be kidding. That's what the outside world is saying. The Gate of Arts did not say anything. Actually, I always felt that the name of the Gate of Arts was very strange. So it really is a door. I heard that behind the Gate of Arts is the cultivation ground of the Supreme Pole. Is that true? If it's true, there must be a path to eternal life there. I heard that there were 3 universes since ancient times. How did the Supreme Pole cultivate to eternal life? Because all 3 universes exist and have not been rebooted. Just because you don't know that it happened doesn't mean that it didn't. Also, to open the Gate of Arts you need 3 keys. One is with Lord Yu Xianxia, one is with the Zhan family, and the last one is lost. Your information is outdated. The latest news is that Lord Yu Xianxia has one. The other 2 are in the hands of the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe. One of them is in the hands of Lu Xianxia. Are you serious? If that's the case, even Lord Yu Xianxia wouldn't be able to open the Gates of Arts so easily. After all, that Lu Xianxia. The rumors in the outside world continued to spread, and soon they spread throughout the entire spiritualized universe. For a time, the news of the expedition to Emi land was overshadowed. When Zhan Ming heard the news, he told his subordinates not to deal with it. Whether or not the truth of the Gate of Arts was revealed was not important. So what if everyone knew? Who could get close? Those who truly had the qualifications to open the Gates of Arts were still only those few people. The vegetable skeleton's foreign land reclamation, now excluding the Zhan family, it was a 3-way contest. Let's see who could gather all the keys. Right now, he was most concerned about the 10,000 beasts border. Was Wu Huang really dead? It wasn't impossible for the old salamander to kill Wu Huang. Wu Huang was severely injured in the battle at Fuheyuan, and his heaven-sealing foundation was taken away by the sky beyond sky. Even so, if Wu Huang didn't put his life on the line, the old salamander shouldn't be safe and sound. And how did the old salamander find Wu Huang? Where did Wu Huang die? Why did he leave the 10,000 beasts border? One mystery after another appeared. Even he, Xianxia, couldn't figure it out. Ever since Wu Huang came to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin and the rest went from being familiar with the spiritualized universe to being unfamiliar with it. It was like a circle returning to the starting point. As for Zhan Ming and the rest, they were also unfamiliar with the spiritualized universe. There was a truth in the spiritualized universe that even Sang Tian couldn't see clearly. This truth might be related to the strange scene on the day of sacrifice spirit. When he thought of this, he took out the spirit cloud stone. After pondering for a moment, he contacted Lu Yin. I want to know what the strange scene you saw on the day of sacrifice spirit was. Lu Yin raised his brows. You're suddenly asking this. It seems like you don't know much about the spiritualized universe. Lu Sang Tian, you hold the key and I hold the door. Our cooperation isn't active or passive. I've already shown my sincerity, and I hope that you can show your sincerity as well, Zhan Ming said in a low voice. Lu Yin smiled. Zhan Ming was anxious, but it made sense. Everything that happened outside was getting stranger and stranger. In the past, Sang Tian thought that he could control everything. The Zhan family's intelligence network allowed them to know everything about the spiritualized universe. Now Wu Huang had suddenly died in a baffling manner. The old salamander wasn't injured at all, and Yu Sang Tian didn't react at all. He even stripped Wu Huang of his position and took away his heaven-sealing foundation. It was as if Wu Huang had been killed. If Wu Huang was in such a state, Zhan Ming naturally felt even more uneasy. I understand you. To be honest, I don't know why Wu Huang died, why he left the 10,000 beasts border, why he was found by the old salamander, and why Yu Sang Tian took away his heaven-sealing foundation. I feel like there's something behind all of this, but I'm just like you. I don't know anything, Lu Yin said. The conflicts of interest that existed in the spiritualized universe weren't caused by Wu Huang. Before Wu Huang had arrived, the conflicts in this universe hadn't stopped. The old salamander had secretly schemed against Wu Huang for so long, so he definitely had some ability. However, Yu Sang Tian and Eternity were involved, which Lu Yin couldn't understand. He could only guess that the ninth firmament universe was behind all of this. Zhan Ming took a deep breath. I just want to know what you saw on the day of the spirit sacrifice. What was it? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. Zhan Ming's voice turned cold and threatening. Do you really understand my gate of laws? I can tell you that if I'm willing, the law domains won't be open to the public. Even Yu Sang Tian won't be able to easily invade. Once I close the law domains, the key and the sequence foundation will have nothing to do with you. Are you threatening me? I just want to see your sincerity. Lu Yin laughed. Then close it. I can't ask for more. With that, he ended the conversation. Zhan Ming was one of the 7 great Sang Tians, but he was already panicking. Wu Huang's death had shocked him. One Sang Tian had died just like that. Yi Shang had been captured, Bao Qi had died in battle, and Meng Sang Tian seemed to be under someone else's control. Zhan Ming's unease grew. If he couldn't see the spiritualized universe clearly, then the only thing he could do was close the gate of laws and wait until he saw it clearly. This was because he didn't know who was friend and foe. Lu Yin had already finished what he needed the gate of laws to do, and Zhan Ming couldn't spread the news of their cooperation. After all, he didn't really want to become enemies with Lu Yin, so he had closed the law domains to protect himself. Zhan Ming had been feigning civility with the foolish old man while cooperating with Yi Shang. He had thought that he understood the spiritualized universe and had the bearing of Sang Tian. There was a trace of sadness. Wu Huang had been domineering, but he had died without knowing why, which was even more tragic. What was behind all of this? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Yu Sang Tian was a powerhouse who could sweep through the Tianyuan universe, but he had been bestowed with a favor. Those who knew the truth felt that the ninth firmament universe was suppressing the spiritualized universe. Even Zhan Ming, who didn't know the truth, wanted to protect himself. Lu Yin also didn't know where he would go in the future. Now, it seemed that his greatest enemy might not be the spiritualized universe. On the second day after Lu Yin's conversation with Zhan Ming, the law domains announced that they would be closed for 10,000 years. This news was like a boulder crashing into a lake, and it caused even more people to discuss it. They didn't understand what had happened that would cause the law domains to be closed. In history, the law domains had been closed before, but that was to allow time for the creation of the sequence foundations. Now, the expedition to the universe of consciousness was imminent, but the law domains had been closed at this time. Thinking back to Wu Huang's death and the rumors about the gate of laws and the key, people couldn't help but speculate. Yu Sang Tian hadn't expected the law domains to be closed. He personally went to the law domains and saw the first of the 10 sequence, Jinluan. Jinluan was ranked first among the 10 base sequences and would forever protect the law domains. Everyone thought that the law domains protected the law domains because the law domains created the base sequences, but that was only one of the reasons. The other reason was the Gate of Arts. Jianghu protected both the law domains and the Gate of Laws. Lu Yin couldn't conceal his aura and enter because of the Jianghu. Now even Xianxia was blocked outside by the Jianghu. He hadn't expected Zhan Ming to be so decisive and directly seal the law domains. Did he know something? Zhan Ming had clearly asked the entire spiritualized universe to surround and kill Wu Jiang, but now he had sealed the law domains. Xianxia watched for a while before leaving. The Jianghu had just been sealed and wasn't stable yet. He could only talk to Zhan Ming after it stabilized. The expedition to the universe of consciousness would never give up. They had finally found the land of intense soil, and even if the Gate of Laws didn't act, the others would be enough. But the Zhan family would definitely have to pay a price for backing out. At first, the news of the land of intense soil and Xianxia's mobilization had caused countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe to fight their way to the universe of consciousness. But as more and more news appeared, it was like cold water had been poured over them, and the spiritualized universe had calmed down. There had to be something behind all this news. The law domains had been sealed, and the other great forces had all quieted down and watched. Now, even if Xianxia asked the entire spiritualized universe to surround and kill Wu Jiang, not many people would act. The more unclear the situation was, the less intelligent people would act, and those who did wouldn't be much of a threat to Wu Jiang. The spiritualized universe was shrouded in a layer of fog, and it was only waiting for a strong wind to blow it away. This strong wind didn't blow towards the entire spiritualized universe, but towards Wu Jiang. Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at the jade in his hand. This jade had come from a spiritualized beast from the myriad beasts territory. That spiritualized beast had the surname Wu, and it was a descendant of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu had asked his descendant to bring Lu Yin a jade that recorded a few things. These things made Lu Yin's heart heavy. Emperor Wu's transformation of the 9 heavens had come from a powerhouse named Xuanhuan. This Xuanhuan was one of the 9 heavens gods of defense. Emperor Wu had come to the 100 Grass region to capture Bian Xiaoxiao in order to lure Lu Yin to a certain place, the Beast of Tomorrow's Palm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3645. Wu Huang hadn't done this just to repay the favor of Jiutian. I don't want Myriad Beast's border to follow in Wei Territory's footsteps. I won't return this time, and the enmity between Myriad Beast's border and Wu Huang will disappear the moment I die. Remember, there's always a sky beyond a sky. These were the last words in the jade. Lu Yin crushed the jade and clasped his hands behind his back. He had guessed correctly that Wu Huang leaving Myriad Beast's border to capture Bian Xiaoxiao had something to do with Jiutian universe. Earlier, Ru Mu had wanted to bring Lu Yin to the palm of the Tomorrow Beast, saying that it was located at Divine Mount Tongyu. When she had said that, Xianxia had acted, and the timing had been perfect. At that time, Lu Yin had been trying to guess what was in the palm. When he had gone to Beyond Heaven, he had taken a look at the palm and felt a chill that had confirmed his suspicions. Now Wu Huang had captured Bian Xiaoxiao to lure him to Tomorrow Beast's palm, but he had been killed by the old salamander along the way. Wu Huang had wanted to die, but how had the old salamander found him? Xianxia had taken away the sky-sealing foundation ahead of time, and everything was related to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan and Xianxia were both lesser deities, and they were both fighting for the vacant greater deity position. Could Tomorrow Beast's palm reach Jiutian universe? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Xuanhuan wanted to lure him to Jiutian universe, but why? Wu Huang would rather die than do such a thing. His favor wasn't enough to force him to do such a thing, and he would rather die than do such a thing. There was only one reason. Wei Territory's footsteps. Lu Yin waved his hand, and a map of the 36 regions appeared. Wei Territory was at the bottom of the word Ling. What did Wei Territory's footsteps mean? Lu Yin desperately wanted to know, so he left 100 Grass region and headed south. As soon as he left, a middle-aged man came to Wu Huang and asked to see Lu Yin. Someone had come to Beyond Heaven and asked to see Xianxia. Lan didn't recognize this person, and his cultivation wasn't high, only at the spirit realm. However, when he arrived, Xianxia asked her to receive him. Soon that person arrived outside the Extreme Palace and then walked in. Lan was shocked. Not just anyone could enter G Palace, but this person had actually entered. Who was he? She had to investigate. The light in the Extreme Palace was dim. The newcomer looked at the other end of the corridor and said, Wu Huang's death was your doing. Xianxia's voice rang out. No. First, he took away the No Emperor Xianxia's position and took away the heaven-sealing foundation. Then he told the old salamander about the No Emperor's whereabouts. Take away Xianxia's position because he lost. The sky ceiling foundation can only be used by Xianxia. This is Xianxia's right. As for the old salamander finding Emperor Wuhuang, that's his ability. Alright, there will be more coincidences in the Wei region. It's time for this spiritualized universe to change. I'm not in your way. You want to break the contract? You, on the other hand, didn't guess wrongly. Wuhuang's change in the 9 heavens came from you. But I'm very curious, on what basis did you open the 9 heavens for Wuhuang? Even if Emperor Wuhuang is no match for you and me, he's not so bad that you can open the 9 skies. After a pause, Yu Sangtian continued, let me guess, is it Star Sail? Your alliance is not just about the Wei region. The person sneered, you think you're smart? Then guess where the next coincidence will happen? Yu Sangtian added, then why don't you take a guess? Is Grandmaster Qingqiao back? The person's expression changed. The Ji Palace fell into a short silence. After a while, Yu Sangtian spoke. The old salamander is now under the Eternal. The Eternal is the strongest in the Tianyuan universe. His killing of the No Emperor has nothing to do with me. Why do you break the contract with me? I still want to find the Eternal and get rid of him. I won't interfere with any of your actions. The person's tone was low. You want to use me to deal with the Eternal? I won't interfere with your matters, but the Eternal is different. He seems to have something he wants to use Lu Yin for, Yu Sangtian said indifferently. The person looked at Yu Sangtian deeply. It's just the Eternal. It doesn't matter. I'll just get rid of him. It's ridiculous that you want to use Master Grass to suppress me. He won't dare to do anything to me. See, Luke? On the other side, Lu Yin came to the lower part of the word spirit. It used to be where the Wei region was, but what he saw was not the Wei region but the Mian region. The Wei region had been replaced by the Mian region, and it had disappeared from the 36 filaments. The 36 filaments could be replaced as long as the parallel spacetime of the spiritualized universe exceeded the parallel spacetime of the current filament. However, this rarely happened because the current filament was in the spiritualized universe. It had the resources and connections of the spiritualized universe, so it could not be replaced so easily. Even the Wei region, which was considered one of the weakest filaments of the 36 filaments, was not easy to replace. But now, the Wei region had been replaced and there had been no news of it before. Lu Yin landed in the Mian region and met the Mian region lord. The Mian region lord was a hunchbacked old man, and he was extremely respectful when he saw Lu Yin. Greetings, Lord Lu Sangtian. I did not expect you to come to the Mian region. Please forgive us if we have not received you well. The old man led a group of Mian region cultivators to welcome him. Many of them were young and beautiful, and they looked at Lu Yin with reverence. They did not care about the conflict between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. They only knew that Lu Sangtian was extremely powerful and was one of the most powerful people in the spiritualized universe. He was second only to Yu Sangtian. The arrival of such a person made the Mian region uneasy. What about the Wei region? Lu Yin asked. The hunchbacked old man's face was pale, and he did not understand why Lu Yin was asking this. He was worried that Lu Yin was looking for trouble, so he hurriedly said, My lord, please investigate. The Mian region did not replace the Wei region on its own accord. We only filled in after the Wei region disappeared. We did not have any conflicts with the Wei region. This old man admires the Wei region lord very much and will not have any thoughts about the Wei region. Lu Yin stared at the old man. You said that the Wei region disappeared on its own? The hunchbacked old man nodded. Yes, it disappeared on its own. We only filled in after receiving notice. Who notified you? Lan? That was Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked at the old man. How much do you know about the Wei region? Tell me the truth. The old man did not dare to hide anything and told Lu Yin everything he knew about the Wei region. He knew the Wei region very well because it was one of the wisest choices to replace the 36 filaments. It would be a lie to say that they did not want to replace the Wei region, but they did not have the strength to do so. He was only a spirit ancestor and had not reached the level of a spiritual spell. He was not a match for the Wei region lord. He was very nervous about suddenly filling in the Wei region. He was even more terrified when he saw Lu Yin. His mind was blank when it came to such a big figure, and he only wanted to tell Lu Yin everything he knew. Through the old man, Lu Yin gradually understood the Wei region, but there was nothing strange about it and it was not worth his attention. The only strange thing was that it had disappeared in a strange manner. The Mian region lord had searched for it after filling in the Wei region, but he could not find it. Lu Yinyin left the Mian region and tried to find the Wei region. He even asked Old Tao to contact Skyhand. However, it was as if the Wei region had never existed and had completely disappeared. This did not cause much of a stir in the spiritualized universe, as if someone had suppressed it. Lu Yin searched for half a month but he could not find it at all. Only then did he return to the 100 Herb region. Something must have happened in the Wei region. Emperor Wu did not want to follow in the Wei region's footsteps, so he grabbed Bian Xiaoxiao and lured Lu Yin to the Sun Beast. The Wei region's disappearance was related to the Jiuxiao universe and Xingfan. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Emperor Wu would not seek death if he had a choice. He had seen the Jiuxiao universe and the spiritualized universe clearly. In the Zhikong region, Old Yu raised his hand and connected the call with the spirit cloud stone. What happened to the Wei region? Lu Yin's voice came from the other side. Old Yu frowned. If I say I don't know, would you believe me? No. Old Yu was helpless. I really don't know. Some things are out of my control. The person behind you must know. Lu Yin's voice came from the other side. Old Yu smiled bitterly. Not necessarily. You have underestimated the temptation of that position. You mean the others have made a move? I really don't know. Some things are better if you don't know. Old Yu ended the call after he finished speaking. Although Old Yu did not say much, Lu Yin had a rough idea of the situation. Someone from the Jiuxiao universe had made a move. Emperor Wu's death was related to Lu Yin, so it must be related to the person behind Ru Mu. Yu Sangtian's move and this person's move were related to the position of Supreme Defense God. However, Lu Yin did not know how they were competing with each other. Old Yu might really not know. This old man was just a mouthpiece placed in the spiritualized universe by the Jiuxiao universe, just like Lan's position in the sky beyond sky. The spirit cloud stone vibrated from the Su Master sect. The Su Master sect wanted to know what had happened, but they could not get an answer from Lu Yin. Lu Yin returned to the 100 Herb territory with a heavy heart. When he had set off from the Tianyuan universe, he had thought that the enemy was the spiritualized universe. Other than Yu Sangtian, there was also Master Qing Chao. Even if he was not a match for the spiritualized universe, he could at least see the enemy. But now, the existence of the Jiuxiao universe might bring about a turnaround or the abyss. He must have been targeted by someone from the Jiuxiao universe. This person should be the Supreme Defense God. Master, someone wants to see you. He says that he knows something about the Wei territory, Old Tao said respectfully. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bring him here. The middle-aged man ascended Wujiang and arrived at the forbidden area of the spiritualized universe. Some people also saw Wujiang as their last hope because it took in people who were in desperate straits. Originally, he hadn't thought about coming to the boundless border. He had only wanted to join the Seven Forces by defeating the leader of the Wei region. However, the leader of the Wei region had made him think about the boundless border. Most importantly, he knew that the leader of the Wei region was right. Only the boundless border could give him hope for a breakthrough. Xiejiang greets Lu Sangtian. The middle-aged man saw Lu Yin and hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin was like an ordinary person. He did not have the overwhelming aura that Xiejiang thought he had. However, he knew that at Lu Sangtian's level, he did not need to use his aura to suppress others. You know about the Wei territory? Yes. At that time, this lowly one was coincidentally outside the Wei region. However, I was looking at the Wei region and saw everything clearly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3646. Xiejiang told Lu Yin everything he had seen, and the more Lu Yin listened, the heavier his expression became. How could there be such a way to die when a spirit seed left one's body? Xiejiang was terrified as well, as the scene had been too shocking. He felt like he had seen the spiritualized universe's greatest secret. Along the way, Wujiang had wanted to join not only because he wanted to cultivate, but also because he had felt that he would fall into a desperate situation and that only Wujiang could save him. Even as a spirit progenitor, he did not know what he had seen. Xiejiang did not say much, and after he finished speaking, he was taken away. Lu Yin had allowed him to join Wujiang. Lu Yin stood in place with a spirit seed in his hand. No wonder Wu Huang had been forced to do such a thing. He had been afraid that the myriad beast border would end up like the Wei territory, where all the cultivators would die after their spirit seeds left their bodies. If that really happened, then the spiritualized beasts would never be able to make a comeback. Which Xingfan had done such a thing? Xingfan had threatened Wu Huang with this matter. Did Xuanhuan have the ability to cause all the spiritualized cultivator spirit seeds to leave their bodies? In that case, was using spirit seeds to cultivate still considered cultivation? Why did it feel more like a scam? Spirit seeds would not leave their bodies for no reason. Either the ninth firmament universe was using this to threaten the spiritualized universe, or the spirit seeds themselves were helpful to the ninth firmament universe. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the 7 karmic lands, the 7 giant funnels, the word spirit, and the liquid formed by the spirit seed in his heart. Could it be that? The void in his heart was released, and Lu Yin looked at the liquid on the ground. There was still very little of it. The first time he had seen it, it was only the size of a palm. Now, because of the increase in spirit seeds, especially the ones given to him by the Chamber of Commerce, it should eventually reach the size of a human body. However, it still needed time and it was still liquefying. If spirit seeds could turn into liquid, then the liquid in the funnels could also be formed by spirit seeds. After a spiritualized cultivator died, their spirit seeds would also disappear. No one had ever investigated where they disappeared to. This was only seen on the surface, but in reality, it was not that no one had investigated. It was just that they could not find out. Those spirit seeds might have turned into liquid in the funnels and been taken away by the ninth firmament universe every time there was a sacrifice. According to this theory, when a cultivator died, their spirit seeds would turn into liquid. Then what about the Wei territory? The 9 clouds universe could forcibly take away the spirit seeds and cause the cultivator to die. This was another situation. It was a method of using the spiritualized universe as a sacrifice. It could allow the spiritualized universe to live or die. Who could do such a thing? Inferior defense deity or superior defense deity? What was the position of Master Greengrass? Since Emperor Wu dared to walk out of the 10,000 beasts border to lure him into the tomorrow beast's palm, without Yu Sangtian's approval, he wouldn't be able to get close to the tomorrow beast. Then, did that mean that Yu Sangtian agreed because of what happened to the Wei region? However, the old salamander had stopped Emperor Wu midway and prevented this from happening. Perhaps this was Yu Sangtian's counterattack. Lu Yin gradually saw through the veins, and this veins also corresponded to what the foolish old man had said. The person behind the game was a strong cultivator from the 9 clouds universe. He must be the defense god. Yu Sangtian was one, Xuanhuan was another, and as for the others he didn't know. Lu Yin just felt sad for Emperor Wu. He was a powerful cultivator who was qualified to challenge Yu Sangtian, but he had died in a game. If not for Xuanhuan's threat, Emperor Wu would have been able to recover and challenge Yu Sangtian again. If he could restart the universe in the future, he would have been qualified to step into the eternal realm. However, such an expert had died for no apparent reason, and the reason for his death was unknown to outsiders. Lu Yin exhaled deeply. The spiritualized universe was too passive compared to the 9 clouds universe. It was so passive that even Yu Sangtian could die casually. Zhan Ming, Su Shidao, and the others didn't know anything about it. The spiritualized universe was a strong enemy of the Tianyuan universe, but this enemy was even more pitiful than the Tianyuan universe. At least, the Tianyuan universe didn't have a spirit seed sacrifice. The 9 clouds universe controlled the spiritualized universe's life and death, and the spiritualized universe was just a puppet. The foolish old man was right. Yu Sangtian had been bestowed with favor. For the position of superior defense deity, both the 9 clouds universe and the spiritualized universe would fight for it, and this fight would become more and more obvious. But what role did Lu Yin play in this? If it was Xuanhuan who had forced Wu Huang into the tomorrow beast's palm, then Xuanhuan could very well be the person behind Ru Mu. Why would he want Lu Yin to go to the tomorrow beast's palm? Previously, he had guessed that the tomorrow beast's palm could lead him to the 9 clouds universe. If that was the case, why would Xuanhuan want Lu Yin to go there? If Lu Yin went, how would it help him fight for the position of superior defense deity? Did he help Wu Huang because of this? Seeing that Wu Huang had been defeated, he targeted Lu Yin? No, Ru Mu had already come to his side. Then why? There was too little information. Only the foolish old man, the 9th spirit, Yu Sangtian, and a few others knew, but these people wouldn't tell him. Lu Yin had to figure out his position in this so that he could plan for the future. Otherwise, the 36 filaments would follow in the footsteps of the Wei territory. Although Wu Jiang didn't cultivate a spirit seed, the 9 clouds universe's power was enough to destroy him. There was no need to act personally. As long as he was in this universe, he couldn't escape the 9 clouds universe's pressure. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. Whether the liquid in the funnel was a spirit seed's liquid could be verified. If it was the same type, then the funnel could hold that liquid. His own liquid could also be held by the funnel. What would happen if he was wrapped in liquid? Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped out of Wujiang and headed for the Grand Domain. In the past he had always gone to the Intent Realm. Now that Wu Wei was in his hands, he had no reason to go to the Intent Realm. Naturally, he would go to the Grand Domain because there were spirit seeds there. The outside world knew that he was collecting spirit seeds to limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe. This was a good reason. Of course, he would try his best not to let others know that he was going to the Grand Domain. But once the outside world found out, the reason would be useful. The so-called preemptive strike was just an extra layer of preparation. If he mysteriously went to the myriad beasts border and was exposed, how would he explain it? Lu Yin wouldn't underestimate the spiritualized universe. In the Grand Domain, the Yi family occupied a large area. Lu Yin appeared on a mountain range outside the Yi family and looked ahead. The Yi family had borrowed Yi Shang's glory. Although Yi Shang had been stripped of his position, the Yi family's foundation still remained, and they still controlled the Grand Domain's Chamber of Commerce unless Yi Shang died. Now that Lu Yin had taken Yi Shang away from the ruined garden, the spiritualized universe knew that the Yi family was the most nervous. If Yi Shang died or never appeared again, the Yi family would definitely be replaced. There were too many people eyeing the Yi family's position, and they didn't trust Rong Xiang at all. Lu Yin stepped into the mountain range and the mountain seemed to melt. Lu Yin stopped in the middle of the mountain range, and his consciousness opened the 9 heavens behind him as he slashed with the azure sword. At the same time, a spiral revolved around his fingertip as he tapped out. The 7 powers were the 7 karmic locations of the spiritualized universe. Although Lu Yin hadn't tried to see the karma in the other 6 locations, there were definitely some. Karma collided with the azure sword and the world rumbled. Only Lu Yin could hear it and his vision turned white. The next moment, Lu Yin saw the Karma City wall and the giant funnel that covered the horizon. Even further away, Karma was connected. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the liquid formed from the spirit seed in the void above his heart boiled. A drop flew out and headed for the funnel, instantly disappearing into it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He reached out, and the spirit seed's liquid coiled around his palm as if it had a mind of its own. He grabbed the funnel with one hand. An indescribable feeling washed over him. Soft? Hard? Neither. It felt more like he was grasping air, and it felt like he could pierce through it at any time, but he would never be able to. Immortal Wood's strange fate. Lu Yin had grabbed the funnel, which meant that he had grasped karma. Suddenly, the funnel shook, and the spiritualized universe's 36 filaments shook as well. It was as if an earthquake had occurred in the entire spiritualized universe. Within the Zenith Palace and beyond heaven, Xianxia suddenly walked out and looked into the distance, his eyes filled with suppressed excitement. You didn't disappoint me. Continue. I want to see how far you can go. The skies of the grand universal territory darkened, and the firmament pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. Countless people looked up in shock, but there was nothing there. It also felt like something was about to fall. Lu Yin hurriedly let go and the scene in front of him changed. The funnel disappeared and so did the Karma City wall. Everything that he had seen vanished in an instant. He looked at his right hand. He had indeed grabbed the funnel. The funnel formed by karma had caused the spiritualized universe to shake. No, the commotion was too great. He wasn't sure if Xianxia had noticed that he was the one who had caused it. At this moment, the entire spiritualized universe was probably searching for the source of the change. The liquid in his hand almost didn't feel anything, but he had relied on this liquid to grab the funnel. As expected, the liquid in the funnel was the spirit seed. He recalled the lotus vines that Baixianer had planted, which had tyrannically absorbed the surrounding nutrients. At this moment, the 9 firmaments universe was using the spiritualized universe as nutrients to continuously nourish the 9 firmaments universe itself. This was how the eternal realm's superior deity had been born, who was comparable to the 5 inferior deities of Xianxia. Xianxia was extremely powerful, and the 9 firmaments universe had 4 of them. It was simply terrifying. Lu Yin believed that the 9 firmaments universe's overall strength would definitely surpass the spiritualized universe, and of course, it would also surpass the Xuanhuan universe. Using an entire universe's cultivation system to nourish one was truly domineering. Now, it seemed like the spiritualized universe's unified cultivation system might not have been voluntary. Perhaps the 9 firmaments universe was behind this. So what was Grandmaster Qingqiao trying to do? The 9 firmaments changed and the zenith sword slashed down once again. Lu Yin's left hand was wrapped in a karma spiral, and they collided. He didn't touch the funnel anymore as the commotion was too great. However, he could still touch the Karma City wall. He could only see part of the Karma City wall, and he couldn't see anything beyond that. He didn't know how far it stretched, but since it was a city wall, he could break it open. In any case, it was karma. The world rumbled and a white light flashed. Lu Yin saw the Karma City wall, and his left hand was wrapped in liquid as he grabbed it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3647. The spiritualized universe was silent, and Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. There wasn't much of a commotion when he touched the karmic wall, which was great. He had studied it and found that as long as he touched the wall, this phenomenon would not disappear. So where should he start? He wanted to start scaling the wall. Lu Yin felt that this karmic wall was very strange. It wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. Any cultivator would be able to climb over it as long as they reminded him. What was this wall defending against? Or was it encircling something? Lu Yin didn't care. He only knew that this was karma, and since it was karma, he should be able to increase his own karma. There was a crack. A piece of karma was pried open from the wall and placed in a corner. Lu Yin grabbed it and blinked as he looked at it. This piece of karma could be considered a karma brick and it could be pried open. Although this was his goal, when he pried it open he felt that it wasn't real. This was karma. It was already inconceivable for karma to form a wall. Lu Yin took a deep breath and threw the karma brick into the void where his heart was. It quickly cracked open at a visible rate and then transformed into karma spirals that whizzed out and disappeared. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He could feel that his karma had increased by a tiny bit, but it was very difficult to detect. It was far from the karma of a cultivator. This karma brick was similar to the karma of an ordinary person for 100 years. It was very small, but it could increase his karma. If Lu Yin wanted to increase his karma through someone else, he would have to force that person into the hell of appointment platform and make them suffer the pain of karma. Only then would he be able to gradually release that karma and increase his karma. Those who entered would be in great pain, and even a powerhouse like Castellan Fong would not be willing to endure. Ordinary people had their own hardships, and cultivators had their own hardships. Lu Yin could not force an innocent person into the hell of appointment platform to increase his karma. Thus, his karma had expanded very slowly. It was only after the battle at the abyss of space that he had been able to resist the karma backlash. Now this karma brick could be increased. Although it was very small, the wall was very large and there were many bricks. Lu Yin felt encouraged and started to pry open the brick. The more karma he increased, the stronger this force would become. He was very clear on how powerful this force was. If it could make Xianxia feel apprehensive and Grandmaster Qing Chao say that it was enough to step into the eternal realm. Perhaps one day he would be able to tear down all of those walls and increase his own karma, then his karma would transform. Since coup adversity existed in the universe, there must be a way to step into the eternal life realm without rebooting the universe. The ancestor had once touched that threshold, and with the path of karma he would be able to do it in the future. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Yin had been digging through the bricks, but his speed wasn't fast because the spirit seed elixir would wear him out. Fortunately, there were still tens of trillions of spirit seeds left on the land. They were all from the bets of the battle at the source of the Fu River, so they could last for a long time. The spirit seed liquid could last, but the time needed to conquer the universe of consciousness might not. Xianxia had announced his expedition to the consciousness universe on the day of the sacrifice spirit day. Almost a year had passed since then, and this was because he had asked the Archregent to maintain the battleship, as well as to deal with the threat of the consciousness life forms hidden in the parallel universe. Otherwise they would have set off long ago. Xianxia's determination to kill his way to Yi was firm. When the time came, Wu Jiang would have to follow as well. The Earth of Yi was a trap meant to kill Xianxia, and Lu Yin did not want Wu Jiang to suffer the same fate. Right now he had just found a way to increase the karma heavenly Tao. Even though it was a bit bitter and he had to dig up bricks, he could still see hope. How could he just leave like this? There were no bricks in the consciousness universe for him to dig. He had to think of a way to stall for time. In these 2 months, Lu Yin had been in a dilemma. While digging through bricks, he thought about the current situation. Digging through bricks was physical work and his mind was free. He thought of a way, but it depended on whether the other party was willing to cooperate. If it went well, not only could he see the situation clearly, but he could also bring about a change for the Tianyuan universe. Sitting in the Grand Mountain Range, Lu Yin took out the Spirit Cloud Stone and contacted Meng Sang Tian. Soon the Spirit Cloud Stone connected. I want to talk to the Eternal. Meng Xianxia was silent for a moment. 3 days later. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Okay. 3 days later, the spirit cloud stone vibrated, and a strange voice came from the other side. Lu Yin was familiar with it. I guessed that you would be looking for me. Lu Yin looked at the spirit cloud stone. Your voice has changed and so has your person. The cultivation of spirit seeds is indeed strange and I have indeed changed. Lu Yin said, what if I tell you that the spirit seeds are just offerings? What's the surprise? The Eternal's voice was calm. Lu Yin frowned. You know? The Eternal laughed. You underestimate me. Since I am working with the spiritualized universe, of course I have to see them clearly. What they cannot see, I have to see even more clearly. Even so, you still dare to cultivate with spirit seeds? Lu Yin asked. The Eternal said, they are both spirit seeds and turbid treasures. Lu Yin understood, your spirit seeds cannot be taken away by the star sail. You already know about the star sail? You know because of Fengbua? Fengbua comes from the Nine Heavens universe. Didn't you give his information to the Ninth Spirit? If not, why would the Ninth Spirit keep an eye on Meng Xianxia? Lu Yin did not deny it. It's a pity that Fengbua is dead. Otherwise I could have watched a good show. What did he want to say before he died? I regret not letting him say it. On a certain planet, the Eternal looked behind him. Fengbua heard Lu Yin's words and his expression changed. He could only lower his head in front of the Eternal. The Eternal looked at him and continued, other than that, what else do you know? Why are you contacting me? Lu Yin said, I don't know how much you know about the Nine Heavens universe, but understanding is understanding and standing is standing. My stand is against them. I can tell you clearly, the Eternal said. Lu Yin nodded. You seem to be against everyone. The Eternal smiled faintly. But now I am on the same side as you. Don't forget I said that this spiritualized universe is our third battlefield, the Boulder's Dao debate. I even helped you. Then we should throw out the irrelevant people. What do you want to do? Some people like to hide behind the scenes thinking that victory is in their grasp. How can it be so easy? They all hide and let us sing in front of the stage. I want to pull them all up on stage. If they want to sing, let's sing together. It won't be easy. The standpoints of the Nine Heavens universe and the spiritualized universe make it impossible for them to go up on stage. But they are already on stage. Wuhuang's death? Right, how did you know there was a problem with the spirit seeds? So this is your main reason for contacting me? When you saw the 6 zones of calamity, did you feel the same way? Lu Yin admitted that when he learned the truth about the Wei territory, he felt the same way when he saw the 6 zones of calamity. He felt powerless because the forces he faced were too strong. In the past, when he faced the Eternals, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Now, it was the same for the Nine Heavens universe. No matter what his current cultivation was, even if he could fight Xianxia, there was still more than one eternal realm above him. But he had experienced this feeling before. No matter how desperate he was, he dared to continue. Lu Yin slowly said, Wuhuang died in a game between 2 imperial gods of the Nine Heavens universe. The Eternal listened quietly. There were some things he did not know about the Nine Heavens universe's situation from Count of the Wind. The spiritualized universe's situation was no longer under his control, so he was willing to cooperate with Lu Yin. Some people pushed them to the front of the stage, but no one knew what was hidden behind the scenes. He was the same as Lu Yin. How could he tolerate this? Each of them had their own wishful thinking and thought that they had everything under control. They did not care about the spiritualized universe at all. Then they would see who would be the chess player in the end. Count of the Wind watched the conversation between the Eternal and Lu Yin and felt baffled. The two who were once enemies were now working together. If news of this spread back to the Xuanhuan universe, who would believe it? He could not tell what their cooperation would bring to the spiritualized universe. He knew how powerful the Nine Heavens universe was, and he also knew the methods of these two. Count of the Wind was looking forward to seeing what would happen in the end. Not long after, Lu Yin walked out of the Grand Domain and headed for the southbound realm. In the southbound realm, the valley had already been restored. The Ninth Spirit lived here. After Lu Yin arrived, he entered the valley without hesitation. Here he saw Qingyun and Qingxiao. These two had followed him to travel the spiritualized universe. When the Ninth Spirit returned, they were told that they could leave. Previously, Meng Xianxia had gone to Wujiang to negotiate with the Eternal. At that time they were still there, but now they had returned to the valley. Seeing Lu Yin appear, the two were shocked. Didn't you say that we could leave? You're here to capture us so soon? Lu Yin looked at them and smiled as he had completely forgotten about Qing Yun. This girl's physique that could reverse karma was extremely rare, and he had studied it for a while. However, he had not been able to understand it, so he had let them go. Now it was fate. Hand? Lu Yin sat in the valley's garden, rocking on a recliner. Beside him, the fragrance of tea wafted. Qing Yun instinctively extended her hand to Lu Yin. She was used to it. Qing Xiao held the tea and looked at Lu Yin strangely. What did this guy want? The southbound realm was also one of the 7 major powers. The Karma City wall could also be seen here. This meant that one could also dig bricks here, but only when the 9th spirit was not around. More than 10 days later, the 9th spirit returned. She had received a call from Qing Xiao. When she returned, she saw Lu Yin sitting casually on the recliner, holding Qing Yun's hand as he ate tea. He looked carefree. Why have you come to my southbound realm? Lu Yin turned to greet her. We meet again, 9th spirit. The 9th spirit frowned. She glanced at Qing Yun and Qing Xiao, dismissing them. But Lu Yin grabbed Qing Yun's hand. No need to leave. We have nothing to hide. Qing Yun pursed her lips and looked helplessly at the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit stared at Lu Yin. I've said all that needs to be said. I thought we would not cross paths. Lu Yin ate his tea. You found Count of the Wind? I will. You even lost Meng Sang Tian. Given your strength, you should not have lost him. The 9th spirit took out her wine gourd, shook it, and took a swig. This is my business. You should worry about your own. The first clan, what do you think of Wu Huang's death? Lu Yin asked. I'll stand and watch. Then I'll sit and watch. Perhaps it will be your turn soon. Thank you for your kind words. I won't leave. The 9th spirit started, looking at Lu Yin. What do you mean? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3648. Lu Yin shrugged. Didn't you say that it would be my turn soon? Then I won't leave. Let's stay together. No one will come looking for me, right? The 9th spirit was unhappy. You are not welcome here. Lu Yin laughed. Has the entire spiritualized universe ever welcomed me? The 9th spirit said, I don't care about the spiritualized universe's position. What happens in the outside world is none of my business. But in this valley I can control it. Leave immediately. Lu Yin's lips curled. And if I don't? The 9th spirit's gaze was cold as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared back at her, but neither spoke. After a while, the 9th spirit turned to leave. Then I'll leave. She quickly left. Qing Xiao looked at Lu Yin. The 9th spirit is a woman of her word. If she says she will leave, she will definitely leave. I know. Lu Yin did not mind and grabbed Qing Yun's hand. Qing Xiao said, Then you won't chase? Lu Yin did not understand. Why should I? Aren't you here to find the 9th spirit? If you don't, it will be too late, Qing Xiao said. Lu Yin looked at him with a half-smile. No, I'm here to find you. You really are here to capture my sister, Qing Xiao blurted out. Lu Yin laughed and did not explain, continuing to relax. Qing Xiao looked bitterly at Qing Yun. Qing Yun looked back at Lu Yin, not understanding. What was this person up to? She could see that he was not here for them, but he was not looking for the 9th spirit either. Strange. In space, the 9th spirit looked back. He was a scoundrel. Many things had happened in the outside world, especially Emperor Wu's death. Although the whole story had not been leaked, it was easy to guess that it had something to do with the lower deity. Because Emperor Wu's change in the 9 heavens must have come from the 9 heavens universe. The old salamander had become the border lord, but Lu Yin had not acted. Something must have happened. Either there was an exchange of benefits or there was mutual concern. No matter what had happened, the 9 heavens universe could not be avoided. It was just that ordinary people could not see it. She had only wanted to find Count of the Wind in the spiritualized universe, and had not wanted to participate in the fight for the position of upper deity. The lower deity behind her did not want to fight either. She had not expected Lu Yin to come to her. Troublesome. Elsewhere, Meng Sang Tian had shaken the 9th spirit and come to the wise old Yu. The foolish old man didn't expect Meng Sang Tian to look for him. Now they all knew that Meng Sang Tian was backed by the Eternal. Even though he was one of the 7 great Sang Tians, he didn't live up to his name. If Meng Sang Tian wanted to, he could take it away at any time. Many people were staring at Meng Sang Tian's position. He wouldn't be able to stay in this position for long. Yu Lao didn't want to see Meng Sang Tian. The Eternal was Lu Yin's enemy, and he couldn't guarantee what Lu Yin would do if it was related to the Eternal. Now that he had finally managed to stabilize Lu Yin, he didn't want any accidents to happen. However, he couldn't just leave Meng Sangtian outside. After all, he was Meng Sangtian and he had come here openly. Hearing that the Ninth Spirit had been keeping an eye on Meng Sangtian, he immediately contacted the Ninth Spirit and had her come to the Wisdom Sky domain. The Ninth Spirit would arrive quickly. In this time, the foolish old man could still give Meng Sangtian the cold shoulder. However, in the next moment, Meng Sangtian entered the Zhikong domain and went straight for the 15,000 ancient sorrows. Yu Lao's expression darkened. Since ancient times, all the cultivators in the spiritualized universe had been extremely respectful to the Zhikong domain. Even if Sangtian wanted to enter, he would need the permission of the Zhikong domain's master. There were very few cases of forceful entry. However, Meng Sangtian didn't care at all. The 1,000 ancient sorrows couldn't stop Meng Sangtian. Soon he walked out of the 1,000 ancient sorrows and arrived outside the reed marsh to face Yu Lao. "It's not easy to meet you, foolish old man," Meng Sangtian said. Yu Lao's expression darkened. "Meng Sangtian, this is the Zhikong domain. Do you know what you are doing?" Meng Sangtian was covered in a black robe. When he looked up, a young face appeared and smiled at Yu Lao. Yu Lao's expression changed. "You're not Meng Sangtian. Who are you? The Eternal?" This person was the only true God, the Eternal. The Eternal looked at Yu Lao. "Aren't you going to invite me to sit?" Yu Lao looked at the Eternal deeply. He hadn't expected this person to come here. This person's whereabouts had always been uncertain and no one could find him. He had only let Meng Sangtian be his spokesperson to roam the spiritualized universe. This person was a powerhouse that even Yu Sangtian was wary of. Lu Yin had unified the Tianyuan universe and led a group of boundless experts here. The reason he dared to do so was because this person was no longer in the Tianyuan universe. In other words, if this person was still in the Tianyuan universe, Boundless wouldn't have dared to come. The Eternal was a powerhouse that even Lu Yin found difficult to deal with. Now this person had appeared directly in the Zhikong domain. "Yu Sangtian is looking for you," Yu Lao said. The Eternal smiled. "It doesn't matter. As you said, this is the Zhikong domain. Who dares to barge in?" Yu Lao was puzzled. "What are you doing in my Zhikong domain?" The Eternal looked at Yu Lao. "I don't understand. Why are you leaning toward Lu Yin and not me?" "Cooperation?" "Yes. Lu Yin is the master of the Tianyuan universe," Yu Lao said bluntly. The Eternal laughed and looked around with his hands behind his back. "The Zhikong domain has existed for a long time, so you should know that it's short-lived. Some people are too talented and will eventually be envied by the heavens and lose their future. I've existed for a long time and now..." He looked at Yu Lao. "I've cultivated a spiritual seed." Yu Lao's expression changed. "You've cultivated with a spiritual seed? Impossible." The Eternal smiled mysteriously. "What if it's a spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens?" Yu Lao frowned and suddenly thought of something. He was shocked. "A spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens?" The Eternal was surprised. "You don't know?" Yu Lao's eyes flickered. "Everyone knows that there's a spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens, but no one knows what it is. How can a spiritual seed be a spiritual seed?" The Eternal stretched out his hand. "You'll know with one look." Yu Lao stood in place and didn't approach the Eternal. He sighed. "I believe you. So what are you doing here?" The Eternal said, "Compared to Lu Yin, it's better for me to cooperate with you. I don't need to understand the Jiuxiao universe through you, and I'm not as lawless as Lu Yin. As long as you ensure that I have a quota when the universe is rebooted, I'll protect the Zhikong domain." Yu Lao didn't answer and seemed to be making a choice. The Eternal didn't urge him and just stood in place. After a while, Yu Lao looked at him. "With your strength, do you still need the Zhikong domain to help you fight for a quota?" The Eternal was distressed. No matter how strong a person is, he can't be stronger than a universe. Besides, there's the Jiuxiao universe behind. How can the rebooted universe step into immortality be a matter of the spiritualized universe? The real big head is the Jiuxiao universe. He looked at Yu Lao. "I believe that there's a group of people from the Jiuxiao universe waiting for the rebooted universe." Yu Lao looked deeply at the Eternal. "I can't decide your matter. I can wait. You can contact the people behind you," the Eternal said. Yu Lao agreed. "Okay, please go back." The Eternal raised his eyebrows. "Go back? Go back where?" Yu Lao didn't know how to answer for a moment. What did he mean by go back where? Of course he should go back where he came from. However, it was difficult for him to say this with his status, especially when facing such a powerhouse. He wasn't sure about the Eternal's strength just like Lu Yin. However, he was sure that the Eternal was qualified to fight against Xianxia. There was no powerhouse in the Zhikong domain who could rival such a person, and he needed to be respected. However, what did this person mean? Why did it feel so familiar? The Eternal smiled. The Zhikong domain's scenery is picturesque. I'll stay and wait for your answer. Before that, I won't go anywhere. Yu Lao's expression changed slightly. That's not good. The Eternal waved his hand. Do what you need to do. Don't worry. I won't go to places I shouldn't go. I won't look at things I shouldn't see. I'll just stay here in the reeds. After speaking, he stepped out and disappeared. Yu Lao stared blankly. He vaguely saw another figure in the Eternal. Not long after, the ninth spirit came looking for Meng Sang Tian. Yu Lao looked at the reeds. It wasn't Meng Sang Tian there but the Eternal. However, the ninth spirit was really looking for this Eternal. If it had been before the conversation, he would have been willing to let the ninth spirit chase the Eternal away. Left? The ninth spirit frowned. Where did he go? Yu Lao was helpless. He was actually covering for an uninvited guest. I don't know. In any case, he left. The ninth spirit turned to leave. Suddenly, she saw a black shadow out of the corner of her eye. Wasn't that Meng Sang Tian? She stared at the Zhikong domain's reeds and shouted, Meng Sang Tian. Within the reeds, the person in the black robe looked up and met the ninth spirit's eyes. The ninth spirit was surprised. It wasn't Meng Sang Tian? Yu Lao was dissatisfied. This Eternal had purposely exposed himself. What did he want? Was he not afraid of being chased away by the ninth spirit? You are the Eternal. The ninth spirit remembered and rushed over. However, she was stopped by Yu Lao. Ninth spirit, this is the Zhikong domain. The ninth spirit glared at Yu Lao. Didn't you say he left? Yu Lao said, Meng Sang Tian has indeed left. He is not Meng Sang Tian. The ninth spirit thought about it and agreed. She stared at the reeds. He is the Eternal. I want to find him. Yu Lao refused. This is the Zhikong domain. He is a guest of the Zhikong domain. How can you bully a guest? The ninth spirit sneered. Guest? Old man, you are confused. Xianxia has been looking for him. Do you want me to contact Xianxia and tell him that the Eternal is here? Let's see how the Zhikong domain will explain it. Yu Lao was confident. There is no need to explain. You know the relationship between the Zhikong domain and the sky beyond sky. If Xianxia comes, I will not stop him. As for whether he can leave, that is up to him. The ninth spirit frowned. If Xianxia really came and forced the Eternal away, how was she going to find him? But now that she wanted to find him, Yu Lao stood in her way. Old man, I also want to enter the Zhikong domain. Don't worry. I just want to talk to him. Yu Lao hesitated. He had just subconsciously stopped her. Now that he thought about it, what happened between the Eternal and the ninth spirit had nothing to do with the Zhikong domain. Why should he stop her? Just as he was about to agree, the Eternal's voice rang out. I do not want to talk to her. She comes in, I will never leave. These words disgusted Yu Lao. Never leave? How could that be? He could not chase away such a strong person. Why was this person even more lawless than Lu Yin? Was this a characteristic of the Tianyuan universe? Helpless, Yu Lao could only reject the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit shouted, You heard my conversation with Lu Yin last time. I must find Count of the Wind through this person. That is my life's goal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3649. Looking at the ninth spirit, the foolish old man felt a headache coming on. I know. But you cannot meet this person yet. Wait until he leaves the Wisdom Sky domain. The ninth spirit stared at the foolish old man. You are making trouble for me. Old Yu said helplessly, It's you guys who are looking for trouble with the Intelligence Kong domain. The ninth spirit clenched her fists and stowed away her wine gourd, intending to force her way in. Foolish old man's aura changed. With this old man here, you cannot enter. The ninth spirit's eyes flashed. Finally, she pulled out her wine gourd again. Fine. I'll wait here. Let's see how long you can hold me. Yu Lao's head hurt even more. He had to contact the person behind the scenes to discuss the eternity. But the moment he left, the ninth spirit rushed in. The ninth spirit had barged into the Wisdom Sky domain. Putting aside the question of whether or not she could converse with the eternity, the reputation of the Wisdom Sky domain that had been built over countless years would be ruined. Moreover, if the eternity was forced into a corner, he could stay in the Wisdom Sky domain. Even if he invited xianxia to help, the two of them would fight, and the wisdom sky domain would be finished. Moreover, what couldn't a person like Eternal do? He didn't want to be enemies with Lu Yin, but he also didn't want to be enemies with Eternity. He knew what the Eternals had done in the Tianyuan cosmos. To a certain extent, the Eternals were far more dangerous than Lu Yin. The Great Genetic Age, speaking of which, Eternity was still considered an ally of the spiritualized universe. The situation was very awkward for the foolish old man. He wanted to contact the person behind the scenes and confirm if he wanted to cooperate with the Eternal. It would be good to have a result, but he could not leave. The ninth spirit was here. If he did not leave, the Eternal would never leave. How did the situation suddenly become like this? No matter how smart a person was, they would be unlucky if they met a scoundrel. This stalemate lasted for half a month. In this half a month, old Yu held the ninth spirit back, but the ninth spirit refused to leave. She just stared at the reeds, and within the reeds the Eternal was at ease. A light canoe floated on the lake, the setting sun shining down on him. None of them told xianxia about this, and it could be said that they had reached a tacit agreement. As for the southbound realm, Lu Yin was even more at ease. Qing Yun's hands were snow-white and smooth, and Qing Zhao's hands were good at making tea and pastries. On this day, someone came to the southbound realm to look for Lu Yin. This person was a woman. She was delicate and adorable, and she looked as if she hadn't seen much of the world. However, she was not weak at all, having reached the level of the spirit ancestor. In the spiritualized universe, to have such strength at such a young age, she could be considered a top genius. However, regardless of whether it was Qing Yun, Qing Xiao, or Lu Yin, none of them knew this woman. Greetings, Lu Sangtian. The girl bowed to Lu Yin, her eyes bright. Lu Yin looked at her. Ballad? Good name. Why are you looking for me? Guyao said respectfully, I'm from the Royal God Mountain. I'd like to invite Lu Sangtian for a chat on behalf of the Royal God Mountain. Lu Yin was surprised. Royal God Mountain? Invite me? Yes. Lu Yin blinked. Yu Sangtian agreed. This woman was definitely not from the Royal God Mountain, and she was just using the Royal God Mountain as an excuse to lure Lu Yin to the Sun Beast's palm. If it was before Wu Huang's death, he would go and test it out, but now he wouldn't go. According to his guess, tomorrow's beast's palm might lead to the Nine Clouds universe. Because of what had happened in the Wei territory, Yu Sangtian himself would not stop Lu Yin from going. However, he would definitely think of other ways to stop Lu Yin from going, and Lu Yin himself did not want to go. They didn't know that Wu Huang had given Lu Yin a jade stone, nor did they know that Xie Jiang had seen the situation in Wei territory and told Lu Yin about it. This woman was most likely the spokesperson for Star Sail. Ballad smiled. Of course, Lord Yu Sangtian agreed. Lu Sangtian is invincible. Previously, there were some misunderstandings between the Royal God Mountain and Lu Sangtian. I hope that can be resolved. Lu Yin was puzzled. I heard that no outsider has ever entered the Royal God Mountain. Lu Sangtian is not an ordinary person. Ballad was very good with words and her smile was very playful, but this playfulness always gave Qing Yun a feeling that it was fake. Qing Yun believed in her intuition. This girl looked innocent, but there was always a feeling of transcendence, or rather, looking down on others. She seemed to be respectful to Lu Yin, but it was more like a disguise. Lu Yin's fingers tapped on the armrest of the recliner, swaying as he opened his mouth. Qing Yun pursed her lips and gave him a piece of tea. Ballad looked at him with a smile, not surprised at all. She was very clear about Lu Yin's determination to go to the Royal God Mountain. This trip would not be a problem. I'm not going. Lu Yin chewed on the tea. Ballad was stunned, and her smiling face quickly sank. However, it was only for a moment and she quickly recovered. It was almost unnoticeable, but she was a little puzzled. What? Lu Sangtian doesn't want to go to the Royal God Mountain? Or is there something about the Royal God Mountain that made Lu Sangtian unhappy? Lu Yin shook his head. Neither. The main thing is that I can't go. Ballad was puzzled. Why is that? Lu Yin was vexed and pointed around. Look where we are. Ballad looked around. A valley? The ninth spirit. Lu Yin reminded her. Ballad was still puzzled. What does this have to do with the ninth spirit? Lu Yin said, the ninth spirit said that I should not leave the valley until the day of the expedition to the universe of consciousness. An undetectable chill flashed in Ballad's eyes. The ninth spirit said that? You can ask her. Lu Yin said, all right. Don't say that I told you. She didn't let me say it. She said it very vaguely. That's how I understand it, but I don't know if it's true. Ballad said, why should Lu Sangtian listen to the ninth spirit? The ninth spirit is far from Lu Sangtian's match. Lu Yin waved his hand. You know about the Eternal, right? My greatest enemy in the Tianyuan universe, and I can't find him. The ninth spirit will help me and I will stay behind. No one is breaking the agreement, so it doesn't matter. After all, it won't be long before I head to the universe of consciousness. It's not bad to enjoy myself here for a while. Look, these two are the ninth spirit's juniors and they're serving me. Xianxia was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. The more he listened, the more he felt that the ninth spirit was being used. That. Xianxia was about to say something. Lu Yin raised a hand and slapped the back of his head. You're blind. Can't you see that the girl doesn't even have a chair? Is this how the ninth spirit treats her guests? Xianxia was stunned by the slap. Xuanhuan was enraged and his physique became clearer. Ballad hurriedly said, There's no need to sit. Since Lu Sangtian has said so, this junior will go back first. Lu Yin grunted. The ninth spirit's hospitality has not been satisfactory. Miss, you must be tired. Go back and tell the Ru family that I will pay a visit to the Royal God Mountain. In that case, this junior will take her leave. Ballad bowed deeply and turned to leave without even looking at Xianxia and the others. After she left, Xianxia sullenly said, When did the ninth spirit say that you can't leave the valley? You're the one who refused to leave. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Women like to be sarcastic. This is called being subtle. You have no EQ. Can't you tell? Xiao's jaw dropped. This guy was shameless. Xuanhuan was also angry, and Lu Yin was even more satisfied. Right, it was time to do physical labor. He dug up the bricks. You two stay away. Don't disturb my seclusion. On the other side, a person came to the outskirts of the wisdom domain. This person was the spiritual spell cultivator who had spoken with Yu Sangtian in the Wei territory in Sky Beyond Sky. Those who had cultivated to the spiritual spell realm were valued by the spiritualized universe and could become the master of a domain. The foolish elder knew almost all of them, but he did not know this person. This person came to the outskirts of the wisdom domain and saw the confrontation between the foolish elder and the ninth spirit. His gaze swept past them without a care, and he looked at the reeds. The foolish elder and the ninth spirit's faces darkened. A mere spiritual spell cultivator dared to ignore them. They wanted to attack. After such a long confrontation, they were both angry, but they did not. This person made them feel a little wary and familiar. Let's talk, the person said, looking at the wisdom domain. The Eternal's voice came from the reeds. Sure. The person entered the wisdom domain directly without asking the foolish elder. The foolish elder watched and did not stop him. His expression was uncertain. Who in the nine heavens universe had this feeling? The ninth spirit's gaze turned cold. Old man, you're not going to stop him? The foolish elder's tone was low. You should be able to see that there's something wrong with this person. This is the wisdom domain. Outsiders are allowed to enter without your permission. Your wisdom domain is shameless. This old man agrees. The ninth spirit choked. The person entered the wisdom domain and came to the small boat in the reeds. He faced the Eternal. Let me introduce myself. I am Yuya. The Eternal moved his finger and looked at the person in surprise. His eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness and fear. The god of defense of the nine heavens, Yuya. Seems like you know the nine heavens universe well, the person said in a low voice, calmly sizing up the Eternal. The Eternal's face was serious. The god of defense of the nine heavens. What business do you have with me? Why did the old salamander attack Wu Huang? The Eternal said directly, someone provided Wu Huang's whereabouts. Oh, I don't know. Yu Sangtian. You can ask him. I did. He sent me to find you. The Eternal smiled. He wants to use you to deal with me. The person said, that's his goal, but he's too stupid. Why would he want to deal with you? Wu Huang can work for me and so can you. The Eternal did not understand. How can I work for you? Are you interested in the transformation of the nine heavens? The person asked. The Eternal's face was serious. Of course. To me, once I learn the transformation of the nine heavens, I'll be qualified to challenge Yu Sangtian. The person was satisfied. Wu Huang thinks so too, but he's too impatient. The transformation of the nine heavens is not enough to defeat Yu Sangtian. You don't have to rush. Take it slow. I'll let you replace Yu Sangtian. Losing the Tianyuan universe, I'll give you a spiritualized universe. You won't lose out. Then what do I have to pay? The Eternal was tempted and asked. The person said, bring Lu Yin to the beast palm of the sun. Why? You don't need to know the reason. Bring him there and I'll give you the transformation of the 9 heavens. This spiritualized universe can also be yours. I'll do what I promised you. Xianxia can't stop me. The Eternal thought about it and shook his head. You're too late. The person did not understand. What do you mean? The Eternal pointed around. Look where we are. The person looked around. The wisdom sky region. The foolish old man told me not to go out. The person subconsciously looked at the foolish old man, who was confronting the 9th spirit outside the wisdom sky region. I came here because he helped me stop the 9th spirit. The 9th spirit has been looking for me. I don't know why, but I can't do anything about Lu Yin. After all, my strength has declined greatly in the Tianyuan universe. Fortunately, the foolish old man promised to help me. You can give me the transformation of the 9 heavens, and he can give me the slot to restart the universe, the Eternal said. The person's face darkened, and he turned and walked towards the foolish old man. The Eternal looked at his back with a playful gaze. Moon horizon star sail Xianxia. Interesting. More and more interesting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3650. The person approached Yu Lao and was about to say something when he glanced at the 9th spirit. He frowned and hesitated. Yu Lao and the 9th spirit could see that something was wrong with him, and so could he. They might not know how many people there were in the spiritualized universe, but they knew the most famous ones. Who do you represent? Yu Lao asked. The person looked at Yu Lao and spoke in a voice that only Yu Lao could hear. Yuya. Yu Lao's expression changed and his attitude became more respectful. Why is the Eternal staying in the wisdom region? The person asked. Yu Lao said, he wants to cooperate with the wisdom region. You promised to give him a place to restart the universe? Yu Lao did not know how to answer. He had to ask the person behind him if he agreed, and he should not tell this person the result. This person represented Yuya and the person behind him were both lesser gods, and now they were competing for the position of superior god. Although they were not enemies, they were not friendly. He was afraid of Yuya, but he could not say anything. The person laughed coldly. You don't want to say? The Ru family has trained a good dog. Yu Lao was angry and stared at the person. Your words are too presumptuous. Even if you represent the lesser gods, you are not one yourself. My cultivation is higher than yours. The person was disdainful. The Ru family has declined to such a state. Do you have the right to fight with us? After saying that, he looked at Eternity, who was in the reed marsh, and his voice rang out in his ears. Bring Lu Yin to the tomorrow beast palm. I'll give you the opportunity to experience the changes in the 9 heavens and restart the universe. If the Ru clan can't give you one, I guarantee that they won't be able to give you a single opportunity. I will let them talk to you themselves. After speaking, he left, not caring about Yu Lao. Yu Lao wanted to attack, but he held himself back. He was worried about something. The 9th spirit did not hear their conversation, but from Yu Lao's expression, she knew that something bad was going to happen. Old man, what's going on? Who does that guy represent? Yu Lao did not answer. His face was gloomy as he glanced at the Eternal. Was this person sincere in cooperating, or was he trying to divert the trouble? What was the purpose of luring the other lesser gods to the wisdom region? No matter what the Eternal's purpose was, that person had already spoken arrogantly. Yu Lao could not retreat unless the higher-ups said so. Now, even if Eternal wanted to leave, he wouldn't be willing. Once he left, it would seem like they were afraid of that person. Several days later, Guyao found her way to the 9th spirit in the Zhikang region. The foolish old man and the 9th spirit were surprised. Another person from the 9 heavens universe? What was going on? People from the 9 clouds universe shouldn't appear so frequently. Guji's attitude was different from that person's. She was polite to everyone and was all smiles. Senior 9th spirit, this junior wishes to speak with you. The 9th spirit did not refuse. Guyao nodded politely to the foolish old man, and the two conversed far away from the wisdom sky region. Who do you represent? The 9th spirit asked directly. Guyao's expression changed. Lord Yuya. The 9th spirit nodded. What business do you have with me? Senior, why did you let Lu Sangtian stay in the valley? Guyao asked. 9th spirit? Guyao looked at the 9th spirit. Senior 9th spirit, please allow me to take Lu Sangtian away. Lord Yuya will remember this favor. The 9th spirit said mildly, that's what Lu Sangtian told you. Guyao said, Senior is unwilling to admit it? Although this woman was polite, her words were forceful and carried an air of arrogance. The ninth spirit was displeased. Lu Sangtian is unwilling to leave. It has nothing to do with me. Guyao laughed. It seems like Senior is indeed unwilling to admit it. Didn't Lord Dan Hong say that he would not participate in the contest for the position of Defender God? Why is he still doing this? The ninth spirit did not understand. What does this have to do with Lord Dan Hong? If not for Lord Dan Hong, given Senior's personality, why would you interfere in this matter? Guyao said. The ninth spirit did not understand what had happened, but she knew that she had been used. No wonder Lu Yin would not leave the valley no matter what. He had been waiting here. But why did Yuya insist that Lu Yin leave the valley? Where do you want to take Lu Sangtian? The ninth spirit probed. Guyao smiled faintly and said, Senior, why do you ask when you already know the answer? If you don't know the answer, why would you force Lu Sangtian to stay? Since Lord Dan Hong has taken the initiative to participate, then let's rely on our own abilities. However, I have to remind you that since you've taken action, it won't be easy for you to stay out of it. Senior, take care. The ninth spirit looked at Guyao's departing figure, her face dark. She left without looking back, heading towards the South Turing Empire. Yulao had been looking at them the whole time. When he saw them leaving, his eyes flickered. How could there be a problem? People from the Nine Heavens universe had appeared one after another. Someone must have stirred something up. He looked towards the Reed Marsh again. There, the Eternals were smiling at him. In the South Turing Empire, the ninth spirit returned. Seeing Lu Yin still lying there, enjoying himself, she was furious and wanted to give him a beating. Yo, you're back. Lu Yin greeted. Don't stand on ceremony. Sit anywhere. Want to eat? I have to say that Qing Zhao's culinary skills are not bad. I met someone in the Tianyuan universe who was called the Chef Sage. Don't mention it. You are using me. The ninth spirit spoke, interrupting Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? Your attitude is not friendly. The ninth spirit stared at Lu Yin. Why are Yuya's people looking for you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yuya? Not Xing Fan? Xing Fan had forced Emperor Wu to his death, and had lured him to the Tomorrow Beast's palm. But what did this have to do with Yuya? Could it be that the one who had lured him to the Tomorrow Beast's palm was Yuya? Then what was up with Xing Fan? You knew that Yuya was looking for you, so you hid at my place. You did not hesitate to drag Lord Dan Hong down with you. Did you know that Lord Dan Hong had never thought of fighting for the position of Defender God? Now because of you she has been dragged in. The ninth spirit's eyes were murderous as she stared at Lu Yin. Qing Yun and Qing Xiao did not understand what Yuya and Dan Hong were talking about, but seeing the ninth spirit's expression, they knew that Lu Yin's arrival had caused her a lot of trouble. Qing Xiao bared his teeth. This guy was too despicable. Qing Yun was angry, glaring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I don't know what you are talking about. What Yuya? What Dan Hong? All of them. Ridiculous. The ninth spirit said angrily, it's one thing to offend Yuya, but you have dragged in so many defenders. Do you really think they don't know? By the time they react, it will be your death. Even Yu Sangtian will not be able to protect you. Lu Yin laughed. Since when did Yu Sangtian protect me? The ninth spirit's eyes narrowed. You underestimate the defenders too much. Scheming can succeed for a while, but the difference is enough to make you despair. Lu Yin, you are playing with fire. Lu Yin's lips curled. That's still better than dying without knowing anything. The ninth spirit started. Thinking of Emperor Wu, she understood why Lu Yin had done this. She also realized that she had said too much. Perhaps this person had not known so much before, especially his name. But now he knew. Martial God Azura. And at this moment she also thought of the eternity. The eternity went to Ji Kong? Domain related to you? You think too highly of me. My enmity with the eternity is irreconcilable. The ninth spirit did not believe him. Lu Yin had come to the South Traversing Realm to drag her defender, Dan Hong, down with him. Yi was clearly unhappy. The eternity had gone to the wisdom domain, and from Foolish Old's expression, that person representing the Nine Heavens universe must have said something unpleasant. She did not know who that person represented, but he was definitely looking for the eternity. Now that the eternity was in the wisdom domain, he had dragged the defender down with him. She did not know who was behind Emperor Wu's death, but at this moment, of the 5 defenders of the Nine Heavens universe, at least 4 had been dragged down, perhaps all 5. Originally, their competition had not been so obvious, but now it was on the verge of being exposed. Lu Yin's methods were not brilliant, but the point he had cut in was hard to reject. There was only one defender's position. Who did not want it? Who did not want to reach the eternal life realm? There were 5 defenders vying for this position, and any one of them could be dragged down. It was too easy. They were very smart. The problem that the ninth spirit and foolish old had seen, they could quickly see it as well. But so what? Once they were dragged down, they could forget about getting out easily. They were like 5 travelers about to die of thirst in the desert. A cup of water had appeared before them, and only one person could survive. No matter how smart they were, they would fight for that cup of water. As for how that cup of water had appeared and why there was only one cup, it was not important. Where's the refreshments? Luyin looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was unhappy. No more. Then go make them. Luyin slapped him on the back of the head. Xianxia almost cursed out loud. This shameless bastard had angered the ninth spirit to this extent. How many years had it been since they had seen the ninth spirit angry? This bastard still wanted to eat? Eat in your dreams. Xianxia angrily retracted his hand. Why did you look for you? The ninth spirit asked. Luyin laughed. You're curious too? Are you asking yourself, or is it Lord Danling behind you? The ninth spirit looked deeply at Luyin, and then took out her wine gourd and took a swig. She exhaled happily and her expression improved. Don't equate the inferior god with Xianxia. Xianxia is the inferior god, but the inferior god is not Xianxia. Underestimating the 9 heavens universe will make you miserable. This is not a price you can pay alone. What the spiritualized universe cannot do, the 9 heavens universe can easily do. Think about the Xuanhuan universe behind you. Saying so, she left the valley. Luyin's eyes flashed and he really did not ask. I can tell you why Yuya is looking for me. The ninth spirit disappeared without a trace. Luyin was surprised. No way. She really did not want to know. Danling was the inferior god? Seeing the ninth spirit's attitude, the inferior god behind her was not interested. Impossible. No one could resist the temptation of the eternal life realm. Since one had become an inferior god, one would want to become a superior god. Speaking of which, why was the position of superior god vacant? If it was the eternal life realm, why was it vacant? Was it dead? Or had it been taken away? You two go make me some refreshments. Don't come out until you've made 100 servings. Luyin chased the siblings away. Xianxia glared at Luyin. You're too much. Luyin waved his hand. Go go go. Who gave you the right to speak? You will suffer retribution. Xianxia shouted. Make me 1,000 servings or I'll hang you outside the valley just like Xuan, Luyin threatened. You will suffer retribution. Xianxia's voice trailed off. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3651. Seeing them leave, Luyin took out the spirit cloud stone. It was time to summarize. In Jianghu region, the spirit cloud stone in the Eternal's hand vibrated and connected. How was it? The Eternal sat on a boat as the wind blew through the reeds. He was very relaxed. I attracted Yuya. Luyin's voice came out. It's Yuya too. It's not surprising. He asked me to bring you to tomorrow's beast palm. As a condition, he gave me the opportunity to change Jiuqian and restart the universe, the Eternal said. He smiled. I'm very tempted. Luyin smiled. You can't do it. The Eternal was distressed. Yes, as long as I can do it. You don't want to be the second Wu Huang, right? The Eternal nodded. That's why Wu Huang died. You said that Xingfan asked Wu Huang to bring you to tomorrow's beast palm, and now Yuya popped up. They're all inferior gods. It seems like they're working together. The change in Wei region wasn't caused by a single inferior god. Should be so. Otherwise, the spiritualized universe wouldn't be safe for so many years. There must be a limit. In the southbound realm, Luyin looked at the stars. Behind the ninth spirit is Danmu. The Eternal was surprised. Danmu? I see. I heard from Fengbua that this woman is very respected in Jiuqian universe. He paused and said, behind Jianghu region is the Ru family. Luyin's expression changed. Ru family? Yes. In the eternal path, Fengbua had been in Tianyuan universe for too long. He didn't tell Luyin too much about Jiuqian universe to prevent the information from being wrong. Of course, he didn't want to say that they were only working together temporarily. Humans and Eternals were irreconcilable. This could never be resolved. Luyin's expression darkened. Ru family, how could it be Ru family? Rumu lied to him. Rumu said that Ru family was a spy from Jianghu region in God-governing mountain, so Elder Yu trusted her. But if Ru family was the one behind Jikong region, then how could God Governing Mountain be explained? Wasn't God Governing Mountain from Yusang sky? Why was Ru family in God Governing Mountain? If Ru family was in God Governing Mountain, how could they not see that God Governing Mountain was a foreign universe? Or could it be that the external universe was just a spiritualized universe and was under the control of the Nine Heavens universe? Or maybe it wasn't a foreign universe. If he wasn't from another universe, why would Origin be sent to the Tianyuan universe by Yusang Tian? The Ru family's position completely disrupted his train of thought, as there were too many conflicting points. No, something definitely wasn't right. The Ru clan is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. That Moon Cliff's representative doesn't even put the Ru clan in his eyes. I think the Ru clan's god of defense isn't much. Eternal's voice sounded. Luin understood. That's why the Intelliski realm is looking for people to work with to increase their influence. Elder, you might seem like he's trying to form alliances, and he even wants to scheme against Yusang Tian, but that's just for show. The Ru family alone might not be able to protect the Intelliski realm. The Intelliski realm's existence is just a show for the Nine Firmaments universe. The Eternals agreed. This Jikong domain doesn't have much value, but I'd like to see the Ru clan behind him. No matter what, they're still a lesser god, so they shouldn't be so weak as to be ignored. You can go to the Royal Divine Mountain, Luin urged. Yongheng could not help but laugh. Yusang Tian won't let me go. The people who are watching this show behind the scenes have already been found out, but you and I don't have the ability to do anything to them. There's no need for us to do anything. The universe doesn't revolve around us, and everyone is the center of the universe. Let them play by themselves, Luin said before ending the conversation. The Eternals put down the spirit cloud stone and looked into the distance. He felt like Luin was becoming more and more magnanimous, which was not a good thing. Southbound realm. Luin was currently in a state of chaos. He had many clues, but he was missing a crucial point that was extremely important. Was the Royal Divine Mountain from another universe? Why had Primal Origin been exiled to the Tianyuan universe? Since the Ru family was at the Royal Divine Mountain, Yusang Tian would not have been afraid of others finding out if it was from another universe. The Nine Firmaments universe could easily suppress the effects of this matter, so why send Primal Origin to the Tianyuan universe? Given Primal Origin's status, he had the qualifications to know some things, but Yusang Tian did not explain anything. Whether or not it was from another universe, this was not something that could be used against Yusang Tian. So why was Primal Origin so confident that it was? It was because Yusang Tian did not explain, and he was also afraid of something. Why would he be afraid of Primal Origin? Primal Origin was strong, but it was not enough to make Yusang Tian afraid. No matter how Luin looked at it, it seemed like Yusang Tian was purposely giving Primal Origin a weakness. What kind of person would purposely give someone else something to use against them? Yishang had purposely given someone else something to use against him. Primal Origin did not have the qualifications to use against Yusang Tian. Luin took out the Spirit Cloud Stone and contacted Wu Jiang. Let Xuanhuan speak. Don't let Primal Origin get close. Xuanhuan replied, I'm here. What's with Primal Origin being cuckolded? Xuanhuan was stunned. She had thought that something had happened to make old Tao look so solemn, as if Zhanming had died. She had already mentally prepared herself, but he was actually asking this? What? You were the one who said that Primal Origin was cuckolded, right? Xuanhuan gulped and subconsciously looked into the distance. There, Primal Origin walked past with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like an expert. Cough cough. Yes, I was the one who said that. Many people know about this. The Ronin from Dolua. Tell me the details. Xuanhuan felt strange. This person had not been interested when they had first talked about this. Why was he suddenly interested in this matter? But since he had asked, she might as well tell him. She quickly walked away from Primal Origin. Primal Origin has a son named Yuan Tuesday. He only had this son after becoming Sang Tian. However, this son's talent was not high and his cultivation progress was slow. Even if he had accumulated a lot of resources, it was useless. Normally speaking, the son of Sang Tian would not be bad no matter how talented he was. Although he was not exceptionally talented, he was still qualified to be called a genius. However, this Yuan too was very poor. Gradually, there were people who said that Yuan 2 and Primal Origin did not look alike at all and that Yuan 2 was not Primal Origin's son. A few days before Primal Origin went to the Tianyuan universe, someone finally confirmed that Yuan 2 was not Primal Origin's son. Of course, this matter was only exposed within the primal family. After that, Yuan Tu's family disappeared after primal origin went to the Tianyuan universe. Everyone knew that the primal family had cleaned up the family. But by then, primal origin had already gone to the Tianyuan universe. Luin felt strange. You're saying that Yuan Tu was not primal origin's son before primal origin went to the Tianyuan universe? Yes. Then what's primal origin's attitude? Does he not know about this matter? Zhang Yan replied, logically speaking he should not know. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to know. The primal family's actions could not be hidden from this ancestor. He is Xianxia, so how could such a huge matter be hidden? There is no need to hide it either. Countless women are lining up to marry into the primal family. Right before primal origin's bell broke, he looked very young. Luin knew that primal origin had aged, but he had not been like this during the Battle of Immemorial City. In that case, did primal origin know about Yuan Tu? Yuan Tu's family was destroyed, but this news was not kept secret. However, it wasn't hidden and the outside world found out about it. For many years, the outside world didn't like the Zhen family, saying that they coveted the Zhen family's resources and thought that Zhen Qi wouldn't return. Actually, part of the reason was because of this incident. Those people treated it as a joke, and as time passed, the Zhen family was isolated. This matter has a huge impact on a large family, especially when it happened to Xianxia. Many people said that primal origin was not worthy of becoming Xianxia. This was a huge stain. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Let Old Tao reply. Master, I'm here. Old Tao's voice rang out. Lu Yin said, find out for me if the primal family told primal origin about you on Tuesday. Old Tao did not know that Zhang Yan and Lu Yin were talking about this, but he quickly replied, primal origin definitely knows. Lu Yin was puzzled. What? Old Tao replied, because it was primal origin who ordered the killing of Yuan Tu's family. Otherwise the primal family would not have dared to make a move. After all, Yuan Tu and primal origin had been together for a long time, and Yuan Tu's mother was still alive at that time. Even if Yuan Tu and his mother were killed, the primal family would not have dared to make a move without primal origin's orders. This matter was recorded in Heaven's Hand's internal records, but outsiders do not know about it. Heaven's Hand did not publicize it either, as it was not a big deal. The current leader of the primal family is primal origin's nephew, Xuanhuan. If not for primal origin's orders, Xuanhuan would have already come to beg for forgiveness. Lu Yin did not understand. Then why didn't primal origin personally make a move? Old Tao replied, I don't know about that. Those who know about this matter are also baffled, but primal origin has no intention of visiting the Lushan domain after returning. Many people are certain that he does not wish to recall the past, as that matter was not honorable. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Old Tao, I'll give you a mission. Old Tao was excited. Boss, please instruct me. As long as it's your command, this lowly one will climb a mountain of blades and plunge into a sea of flames without hesitation. I'm willing to cut through all obstacles for boss and become a speck of dust beneath your feet to show off your extraordinary heroism and invincibility. Alright, it's not a big deal. Go test primal origin and see if he knows about Yuan Tu, Lu Yin said. Old Tao was taken aback. Boss, primal origin definitely knows. This lowly one swears on his life. Go test it out, Lu Yin repeated. Old Tao's head hurt. Test him? Wasn't that just courting death? Couldn't they see that no one in the outside world dared to talk about this matter? So what if primal origin had betrayed the spiritualized universe? His strength was there for all to see, and no one would dare to provoke him until the very last moment. This matter was taboo, and if Old Tao were to test primal origin, he was afraid that he would be slapped to death. Boss, this lowly one doesn't know how to test him. Then get out of the boundless. Lu Yin ended the call. Old Tao stared at the spirit cloud stone in a daze and then turned to look into the distance. There, primal origin was leisurely admiring the scenery with his hands clasped behind his back. He had completely let go of himself and no longer rejected the boundless. There was a feeling of being at ease with everything. To put it bluntly, he did whatever he wanted and did not care. This actually made him feel much more comfortable. Old Tao tasted bitterness in his mouth as he stared at primal origin. Primal origin sensed something and looked back at Old Tao. Why was this person staring at him? Old Tao was startled and lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look. Primal origin frowned in confusion. Old Tao was conflicted for a long time, but he really did not know how to test primal origin. Whoever exposed the scar would be unlucky. Should he find someone else to do it? Old Tao looked around and saw that only someone from the Heaven's Origin universe would be able to avoid a beating. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3652. Those people in the Heaven Origin universe were all cunning. Right him. After searching for a long time, Old Tao found a person, Celestial Victor. I have a way for you to fight Yuan Qi. Celestial Victor's eyes lit up. Really? What is it? Ever since he broke through to the primordial realm, he had always wanted to fight to his heart's content. Unfortunately, no one in the boundless universe was willing to fight him. Yuan Qi was not bad, but he did not have any fighting spirit. His bell had been shattered, so there was no way to fight him. Even so, it would be fine if he could exchange a few blows with Yuan Qi. He had been holding back for too long. Old Tao whispered a few words. Celestial Victor went to find Yuan Qi excitedly. Yuan Qi was in a good mood. As long as he let go, the sky would be clear. Celestial Victor came looking for him eagerly. Yuan Qi was rather vigilant. Everyone knew that Celestial Victor had been looking for someone to fight ever since he broke through to the primordial realm. Many people avoided him now. He wanted to leave, but Celestial Victor stopped him. What is it? Yuan Qi asked, trying his best to appear calm, even dispirited, without any fighting spirit. Celestial Victor stared at him. Do you have a son? Yuan Qi was stunned. He looked behind him, but there was no one. He looked at Celestial Victor in confusion. You're asking me? Celestial Victor nodded, feeling even more eager. Yuan Qi said blankly, I have one. What's his name? Yuan Qi. Filial? Yuan Qi was dumbfounded. What kind of conversation was this? Why did it sound like the sighs of two old men under the setting sun? He did not know how to answer. Celestial Victor frowned. Strange. That's not right. Didn't Old Tao say that Yuan Qi would explode when he asked this? Why was there no reaction at all? Was his mood wrong? I'm asking you a question. Yuan Qi looked at Celestial Victor strangely. Filial. Where is he? He died a long time ago. How did he die? He should have reached the end of his lifespan. You didn't go take a look? Yuan Qi could not help but ask, What do you want to ask? Celestial Victor smiled. I was just chatting. I was just asking. Then find someone else. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. With that, Yuan Qi was about to leave. Heavenly Venerable Triumphant Star placed his staff horizontally in front of him. Yuan Qi was displeased. Heavenly Venerable Triumphant Star, what are you trying to do? If you want to exchange pointers, this old man doesn't have the energy. Heavenly Lord Victor looked into the distance. Old Tao was wrong. Primordial origin hadn't erupted at all. At most, he was impatient. Please step aside. Heavenly Lord Victor was helpless. One last question. Does your son look like you? Yuan Qi's face twitched. Yes. He then left. Heavenly Lord Victor's expression turned ugly as he watched Yuan Qi's departing figure. Old Tao came over. What's going on? The primordial didn't erupt? Celestial Lord Victor stared at him. At most, I'm impatient. You're not messing with me, are you? Old Tao hurriedly guaranteed, I wouldn't dare. How would I dare to trick you? You are Celestial Venerable Dual Victor, an invincible expert. Celestial Victor snorted. Did Lu Yin order you to do this? He wasn't stupid and he knew Old Tao's personality very well. There was definitely something wrong with him provoking primogenitor for no apparent reason. In the boundless realm, only Lu Yin could provoke primogenitor like this. Old Tao knew that Celestial Lord Victor would be able to guess. Yes, but it's strange. His reaction isn't right. Heavenly Lord Victor had left. He had done what he needed to do. There were some things that he didn't need to listen to. Old Tao contacted Lu Yin. In the southbound realm, Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. Old Tao had already told him what had happened, and he didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Had it been expected? Or unexpected? Old Tao wouldn't lie to him. Yuan Qi definitely knew that the original map wasn't his son's, so why hadn't he reacted to Celestial Lord Victor's question? Yuan Qi should know as well. The outside world knew about this, so there was no need for him to hide it. Right now, Lu Yin felt as if he really didn't know. This coincided with Xuanhuan's words. Yuan Qi probably didn't know about this, or else he wouldn't have asked Xuanhuan to clean up after Lu Yin had left. Immortal Wood's strange fate. This sort of thing couldn't be left to others. This was where the contradiction lay. One shouldn't have known, but the other definitely knew. It was as if they weren't the same person, or rather, there were two different primogenitors. Luin thought of Rumu. They were clearly the same person, but they also seemed to be different. Why were there so many spiritualized universes? Could this be some sort of method from the Ninja Firmament's universe? Nine Heavens Change was Yu Xianxia's ultimate technique, and Luin now knew that it wasn't just Yu Xianxia who knew it. The god of defense in the Ninja Firmament's universe should also know it. This might be a more common and powerful battle technique, but it was more difficult to cultivate. Rumu's current state might also correspond to some sort of method. This made sense. The situation in the little spiritual universe wasn't enough to make Yu Xianxian apprehensive, but Yu Xianxian had sent Yuan Qi to the Tianyuan universe. He was looking for a reason to send Yuan Qi away while also giving Yuan Qi something to use against him. This primogenitor was a normal primogenitor, but what Yu Xianxian was truly apprehensive about was another primogenitor. A normal primogenitor wouldn't know about the original map, but Old Tao had said that Tian Shou had confirmed that Yuan Qi knew about the original map. That was another primogenitor. This made sense. However, this was all Lu Yin's guess. He didn't know the real situation. There was a paradox. If there really was another primogenitor's mind or consciousness, why had he stayed in the Tianyuan universe for so long? His goal should be to spiritualize the universe. During this time, Yuan Qi had encountered a life and death crisis, but there had been no abnormalities. Lu Yin didn't sense anything wrong with Yuan Qi. He thought about it and contacted Wu Jiang. Let Yuan Qi travel to the south. This move was to see how Yu Xianxian would react. In most cases there would be no reaction, but what if there was? All this time, the spiritualized universe they saw was covered with a layer of fog. Now he wanted to slowly blow away this fog and see the entire spiritualized universe clearly. This had to be done step by step. Yuan Qi's test was just a guess, and there was another guess to test. Lu Yin contacted the boat region and directly spoke to the boat helm. Lu Xianxian? The boat helm's tone was heavy. This was the first time he was talking to Lu Yin. Before this, Lu Yin had never directly interacted with him. Lu Yin asked, "Is the maintenance of the battleship going smoothly?" In the boat region, the boat helm's face was heavy. Now the boat region was no longer under his control. It was controlled by Imperial God Mountain and Lu Xianxian. This person in particular had used Imperial God Mountain to control the boat region. He didn't know what he wanted to do. Facing this person, he didn't dare to resist. This was a strong person who was even more ruthless than Imperial God Mountain. It's not up to me whether it's going smoothly or not. Lu Yin could hear the dissatisfaction in the boat helm's tone, but he didn't care. How long will it take to complete the maintenance? How long does Lu Xianxian hope? I can decide. The boat helm said, "We are all sensible people." Lu Xianxian helped the boat region and allowed it to operate normally. The boat region will remember this favor. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Let's go to outer sky. Tell Yu Xianxian that we can set off now. The boat helm felt strange. How long had it been maintained? This person had used Imperial God Mountain to get the boat region to recall the battleship for maintenance. He thought that it would take a long time and was distressed because outer sky was also asking. He didn't expect it to be so soon. Now. Okay. The boat helm didn't say much. Now that the boat region was controlled by others, all he could do was stabilize these people. As long as they didn't go too far, it would be fine. Some people were destined to disappear, so he had to wait patiently. Not long after, the boat helm contacted Lu Yin. Yu Xianxian has agreed to set off. He will confirm the name list for the expedition to the universe of consciousness soon. Lu Yin frowned. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Yu Xianxian had not made a move against him. At first, he thought that it was because he was afraid of the truth of the little spirit universe, but he gradually realized that it was not. Yu Xianxian said that it was because of Master Grass, but Lu Yin couldn't completely believe his words. He guessed that it might have something to do with what he was doing now. It was strange that an outsider like him could help Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian wasn't surprised at all that Lu Yin had seen. More importantly, he had ruined Yu Ya's plan. If Yu Xianxian hadn't attacked him because of Master Grass, then he shouldn't have helped him stop Yu Ya. By stopping Yu Ya, Yu Xianxian had allowed Lu Yin to see that Yu Xianxian was plotting something against him. This made Lu Yin think about what he was doing now, especially the karmic wall and the funnel. He didn't know what Yu Xianxian was trying to achieve. This was why he had asked the boat helm to test Yu Xianxian. If Yu Xianxian really wanted to use him to achieve some goals, then he wouldn't be in a hurry to go to the universe of consciousness. Instead, he would wait for Lu Yin to complete it. However, Xianxia had no intention of delaying, which made Lu Yin's guess unreliable. It was impossible to go to the universe of consciousness now. No matter what Xianxia was planning, Lu Yin had to increase the Tao of Karma. Lu Yin contacted Lan. I know of a few more parallel space-time hiding sentient lifeforms. Lan's voice sounded. What are your conditions? Spirit seeds. How much? 30 trillion. Are you crazy? Just some sentient lifeforms actually want 30 trillion spirit seeds? Do you know what that means? Lu Yin sneered. I went to the Grand Domain's Chamber of Commerce. Right now, sentient lifeforms are being sold everywhere in the spiritualized universe. All the major powers are taking out all their savings. Is 30 trillion a lot? How many spirit seeds does that tree in Beyond Heaven have? If you can't, then give me that tree. Lu Xianxia, let me remind you that you are also Xianxia, Lan said in a low voice. Lu Yin's tone was relaxed. What did I just say? I forgot. You. Right, now that I think about it, there seems to be a hidden 13 celestial phenomenon. Lan was shocked. There's another 13 celestial phenomenon? No matter how many ordinary sentient lifeforms there were, they weren't as big of a threat as the 13 celestial phenomenon. Zhou Yu had just reported that the battleship's maintenance had been completed and that it could set off at any time. Lan was still compiling the list. If they set off, the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would attack in the spiritualized universe. Even if there were still experts who could deal with them, the losses would definitely be great. This was not something they could accept. Lan's tone softened. 10 trillion spirit seeds. That's the most I can do. 30 trillion. I'm not bargaining with you. Lu Yin didn't hold back. As the representative of Beyond Heaven, even Xianxia would respect her. When had Lan been so aggrieved that she would actually bargain with someone? Once upon a time she didn't care about spirit seeds at all. She thought that she had long forgotten about them. She didn't expect this day to come. In the end she agreed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3653. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. The more spirit seeds he had, the better. Was 30 trillion a lot? Each of the 36 filaments had billions of cultivators. Who knew how many spirit seeds there were? Furthermore, the origin of these spirit seeds was unknown. They might have originated from the ninth heaven universe. Otherwise, how could they plunder them? To a certain extent, he had helped the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, if the spirit seeds were stolen, these cultivators would have died without a doubt. He had done a good deed. Could this be one of the reasons why Xianxia had allowed him to do as he pleased? In the spirit treasure realm, the Plain Master sect walked out. They had received orders from Beyond Heaven to attack the parallel universe that Lu Yin had mentioned. There might be 13 celestial phenomenon hidden there. Not only him but Meng Xianxia and the Ninth Spirit had also acted. Zi Tianshu had also given the Sealed Skies foundation to the old salamander. This had all been part of his plan. The old salamander who had obtained the Sealed Skies foundation was even more justified. Although he had not fully completed Xianxia, he was no different from Xianxia. This time he had also acted and headed to Beyond Heaven. Previously, the parallel universe where the consciousness life forms were hidden had been ambushed and killed, causing great losses. Even Huamani, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon, had been captured. Thus, the remaining consciousness life forms had all moved and no one knew where they were. However, this was not a problem for Lu Yin. The Dai's 6 pips made it impossible for them to escape, unless they fled back to the consciousness universe. He could then find as many as he wanted. This time, some of the parallel universes had gained something while others had not. This surprised Lu Yin. The consciousness universes only stayed in a certain parallel universe for a short period of time before immediately moving. They were also testing the spiritualized universe's understanding of them to find out why they had been exposed. It was just like how Yishang had probed Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they would never find the reason. However, Lu Yin had also considered one thing. If the eternity and the consciousness universe joined forces one day, then his secret would be exposed. The eternity would always have something on him, and he did not believe in the so-called deal. The eternity had countless ways to reveal this secret. Before the secret was completely exposed, he had to make use of it as much as possible. There was not enough time. He had to dig up the brick while shaking the die. Lu Yin sighed. He could not split himself. He could not accept the 9 clones technique. The spirit cloud stone vibrated, and Yu Xianxia's voice rang out. Where is the other celestial phenomenon? Lu Yin replied, I've told you everything I know. There's nothing I can do even if I run. Find it? I can prevent Wu Jiang from going to the universe of consciousness. Xianxia promised. Lu Yin sneered, what? Is the dignity of the outland not important? Wu Wei gave it to me and now you're telling Wu Jiang not to go on an expedition. You Xianxia have lost all face. Compared to the safety of the spiritualized universe, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, I really don't know. The consciousness life forms aren't stupid. They're constantly changing their positions. You can say that they're like birds startled by the twang of a bough. Not to mention you guys, even I can't find them. They're especially wary of me. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Are you sure there is another 13 heavenly phenomenon? Lu Yin raised a brow. I'm not sure. Maybe there are 2 more. Not that much. Xianxia was certain. He himself was very clear that Wu Wei had defeated 5 of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants back then. It was precisely because of that battle that Wu Wei was captured by Reverend Qi. How could it be so easy to replenish the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants? Lu Yin leisurely replied, it's fine if you don't believe me. The consciousness universe is much more cunning than you think. There were some things that didn't need to be said. Xianxia wanted to go on an expedition to the consciousness universe, but Lu Yin's words were enough to keep him here. Lu Yin wouldn't be at ease with this hidden danger unless he kept at least 2 Xianxia here. This was very difficult. Zhan Ming had sealed himself, which was equivalent to being crippled. The others were the old salamander, Origin, Meng Xiangtian, the ninth spirit, the master Su Dao, and himself. The old salamander and Meng Xiangtian were both eternal, and the master Su Dao was considered his. Xianxia wouldn't be at ease if he kept anyone here. They weren't more dangerous than the consciousness life forms. Right, there was still the eternal. If he didn't find a way to deal with it, he wouldn't be at ease. He said that he could go on an expedition to the consciousness universe at any time, but in reality, it was still far away. Now that the 9 heavens universe's lesser god was involved, no one knew what would happen in the future. Let's continue digging. The spiritualized universe fell into a state of calm on the surface. However, under the unfamiliar starry sky, there was a battle that shook the heavens. Cultivators fought one another as they soared into the sky. In the distance, rainbows constantly shot over and shattered the stars. A dark golden canopy hung in the sky as if enveloping the entire universe. Ruka knelt on one knee and coughed up blood. His face was ashen as he looked at the sky. Why was this happening? Oh, who was attacking the Ru family? This was the god governing mountain. Who dared to attack the Ru family? The Ru family's head, Rugua, had an earth-shattering cultivation. However, he was locked down by the dark golden canopy and couldn't attack. It was as if a giant was holding up the canopy. Once the canopy fell, the entire Ru family would be finished. On the ground, the houses were destroyed and flames filled the sky. Rugua lay on the black ash ground, beside him was a terrified servant. The Ru family's people were wailing everywhere. The Ru family's cultivators fell like raindrops, their corpses covering the ground. Far away Duke Xing was excited. This day had finally come. The Ru family had compromised and obeyed the Ru family. Today they could finally replace him. Kill. Destroy the Ru family. Kill. Kill. Countless cultivators surrounded and attacked like trapped beasts. Blood dyed the ground red, and the rivers emitted the stench of blood. The dark golden canopy shook. Rugua coughed up blood and roared, I am the recognized lesser god's replacement. Iya, have you thought of the consequences of killing the Ru family? A ray of dark golden light swept past and penetrated Rugua's body, knocking him to the ground. The dark golden canopy fell with a loud bang. The light shone on the faces of every Ru family member, illuminating their despair, misery, and fear. This was a disaster. Suddenly, the dark golden canopy stopped, suspended less than 100 meters above the Ru family. Rugua fell to the ground, half of his body numb and unable to move. Not far away, Rugua gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. His whole body was shrouded in dark golden light. His life was only in the other party's mind. You are too inferior to Rushur. You can't even block my Sikong mirror. How can you replace Rushur as the lesser god? Rugua raised his head, half of his face dyed red. He was incomparably mournful. I offered you the position of the lesser god. You dare to kill me? Since when did the lesser god need to offer you the position to protect himself? You are a disgrace to the Nine Clouds universe. Rugua's face was pale and he coughed up blood again. Countless cultivators surrounded and stood outside the dark golden canopy. They looked at the Ru family with complicated expressions and mockery. The Ru family that once ruled this area was finally coming to an end. When Ru Shi lost to xianxia, he disgraced the Nine Clouds universe. His death was the decision of the entire Nine Clouds universe. Even the spiritualized universe has the reason that xianxia cannot be defeated, let alone the Nine Clouds universe. Rugua, you want to be the lesser god? Are you worthy? 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 Rugua was ashamed and angry. He coughed up blood again. His body was trembling and he was furious to the extreme. Since Ru Shi lost to xianxia, the Ru family has become a thing of the past. You can't see this clearly, and you dare to interfere in my affairs. What's so surprising about this ending? Rugua was puzzled. When did the Ru family interfere in your affairs? Rugua, I can spare your life and I can also spare the lives of your Ru family. Do something for me. If you don't do it well, the Ru family will be completely annihilated. Soon after, the Ru family disappeared under the dark golden canopy. Duke Qing led a group of cultivators in. Even someone as shrewd as him could not suppress his excitement at this moment. He was finally going to replace the Ru family. I can break through, Duke Qing murmured to himself as he looked at the dark golden canopy. Yuya's voice rang out. You've endured until now. Now that you've gained power, you have the right. I've helped you get what you want. With that, a few corpses fell from the sky. Duke Qing looked over and his eyes narrowed. These corpses belonged to the cultivators who had agreed to kill Lu Yin with him in Fuha Spring. However, after Lu Yin's battle with Emperor Wu Huang, these people had shrunk back, not daring to take action. They had even called him an idiot. Now they were all dead. They had died under the dark golden canopy. There was an expert who had crossed the bitter disaster among them. The rest were all in the primordial realm. However, in the eyes of the lesser god they could still be killed. Duke Qing said respectfully, I will be your most loyal ally. The dark golden canopy dissipated. Duke Qing exhaled. The Ru family had come to an end. For this day he had endured for far too long. Even when his son had died and he wanted to kill Lu Yin, he had endured. Finally the day had come. He looked at the corpses again. The lesser god did not even take the expert who had crossed the bitter disaster seriously. They were both a gift from Yuya and a warning to him. In the eyes of outsiders this scene was very strange. Duke Qing was only in the primordial realm, but the lesser god of Yuya valued him so much that he did not hesitate to kill the expert who had crossed the bitter disaster as a gift. It was as if he was certain that Duke Qing could replace the lesser god of Yuya. Duke Qing had only said that he was the lesser god of Yuya's ally. What right did he have? The lesser god of Yuya was much stronger than Duke Qing. However, only the lesser god of Yuya and Duke Qing understood that becoming a lesser god of Yuya was not a loner. They needed subordinates and disciples. Duke Qing had the right to become a lesser god of Yuya, and he had the ability to do so. For this reason he could only be an ally. They were both lesser gods of Yuya, so how could he be someone else's subordinate? Duke Qing looked at his hands. The lesser god of Yuya needed him, a future lesser god of Yuya, as an ally. Similarly, he needed the lesser god of Yuya as an ally. Otherwise he would end up like that person. No matter how powerful he was, he could not avoid death. Even that person could not avoid it, let alone them. As for Lu Yin, he would suffer a terrible fate. This was also a gift. In Beyond Heaven, the void distorted behind the sun beast and a figure walked out. His aura was unstable and he was clearly heavily injured. The moment this person appeared, Lan's expression changed. Just as she was about to go over, Yu Sangtian's voice rang out, stopping her. She looked outside. Was it someone from God-ruling mountain? The person who had appeared was Rugua. He was heavily injured and he looked up at Beyond Heaven with a complicated gaze. Just as Yuya had said, Yu Sangtian would not care. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3654. Ryu had two reasons. First, he was forced to let the Eternals see clearly that the Ru family was useless. Second, he wanted to work with the Eternals to find a way to lure Lu Sangtian to the Tomorrow Beast's palm. He had gone too far. First, he had controlled his daughter Ru Mu. Now he had destroyed the Ru family and controlled their life and death. He did not know what was going on in the Eternals. Perhaps the Jikong domain had acted on their own. He had sent Ru Kan to remind Lu Sangtian to deal with Yu Sangtian and Yuya, but he did not expect Yuya to attack the Ru family directly. Invincible step to immortality. The Ru family, who had been watching over the spiritualized universe on behalf of the ninth heaven universe, had fallen to such a state. He looked at beyond heaven again and then headed toward the Jikong domain. Xianxia looked into the distance. The Ru family was gone. Yi was really ruthless. Was he so sure that he could become a god of defense? If he failed, he would not be able to explain himself. Lu Yin was very important to him and he wanted to do it at all costs. But he had underestimated himself, and he had also underestimated Lu Yin. Now all the gods of defense had been involved, including Dan Hong. This was Lu Yin's method. How could he take him away? He looked at the starry sky. The most troublesome thing was the star sail. When Rugua appeared outside the Jikong domain, the old man was shocked. He still had to complete the mission given to him by family to be so miserable. Many ordinary people yearned for the world of gods of defense had been destroyed. The higher their cultivation, what happened to the more they could control their own lives and the more carefree they could be. Actually, there was no such thing as carefree. Had destroyed the Ru family. It was just stepping into another circle. The old man looked at Rugua, and that circle was more realistic and less systematic. Is the Ru family really gone? Strength was the system. Rugua's body trembled. However, no matter how strong you were, the old man always closed his eyes with a bitter expression. Where is the remembered what that person had said? She returned to the South Turing world. The Ru family and did not care at all. Said, the Eternals found in the South Turing world. He has the strength that Xianxia is afraid of. The one who was looking for them was with us on the condition that he can be guaranteed a spot to restart the universe. It was meaningless. Rugua was surprised. The outcome had already happened. He has the strength that Xianxia is afraid of. The foolish old man nodded and said seriously. It was bleak and he was once the strongest in the Tianyuan family that had once monitored the spiritualized universe was completely gone. Then why didn't you say so earlier? His eyes. Rugua was furious. In front of him, Rugua if he had known about this earlier, the Ru clan wouldn't have ended up in such a member of the Nine Heavens universe. No, the Ru family behind the Jikong region. Facing Yuya, the Eternals were surprised. Moreover, the Ru family has come go to the Imperial God Mountain. Rugua looked deeply at the Eternals. He could only blame Yuya for being too cruel. He really wanted to slap this person to death. He had done things that no one else in the continent of the Nine Clouds dared tried to speak calmly. The foolish old was helpless and recounted everything that had happened. In the South Turing world, Lu Yin was still digging bricks. It was too much of a coincidence. He had told Qing Yun and Eternals wanted that he was going into seclusion, and the foolish old since he had called Yuan Qi over family. It was reasonable for him to guard him while he was because of the ninth spirit. Yuan Qi did not understand why Yu's people had called him over, but he did not ask. The Eternals had pushed all the blame onto the realm. He had no right to speak, forcing the Jikong region and the Ru family behind them to stand against Yuya. That was why the Ru family was destroyed. Lu Yin did not understand. Rugua let out a deep breath and smiled bitterly. The Ru family is behind the Jikong was actually wiped out because he wanted me to help him bring you to the tomorrow beast palm. I had only said a few words as an excuse, and it had led to the miserable family directly. He even asked the current head of the Ru family to come to me and bring you to the tomorrow beast palm, allowing it to float freely in the water. As long as we can do it, he will not only give me the Ru clan could be blamed on this person, but also he was unable to do anything to this person. Lu Yin was shocked. Doesn't the Ru family have a defense god? How can a defense god be destroyed so easily? The Ru family's defense god is called Ru Shi. A long time ago he fought Xianxia and lost. In the end he died. The position of defense god was temporarily replaced by Rugua. The Ru family has long lost its former glory. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Jikong region is constantly seeking cooperation. Xianxia does not care about the Ru family or the Jikong region. Yuya had no pressure to attack the Ru family. Lu Yin did not expect this to happen. Was it Ru Shi? He was also a defense god, but he had lost to Xianxia. No wonder the Ru family was in such a miserable state. The Jikong region was not as detached from worldly affairs as the legends said. The Ru family belonged to the Nine Heavens universe. To the Nine Heavens universe, Xianxia's status was very low. Even if he was a defense god, he had been bestowed with favor. If such a person had defeated Ru Shi, one could imagine how miserable the Ru family had been in the Nine Heavens universe. At the same time, he did not expect Yuya to destroy the Ru family in order to lure him to the tomorrow beast palm. Was he that valuable? This made Lu Yin even more vigilant. Furthermore, Yuya could not attack in the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to go through so much trouble. This fact made Lu Yin relax. Yuya was definitely at the same level as Xianxia, and he was a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter adversity stage. Lu Yin might not be able to deal with such a powerhouse, and once he attacked, it would be very troublesome. You didn't agree to Rugua's request? Lu Yin asked. The Eternals smiled. Why would I agree? Why wouldn't I agree? You and I are enemies and I have no choice but to occasionally join forces. But as long as I give you a chance, you don't mind getting rid of me. I'll do the same. That's right. I don't mind working with anyone to get rid of you, but the prerequisite is that I can do it. If I'm not wrong, Wujiang is no longer in the 100 Herbs domain. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Eternal's voice continued, when Wu Huang wanted to capture Wujiang's people and force you to go to the Tomorrow Beast Palm, I knew that Wujiang would not remain in the 100 Herbs domain. Your weakness is not that easy to grasp. With Rugua, even if I joined forces, it would be very difficult for us to pose much of a threat to you. We could only force you. Wu Huang's method was not bad, but it also gave you a reminder. Then why don't you guess where Wujiang went? The Arc domain. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Smart. Then let me guess. There's another reason why you don't want to join forces with Rugua to attack me. You want to use Yuya to deal with xianxia. The Eternals laughed. The continent of the 9 clouds is unfathomable. With a troublemaker like you, I'm happy to be idle. Yuya wants to use other people to take you to the Beast of Tomorrow, but that's impossible. He underestimates you. If he wants to do that, he has to do it himself. Lu Yin, let me remind you, get ready to face the Imperial God. Destroying the Ru clan isn't as easy as you think. Yuya must have paid a price and he'll definitely succeed. Lu Yin said, I also want to remind you that no one is stupid. What you and I are doing now will be seen through very quickly, and you won't be able to escape the wrath of the God of Defense. Aha, then let's see who can live longer. With that, the conversation ended. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. Yeah? When he saw the situation clearly, he would arrive soon. Eternity was right. The strength of a lesser god of defense was something he had to face. When he thought of this, he looked in the direction of the heavens beyond heaven. For the first time, he hoped that xianxia's plan would be valuable enough to help him block Yuya. In the spiritual universe, Wujiang had already set off for the Arc domain. He didn't attract any attention along the way. There were many experts above Wujiang, so it wasn't difficult to do so. The Eternals were wrong about one thing. Wujiang was his weakness, but this weakness wasn't something that anyone could exploit. After all, the progenitor was still above, and even if Rugua attacked Wujiang, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Wujiang was going to the Arc domain because of xianxia. Since someone was blocking him, why should he show himself? It was time for Wujiang to take care of himself. In the Jikong domain, the Eternals had sold Rugua out. After the conversation with Lu Yin ended, he went to find Rugua and agreed to Yuya's conditions. Rugua heaved a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, let's settle this quickly and head to the 100 Grass domain. He was well aware of Lu Yin's strength, and if he wanted to bring Lu Yin to the Tomorrow Beast Palm, he would either have to capture Lu Yin himself or force him to go. Capturing Lu Yin was impossible as he was strong enough to fight against xianxia. No matter how many experts there were, they wouldn't be able to capture him. The Eternals didn't say that Wujiang had gone to the Arc domain, and he cooperated and followed Rugua to the 100 Grass domain. The Jikong domain quieted down. As he watched the Eternals and Rugua leave, Yu Lao suddenly felt as if history had been split into 2 lines. The Jikong domain's mission in history had ended with the Ru family. Both of them were absolute experts. Rugua wasn't Yuya's match, but he was still a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity and was considered qualified to replace Ru Shi as the god of defense. He was considered an expert on xianxia's level, and the Eternals were even more so. The two quickly reached the 100 Grass domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3655. The center of 100 Herb region was covered by a sourcebox array, so outsiders could not see it clearly. When Rugua arrived, he waved his hand and the sourcebox array was destroyed. There was nothing left. Boundless was gone. Where's Boundless? The Eternal arched an eyebrow. It seems like he ran away a long time ago. Rugua's face sank, and he immediately contacted Elder Yu to have Wisdom Sky region investigate Boundless' whereabouts. Not long after, he put down the Spirit Cloud Stone. Boundless went to the Arc region. The Eternal frowned. The Arc region? That's not good. Right now, the spiritualized universe's most important task is to go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. After all, Yu Sang-Tian wants to destroy the consciousness universe in one fell swoop and restart it. All 6 spacetime battleships have been mobilized, and Boundless is the 7th. That's a place that the spiritualized universe wants to protect. Rugua's gaze turned cold. I don't care about that anymore. No one can stop me. He then headed for the Arc region. The Eternal calmly followed. The Arc region could not stop Rugua. Boundless would have to mobilize its own experts, or it would depend on Lu Sang-Tian's methods. In the Arc region, Boundless' arrival caused a commotion. Boundless was enormous, and it did not lose out to the spiritualized universe's 6 spacetime battleships. When Zhou Rui saw Boundless, his eyes burned with passion. An unfamiliar spacetime battleship was enough to pique his interest. The Xuanhuan universe was different from the spiritualized universe. The Xuanhuan universe should have never thought of going to another universe, so why had it built such a huge battleship? The materials were comparable to spacetime battleships, so the price had to be high. He could not figure out what the Xuanhuan universe's goal was. Or had the Xuanhuan universe already known about the existence of the 3 universes and predicted this day? To the spiritualized universe, spacetime battleships were strategic, but to the Xuanhuan universe, Boundless represented a legacy. Without Boundless, they would have lost not only an era, but also their legacy and human will. Some of the 6 spacetime battleships were older than Boundless, and they were comparable to Burial Garden. However, in everyone's eyes, Boundless seemed to be the oldest. Zhou Rui boarded Boundless and looked at it as if it were a treasure. He touched it here and there, and sometimes he even lay down on the ground, not caring about his image. The people on Boundless did not stop him and allowed him to look around. Different. The material is different. Is this material from the Xuanhuan universe? It's too perfect. This battleship has been through so many battles. It's made from the best materials in the universe. If our battleship had been through such battles, it would have been destroyed long ago. It's too perfect. Ship Rudder seemed to be possessed by the devil. He was obsessed with the boundless void. Chui was puzzled. The spiritualized universe has 6 spacetime battleships. In this aspect, their technology far surpasses our Xuanhuan universes. But from what you're saying, the quality of your battleship is inferior to Wu Jiang's. Zhou Rui muttered, "Of course not. The first in the spiritualized universe is the foundation of the sequence, and the second is the battleship. In addition, all sides are competing for resources and materials. Otherwise, there would be more than 6 spacetime class battleships. I am confident that I can gather all the materials in the spiritualized universe to create a battleship that surpasses the quality of the boundless universe and become the strongest ship in history." However, he sighed and touched Wu Jiang with a complicated gaze. "It will never be possible." After saying that, he looked at Chui and the others. Wu Jiang really needs to be repaired. Otherwise it won't last for many years. The crazy principal walked out and bowed to Zhou Rui. "I thank you on behalf of Wu Jiang." Zhou Rui waved his hand. "No matter what our standpoints are, this is the ship region. The battleship should be repaired here." However, everyone looked at him and knew that it would not be so easy. Why would the spiritualized universe help Wu Jiang? There are too few materials. Zhou Rui was in a difficult position. The moment he saw Wu Jiang, he did not know why, but he put aside his dissatisfaction, prejudice, and hostility. He only wanted to repair the battleship. However, he did not have the strength to do so. To repair such a battleship, not to mention the time, the materials are completely insufficient. There are many materials in the Xuanhuan universe that can be replaced here, but there are very few materials that are qualified to repair Wu Jiang. Most of them have to be sent to the Door of Arts. I only have a small portion here. I also need to complete the mission given by Sky Beyond Sky. The crazy principal asked, "Are you lacking a lot of materials?" Zhou Rui nodded. "Very much." "Make a list," Chui said. Zhou Rui shook his head. "There is no point in giving you a list. Even if there are materials, they will be in Sky Beyond Sky. They will not be leaked." So Wang Tian rolled his eyes. "Are you overestimating the quality of your spiritualized universe or underestimating human nature? Toad, what do you think?" Star Toad shouted, "Don't call me Toad. You admitted it yourself." So Wang Tian said. Star Toad wanted to kick this guy to death. Desolate God said seriously, "Make a list. We will find it. First, send the list to the Grand Domain." "You want to buy it?" Zhou Rui was surprised. Desolate God raised his head. "Snatch it." Zhou Rui was stunned. "So straightforward?" Old Tao quickly stopped them. "Everyone, don't be anxious. There is no need to snatch it. With Wu Jiang's relationship with the Grand Domain, they will be happy to send it over. Don't worry, don't worry." Lu Tianyi sighed. "You are right. Yishang is in Little Seven's hands." Desolate God nodded. "Send the list to the Grand Domain and the 36 domains. Someone will send it over. Why don't you send a gift to Grandmaster Beyond Heaven as well? I think he's quite helpful," Mu Zhu interjected. On the bow of Wu Jiang, Yushan is speechless. "Sky Beyond Sky? You don't understand Master's temper." Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle grinned. If you don't want to give it, then take it. It is not difficult for us to gather resources. Zhou Rui understood. This was Wu Jiang's way of doing things. They even dared to target sky beyond sky. Hence, Lu Sangtian was not the only one who was arrogant. The entire Wu Jiang was arrogant. He suddenly felt that Wu Jiang was too humble in the past. They were a bunch of bandits. The crazy dean was very polite to Zhou Rui. Please repair the existing materials first. The rest will be sent over quickly. We promise. Zhou Rui nodded. Okay, don't worry. He did not care what Wu Jiang did. Since sky beyond sky did not appear, they had to listen to Wu Jiang. Zhou Rui brought a group of cultivators to Wu Jiang and began to plan how to repair it. Outside Zhou Rui, Eternity arrived. His aura suppressed Zhou Rui and attacked Wu Jiang. The sky turned dark. Zhou Rui was shocked. Enemy attack? Above Wu Jiang, the ancestor walked out and looked at the stars. They were here. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle swung his golden staff and rushed out excitedly. Finally he was here. Eternity descended upon Zhou Rui and met him with a staff strike. What was this? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle viciously smashed his staff down. Eternity had been waiting for this moment. Eternity dodged Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's staff strike. Behind him, the void split open, and the desolate god reached out with a claw. On the other side, the star toad stabbed out with its trident. 3 experts surrounded Eternity. If Zhou Rui was not mistaken, Wu Jiang had other experts besides Lu Yin. Eternity was not a secret, and the battle between the desolate god and the star toad had left a deep impression. However, Zhou Rui was not Wu Huang, and there was no need for him to fight to the death. Eternity's body flickered and disappeared. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, the star toad, and the desolate god turned around uncontrollably. Their backs were hit hard and they crashed into Zhou Rui, shattering the ground. Above Wu Jiang, Chu Yi, Lu Tianyi, and the others' expressions changed. The progenitor frowned. What was this? Outside Zhou Rui, Eternity's brows rose. This was not simple. It was not without reason that this person could temporarily replace Eternity as the god of defense. His cultivation was close to the peak of Ku'er, and his strength was even more shocking. It was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Such a powerhouse had actually been beaten out of God's defense mountain by Yuya. Hai and Zhou Rui looked at Wu Jiang and leaped out. Bring Wu Jiang to tomorrow's beast palm. That Lu Yin had to go. At this time, the 3 experts who had been knocked down appeared again, blocking Wu Jiang's path. The star toad grimaced. What was this? Why did it have to go up every time there was an expert? This guy's attacks were too strange. It was not his match. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle stared at Zhou Rui in shock. He had not been able to react at all. The desolate god returned to his great desolate sky beast form and growled as he stared at Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui frowned. He was actually fine. That astral beast had been able to fight Wu Huang for so long, so it was reasonable that he was fine. How could this toad's defense be so strong? And that guy's battle intent was shocking. Again. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle charged forward. The desolate god rushed out at the same time. The star toad did not move. You guys go. I'll block them outside. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone looked towards the sky. Soon after, 2 figures smashed down again. They were easily beaten down as if they had no power to resist. However, immediately after, the desolate god and Heavenly Lord Victor rushed out again. One relied on the great desolate sky beast's soft defense to resist Wu Huang's strength, while the other relied on Victorious Battle. Even Zhou Rui would find it difficult to defeat them easily. However, they could only be beaten up by Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui attacked again and again. The desolate god coughed up blood. Half of Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's body was crushed. The progenitor looked up at the sky. This person was an expert on the same level as Yu Sangtian. Even if he was far from Yu Sangtian's level, he had reached the level of Wu Huang, who had used the Sealing the Heavens sequence's foundation. He was stronger than an ordinary Sangtian. Meanwhile, the desolate god and Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle could at most fight an ordinary Sangtian. It was impossible for them to defeat this person. Zhou Rui attacked again and again. Zhou Rui's expression was gloomy as he watched the 2 reappear. The Ru family could not delay any longer. There were still experts above Wu Huang. These 2 were just pawns. Thinking of this, his aura changed again. An indescribable feeling of horror spread out. This feeling was eternal and solemn. The Count of Wind had also given him this feeling. This was the power of the 9 heavens universe. The progenitor walked out. This person was going to be serious. At this moment, not far from Wu Huang, a sword slashed toward Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui waved his hand. The sword edges brushed past his body. None of them could touch him. That was the ancient sword. Su Shidao had come. Su Shidao walked out of the void and looked at Zhou Rui with a serious expression. He had not held back just now. The strength of the master of Imperial God Mountain was beyond imagination. This kind of person had never fought in the spiritualized universe, nor had he achieved the position of Xianxia. What was going on with Imperial God Mountain? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3656. Rugua, why did you attack the ship region? Su Shidao asked. Rugua looked at the Su Shidao and said, it has nothing to do with you. The Su Shidao shouted, the ship region is maintaining the ship for the universe of consciousness. Why did you attack? Do you want to destroy the ship and make it difficult for the spiritualized universe to reach the universe of consciousness? He's a spy from the universe of consciousness. The Star Toad shouted. It looked at the miserable state of the desolate god and victorious celestial. Its heart trembled. Fortunately, it did not attack. Otherwise it would be unlucky. Rugua looked at Wu Jiang and said, I want to take Wu Jiang away. Ridiculous. Wu Jiang is the seventh ship for the universe of consciousness. How can you take it away? The Su Shidao retorted and threatened Rugua, I've already reported this to the sky beyond sky. Let's see how you explain this to Xianxia. Rugua's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the eternity and said, attack. I can't do anything. The eternity replied. Rugua looked at the eternity and said, don't forget what you promised. The eternity was helpless. Don't you feel like you're being watched? Rugua was confused. Oh, Xianxia. Xianxia? He's here? Rugua was surprised. The eternity looked serious. I can't move. If I move, Xianxia will attack. He's watching me. Rugua did not believe him. Xianxia won't interfere. The eternity laughed. Xianxia has been tracking me and is ready to kill me. Don't you know? Of course Rugua knew about this. However, they joined forces because of Yuya. Yuya promised that Xianxia would not interfere. He looked at the eternity and could not tell if he was telling the truth. It was normal for Xianxia not to interfere. However, it was not impossible for him to interfere. Xianxia did not care about how he dealt with Lu Yin. However, the eternity was someone Xianxia wanted to deal with. Rugua looked at Wu Jiang again. Now that the eternity was not going to attack Wu Jiang's masters and the Su Shidao might be other spiritualized universe masters. It was impossible for him to take Wu Jiang. Helpless, Rugua could only retreat. Wu Jiang was prepared. This was Yuya's problem and had nothing to do with him. The Eternal looked at Boundless, then exchanged a glance with the primogenitor. Smiling, he turned and left. Beside the primogenitor, Chui lamented, it would be great if we could finish off eternity here. We would be able to completely end our hatred for the Tianyuan cosmos. The primogenitor shook his head. It's not time yet. Moreover, they couldn't stay in eternity. We failed again. Wu Jiang went to the boat region and the plane master Dao rushed over. Even if we tried, it would be useless. Eternity said that Xianxia is watching us, so we can't do anything. This was Yuya's voice. Another voice sounded, Xianxia intervened? That's what eternity said. Ever since eternity came to the spiritualized universe, Xianxia has been trying to find him. For this reason, Xianxia has attacked eternity several times. Xianxia's attack on eternity originally had nothing to do with me, but he chose to attack at this time. After 2 fruitless attempts, Wu Jiang went to the boat region. Lu Xianxia seems to have noticed something. It's unlikely that you'll use someone else to lure him out. No, Rugua's attack can be seen as revenge for Ru Mu. After all, Ru Mu almost died in Wu Jiang's hands. Wu Huang probably didn't know the reason. After a pause, Yuya's voice sounded again. The most despicable person is Xianxia. I really want to kill that piece of trash. Ru Mu's defeat has already made the 9 Clouds universe unhappy. If he hadn't stayed in the spiritualized universe, we would have attacked long ago. He doesn't even go to the godly mountain. Another voice sounded, compared to him, Elder xianxia is a bit stupid, but at least he won't cause us trouble. I want to try again. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the spiritualized universe and kill Xianxia personally. You want to go to the spiritualized universe personally? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the god of defense? I destroyed the Ru family. That's right. The Ru family was protected by the god of defense. You even attacked. Going to the spiritualized universe won't be too serious. However, it's not time yet. Have you thought of asking Xianxia to help you? Xianxia? He'll help me? I have to. You. The coincidence in Wei territory can happen once or many times. Xuanhuan, do you know what you're doing? The consequences of this are more serious than the destruction of the Ru family. Hey, you dare to destroy the Ru family and go to the spiritualized universe? Why wouldn't I dare? But only one of us can succeed. Then I'll protect the other one. Yu was silent for a moment. It's not safe. Yuya, why do you think I'm helping you? You get what you want. I want what I want more. But it's too big of a commotion. Don't forget that Xianxia is not the only spiritualized universe. Xuanhuan didn't answer. After a while, Yuya continued, destroy a few territories first and explore the spiritualized universe. I only want 2 results. Either I don't get it or I get it. You're getting what you want. In terms of results, you're much better than me. There's no need to take too much risk. Okay. There were 2 strokes at the end of the word spirit. One was from Wei territory and the other was from Qing territory. On this day, a disaster occurred in Qing territory. Cultivators fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Some cultivators above the city flew over and landed. Cultivators from the mountains and rivers fought and died at the same time. Young people who had just left their families and embarked on their journey landed on the ground. There were all kinds of situations. Spiritual seeds flew out of Qing territory and flew toward the stars. They gradually disappeared like dandelion seeds floating in the wind. Only ordinary people were left in Qing territory. They stared blankly at the cultivators who were once high and mighty. They died without end. Not a single cultivator escaped. In the sky beyond Celestial Palace, Xianxia's expression changed. He took a step forward and walked into the starry sky. His gaze was terrifyingly gloomy. When he arrived at Qing territory, it was dead silent. Only cries of despair could be heard. There was no sign of life. He looked up. Yuya, Xuanhuan, come out? There was no response. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked in another direction. Not good. Another region was dead silent. Xianxia saw countless spiritual seeds fly into the sky. The word spirit flashed. He clenched his fists. Xuanhuan, you're courting death. Even if you're a god of defense, you can't go against the order of defense. The spiritualized universe can't move. No one answered him. The third region was dead silent. Xianxia chased after them. Do you really want to fight to the death? Don't forget about the Supreme Pole. Many people said that the Supreme Pole was something that Xianxia had made up. He used it to dominate the spiritualized universe, but it was actually a threat to the Nine Heavens universe. This was because the Supreme Pole was the eternal realm. A spiritualized universe with an eternal realm cultivator was qualified to fulfill a certain condition for the Nine Heavens universe. Yuya and Xuanhuan were also worried about the Supreme Pole. No one answered him. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you want? Yuya wanted it. He wanted to threaten Xianxia to help him bring Lu Yin to the Tomorrow Beast's palm. However, he couldn't directly descend into the spiritualized universe. He could only rely on someone else to convey the message. However, that person was blocked by Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan wanted to destroy one region after another to achieve his goal. Only 3 regions were not enough, far from enough. He wanted more than half. However, before the 4th region was destroyed, a figure crashed to the ground. Xianxia looked over and saw that it was the man who had spoken on behalf of Yuya. This person had appeared when the Wei territory was destroyed and had gone to find the Eternal Realm. Now he had fallen here. That person was already dead. Xianxia was bewildered. He looked into the distance and saw a figure slowly walking over. It wasn't fast, but the moment this person appeared, the world froze. Even the spirit seed that was flying towards the starry sky stopped. The bamboo basket made sparse sounds. The person who had come looked old. His eyes were cloudy, and he had a complicated expression. I haven't appeared for so long. Have you forgotten about me? Above the starry sky, the word spirit shone. Xuanhuan was restless. The person who had come was Master Qingqiao. Xianxia looked at Master Qingqiao walking over slowly. He took a deep breath and bowed. He didn't say anything. Master Qingqiao looked up at the starry sky. Do you really want to destroy my 36 regions? No one answered him. Master Qingqiao continued, then you can continue. I won't stop you. Although I might not be able to kill a superior deity, it won't be difficult to kill two inferior deities. Moreover, they are inferior deities who have made mistakes. Immortal life, immortal life. Living for too long is also a sin. I also want to give myself a perfect ending. Humans, when they cultivate, they forget about their relationships. But when they reach the end of their cultivation, they miss their days as ordinary people. I've been waiting for that day for far too long. Why don't you all accompany me on this last trip? The word spirit dimmed and everything disappeared. However, the land of this region couldn't be restored. Xuanhuan ran away. He didn't know if Master Xianxia was telling the truth. He didn't dare to take the risk. He hadn't reached immortal life yet and couldn't guess the thoughts of an immortal. It was just like how he couldn't guess the thoughts of a superior deity. The destruction of the three regions was a huge matter for the spiritualized universe, but xianxia could suppress it. He bowed to Master Xianxia again. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Master Xianxia was helpless. Once that position is empty, no one can resist the temptation. It's normal. Xianxia looked at Master Xianxia. Will they attack again? Definitely. Master Greengrass looked at Xianxia. Immortality is the greatest obsession in the cultivation world. Ordinary people see themselves as humans, but cultivators see themselves as no longer humans. Therefore, they have to find their true selves through cultivation. They have to dispel the clouds and see the truth. This truth might not be satisfying, but before they see it clearly, no one will give up. Mo Shang, will you give up? Xianxia didn't hesitate. No. Master Xianxia smiled. Madness can make people forget their fear. It won't be long before this happens again. I can't do anything about it. Xianxia's face turned gloomy. There were immortal life realms in the spiritualized universe, but compared to the Nine Clouds universe's superior deities, there were too few of them. This caused the spiritualized universe to be passive. The upper limit of the spiritualized universe and the Nine Clouds universe was fixed from the beginning. They wanted to break through to immortality, but it depended on the wishes of the Nine Clouds universe. The spiritualized universe is getting more and more lively. Everyone is coming. It's easy to come, but it's not so easy to go back. The Xuanhuan universe isn't in a good situation now, Master Xianxia muttered and disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3657. Under the starry sky of the Xuanhuan universe, countless insects flew around. This was not just one parallel universe but many parallel universes. The number of insects kept increasing and gradually covered one parallel universe after another. In the origin space, the atmosphere in the sect above heaven was gloomy. People kept coming in and out. The cultivators were stained with blood and looked numb. It was completely different from when Wu Jiang left. It was as if they had returned to the days when they fought against the Eternals. In the main hall of the sect above heaven, Elder Xiangu blamed himself. It's all my fault. I forgot such an important thing. The hive can not only nurture insects, but also locate coordinates. Originally, Yulong was the only one left in the Xuanhuan universe who had a hive. However, Yulong had never been caught and had even nurtured Xianxia. With the appearance of Xianxia, the hive became clearer in the Xuanhuan universe until one day, when the universe shook and many hives were scattered in the Xuanhuan universe. The insect crisis erupted unstoppably. Even if the sect above heaven tried their best to destroy the hives, they could not solve the problem in a short time. There was no lack of people with dark intentions who used the hives to achieve their goals. Until now, in just a few years, the insects had spread across many parallel universes. This wave of hives developed very quickly. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely be able to see it. The others had been turned back in time and had forgotten the process of destroying the hives in 37 years, but Lu Yin remembered. The development of the hives continued to accelerate. This was unexpected. Lu Yuan said in a low voice, "It's not your fault. So what if you remember? There are always hives hiding in the dark. They must have nurtured Xianxia. I just don't know how strong she is." Xiangu said, "Back in our universe, the hives could locate the coordinates of the universe. I always thought that it could only be located in this universe. I didn't expect it to work outside the universe. This is the power of an eternal realm expert. To an eternal realm expert, we are just mortals." The voice came from the ancient god. He had personally experienced the terror of a grass grandmaster. The terror was indescribable. He did not even need to touch to destroy him. This was the power of a god. Voidmaster walked out. "It's my turn. There's no other way." Since the hive crisis has erupted, we have to solve it. Otherwise we will have to escape. After saying that, he walked out of the sect above heaven. There was no need to look for insects now. There were too many of them in many parallel universes. Even the origin space. Although it was easy to eliminate the insects, the problem was that they would appear again. In the White Cloud City, Jianghu had entered a new state. He was moving around and accurately avoided living creatures, but he could not avoid inanimate objects. For example, tables, stools, walls, and so on. He could not avoid them, but as long as they were living creatures he could avoid them. Lu Pian ran and the others were excited. Jianghu was developing in a good direction. They did not expect him to recover his cultivation. They just wanted him to be normal. This feeling was between seeing and not seeing. In the Mirage domain, Wei Nu was walking on the shore of the River of Time. She could vaguely see a small boat passing by in the distance. Xiaoran was there. Wei Nu walked along the River of Time step by step and finally stopped at the end. This wasn't the end of the River of Time because the River of Time had no end. This was a fixed end. Mr. Mu used tracing back to the past to fix the River of Time, thus fixing the Mirage domain so that it would remain in the Heaven's origin universe forever. It sounded simple, but even the current Lu Yin couldn't do it. Time was known as a great power. Anyone who mastered the great power of time could turn something rotten into something miraculous, possessing the power to reverse everything. However, Mr. Mu was able to freeze time. Looking at the end of the long River of Time, Wei Nu is lost in thought. Only the immortal realm can stabilize the mirage. Even the immortal realm might not be able to do it. How strong was this old man at his peak? No one below the immortal realm is a match for him. What a pity. After looking for a long time, Wei Nu slowly sat down and did not leave. In a parallel universe of the Heaven's origin universe, the heavenly hound waved its claws and tore the void apart, annihilating many insects. In the distance, the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu were also killing insects. No, there are too many of them. How long do we have to kill them? Why are there so many? The Forgotten Ruins deity was exhausted. Wang Xiaoyu killed the insects silently. The heavenly hound was never tired. The Forgotten Ruins deity looked around. The insects were not strong, but their numbers made one's scalp tingle. They had avoided the time reversal and knew very well that the process of the sect above Heaven's origin universe exterminating the insects was not that troublesome. Even though Lu Yin and the rest were no longer around, and the people from the immortal realm and the spiritualized universe were no longer around, the sect above Heaven's origin universe was strong enough to exterminate the insects at the beginning. How could they develop so quickly? Stop fighting. Let's go and hide, the Forgotten Ruins deity said. Wang Xiaoyu looked at her. When the insects flood the sky, there will be nowhere to hide. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. No, we won't be leaving the Heaven's origin universe for long. The sect above heaven cannot hold on. Once they are drowned by the insects, they can only escape. The spiritualized universe is the only place to go. What we should think of now is how to sneak in and escape with them. Kiki. Wang Xiaoyu retracted her gaze and looked into the distance. The endless insects were so ferocious. Where would this universe end up? What a pity. The Heaven's origin universe. The Forgotten Ruins deity sighed. At the same time, in the valley of the spiritualized universe, South Roaming World, Lu Yin did not know that another 3 regions had been exterminated. If not for the appearance of Master Grass, Xianxia might have been forced to attack him. Wu Jiang entered the Arc region and returned without any results. Lu Yin was curious about what would happen to Yuya next. But that did not stop him from digging bricks. Until the 9th spirit returned. Lu Yin looked speechlessly at the 9th spirit sitting in the courtyard and drinking. Not going out? Nope. Not looking for the immortal realm? Can't find it. Look again. I'll definitely find it. As he spoke, Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone. He wanted to contact the immortal and return to the Zhikong region. Otherwise, why would the 9th spirit remain here? How was he going to dig bricks? The 9th spirit glanced at Lu Yin. This is my home. You mean to chase me away? Lu Yin waved a hand. Of course not. I'm just worried for you. I have a grudge with Count of the Fengbua. If you find him, give him 2 slaps. Thank you. The 9th spirit downed a mouthful of wine. Can't find it. Not looking. I'm tired. Lu Yin was helpless. He lay on the recliner. Hand? Qing Yun instinctively extended her hand. The 9th spirit was not surprised. If you like, I'll marry her to you. Qing Yun was shocked. She pursed her lips and looked at the 9th spirit, full of apprehension. Qing Shao hurriedly stopped her. Ninth Spirit, how can you let my sister marry this Wu? Lu Yin's gaze swept over. Qing Xiao coughed. This Wu Zhang's third elder. No, definitely not. The Ninth Spirit did not mind. So what? He takes advantage of your sister every day. Who else can she marry but him? Lu Sangtian, you have to take responsibility. No, Lu Yin said bluntly. Qing Yun was angry and pulled her hand back. She wanted to scold Lu Yin. Was it his turn to despise her? But thinking about it, something was wrong. Why did this scene look like she had been abandoned? She had not been abandoned. She had never wanted to marry this scoundrel. Lu Yin arched an eyebrow and looked at Qing Yun. Hand? Qing Yun huffed but did not dare to refuse. She extended her hand. Qing Xiao wailed, Sister, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him. Now shut up. Qing Yun glared at Qing Xiao. The Ninth Spirit laughed. I say, didn't you say that it would be good for your sister to marry him? Why did you change your mind? Qing Xiao's expression was ugly. I did not expect him to be so useless. Lu Yin glanced over again. Qing Xiao licked his lips. Then Wu Jiang. Then Wu Jiang. Yes, very Wu Jiang. Right now, the spiritualized universe looked at Wu Jiang as a scoundrel. Lu Yin's reputation and Wu Jiang's ability to gather resources were deeply ingrained in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin did not mind. The more he scolded Wu Jiang, the more he could not do anything about it. The reality of the Nine Heavens universe made his heart heavy, but it also brought about an unknown outcome. They had come to the spiritualized universe with no intention of leaving alive. What could be worse than that? If they died, the Tianyuan universe would be rebooted. At most, it would be rebooted by the Nine Heavens universe. And the Nine Heavens universe's lesser gods fighting for the position of greater god might bring about a turnaround. There's no point in you staying here. You know everything you need to know. You don't think that you can drag Lord Dan Hong down with you just by staying here. That's impossible, the Ninth Spirit said as she drank. Lu Yin was curious. What kind of person is this Lord Dan Hong behind you? The Ninth Spirit continued to drink. You should know the name of the god of defense. You sang Tian Yuyed Dan Hong Xing Fan Rujia. Xing Fan, who told you? The Ninth Spirit stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. You're testing me. When the Ninth Spirit had come, she had told Lu Yin that Yuya was looking for him. Before that, Lu Yin had thought that Xing Fan had used Wu Huang to lure him to the Tomorrow Beast's palm. It was then that he knew of Yuya's existence. And to the Ninth Spirit she had not mentioned Xing Fan. My guess is right. You've joined forces with the Eternity. The Eternity has count of the wind, who knows part of the situation in the Nine Heavens universe. That's why he told you about Xing Fan. Otherwise, you wouldn't know this name, the Ninth Spirit said. Lu Yin did not deny it. Where is Count of the Wind? The Ninth Spirit asked. Lu Yin shrugged. I don't know. The Ninth Spirit looked at Lu Yin deeply. As long as Count of the Wind is alive, I will keep an eye on the Eternity. You can use me. Aren't you afraid that I'll ruin your plans? Lu Yin grinned at the Ninth Spirit. What plans do we have? At least the Eternity cannot lie to Yuya, the Ninth Spirit said. Lu Yin was surprised. Why would he lie to Yuya? The Ninth Spirit gulped. The Rujiao was destroyed. Rugwa did not come out willingly. He attacked you because of Yuya. Is that so? Don't pretend in front of me. I'm sure that you've joined forces with the Eternity, but Yuya doesn't know. He probably thinks that you guessed that Rugwa attacked Wujiang because of Rumu. At this point she looked at Lu Yin. If Yuya knows that you've joined forces with the Eternity, what do you think he'll do? No theft. Spiritualized universe. He has no one else he can use. Can you stop a lesser god? Lu Yin's lips curled, his gaze deep. What if that's my goal? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3658. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the Ninth Spirit's eyes narrowed. You want to use Yuya against Yu Sangtian? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. I did not say anything. The Ninth Spirit stared at Lu Yin. She understood. From the start, he had not been afraid that his alliance with the Eternal would be exposed. Yuya could not tell, but those in the spiritualized universe would. Because Lu Yin's arrival in the South Traversing Empire and the Eternal's appearance in the Wisdom Sky domain were too coincidental. Didi Pavilion so coincidental that he was not afraid of being exposed. Yuya did not have many tricks up his sleeve in the spiritualized universe. He had lost Emperor Wu. If he could see this, he would have to act personally if he really wanted to find Lu Yin. But had Yuya seen through it? Perhaps not. It was not that he was stupid, but that he was not in the spiritualized universe. There were many things he did not understand, and sometimes what he knew would deviate from the truth. Lu Yin rocked his recliner. His alliance with the Eternal was going smoothly. From the start, neither had mentioned luring Yuya over. But in the end, Yuya had to come to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, who would break Xianxia's pattern? The most important thing was their own safety. Before Yuya appeared, they had to avoid him. Otherwise, Yuya might not attack Xianxia directly, but they could not escape. They would not underestimate the anger of a god of defense who had been tricked. The ninth spirit smiled bitterly and took a swig of wine. How sinister! Qingyun and Qingxiao were stunned. Even the calm Yuanqi was stunned. He did not understand what the Nine Heavens universe was, but he knew that Lu Yin was scheming against Xianxia. Xianxia was invincible. Could he really be tricked? His strength was enough to wipe out everything. Wisdom and strength had been in constant competition since ancient times. And now it was being played out before them. Whether it was wisdom that controlled strength or strength that ignored wisdom, Xianxia could give an answer. You're really not leaving? Lu Yin asked again. The ninth spirit was tired. Not leaving. She sneered. I'm guarding you. Why leave? Why don't you just get the Eternal to hand over Fenghua? Save me the trouble. Perhaps I can even help you. Like dragging Lord Danwu down with you? Dream on. Lu Yin's head hurt. If the ninth spirit did not leave, there was not much point in him remaining in the south traversing realm. Just as she had said, he could not drag Danxiu down with him, because Yuya could directly contact Danxiu in the Nine Heavens universe. If he stayed here, he would still have to dig up bricks. But with the ninth spirit here, how could he do that? She must be driven away. Anyway, he didn't want to leave. If he moved, he would easily attract attention. But how could he chase the ninth spirit away? This was someone else's territory. That's right. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He turned to the ninth spirit, his smile enigmatic. The ninth spirit felt a strange chill. What was going on? Before long, the ninth spirit knew where the chill was coming from. That shameless bastard had appeared. She stared blankly at the perception immortal. You're still alive? Lu Yin had suppressed many people in hell before, and almost all of them were top powerhouses. Among them, there were even a few who were qualified to compete for Sang Tian's position. Many people had speculated whether these experts were dead or alive, but no one could give them an answer. So far, none of those who were publicly captured by Lu Yin had shown up. Not even Saint Great Lu could find any trace of them. Wu Huang had once asked. Guiyouxia and the others were still alive. Lu Yin had said they were, but no one could take them away from him. The ninth spirit had thought that the perception immortal would not appear again, but he had suddenly appeared. The perception immortal opened his arms, breathing in the free air. He opened his eyes, and for the first time, his gaze was not completely focused on the ninth spirit, but on the stars. He was finally free. He had come out alive. Freedom was great. He could not help but roar, not caring about his image. Qingyun and Qingxiao's jaws dropped. Was this still the elegant perception immortal? Although the outside world said that the perception immortal was shameless, the perception immortal always maintained his poise before the ninth spirit, never losing his composure. What had happened to him? Why was he like this? No one could understand the horrors of hell. Without experiencing it personally, it was hard to explain. After Princess Duan entered hell, she came out as Lu Yin's servant. Saint Great Lu entered hell and came out again saying anything. City Lord Feng entered hell and came out again not even caring about death. Yushan would rather be taken away by Xianxia and face the threat of death than enter hell again. It was the same for the perception immortal. In fact, his experiences were even more miserable than those of others. This was because he cultivated the Tao of the mortal world, and had seen the ups and downs of the world. Others experienced their own lives, but he had experienced more and seen more. Countless things happened to him, and he didn't even know if he had experienced them. He was already going crazy. It was a good thing that Lu Yin didn't keep them in the commander appointment platform, or else Xianxia would have gone crazy. After venting for a while, the perception immortal calmed down, retracting his gaze from the universe. He looked around and found the ninth spirit. His expression changed and he gave her a fawning smile. This familiar smile sent a chill down the ninth spirit's spine. Every time the perception immortal saw her, he would smile the same way. Ajio, you're back. The ninth spirit's scalp prickled and she glared at Lu Yin. Why did you let him out? Lu Yin blinked. He said that your love is stronger than gold. I guess I can't just stay here for nothing. I have to compensate him. The ninth spirit was furious. Ajio, I've waited so long for you. For you, I participated in the Battle of the Abyss. Look, nothing happened to those two siblings. The third elder promised me to take care of them. Don't think that old brother was captured by the third elder. Wrong. Old brother was willing to exchange for the safety of those two siblings. Ajio, do you understand old brother's intentions? Qing Yun and Qing Xiao were stunned. Shameless. They had clearly been captured by force. Yuan Qi turned his head, not even wanting to look. Why would an expert who had passed bitter adversity do this? This person was said to be creating a sequence art, and was called the Four Waters Immortal. Was he worthy? The ninth spirit retreated, looking warily at the perception immortal. Stop. Don't come near me. The perception immortal stopped, smiling warmly. All right. If you want me to stop, I'll stop. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. Ajio, as long as you're happy, I'll do anything. The ninth spirit gritted her teeth. Get away from me. Never appear before me again. The perception immortal was vexed. What? After so many years, you still don't understand my feelings for you? You like to drink? I searched the many parallel spaces of the spiritualized universe, and even sought an audience with you xianxia. I took the opportunity to steal wine from the Extreme Palace, and was almost killed by you xianxia. I also wanted to sneak into the Wisdom Sky domain, but their numinous treasure spirit design was a little troublesome. I even went to the 10,000 Beasts border, and the Heaven's Hand headquarters nearby. If I hadn't found the entrance, I would have gone to the Divine Dominion Mountain. Every year, I buy all the good wine auctioned in the spiritualized universe. Heaven and earth can attest to my feelings for you. Ajio, for you I can. Not far away, Luin was stunned. The perception immortal spoke endlessly of his love for the ninth spirit. Every word came from the bottom of his heart, and even an outsider like him was touched. In the world of cultivation, it was rare to find such a persistent love. At least he had never encountered one. One had to know that both of them were experts who had passed bitter adversity. How many years had this obsession lasted? Wait, could this be the perception immortal's bitter adversity? Luin looked at the perception immortal deeply. The ninth spirit's expression changed, and the wine was no longer fragrant. Shut up. The perception immortal opened his mouth and stopped. It was very comical. The ninth spirit took a deep breath. You will do anything for me? The perception immortal promised. Anything. Good. Kill him for me. The ninth spirit pointed at Luin, her voice cold. Luin raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Repaying kindness with enmity? Shameless. Qing Yun could not help but glare at Luin. What did he mean by repaying kindness with enmity? Who did not know that the ninth spirit hated the perception immortal? She had even gone to the consciousness universe to fight. This guy had deliberately released the perception immortal to disgust her. The perception immortal sighed. Ajio, how can you repay kindness with enmity? The third in charge is such a good person. He is selfless, generous, and dedicated. He is willing to sacrifice for everyone. He is free from vulgar interests and has a noble character and charisma. You still want to kill such a person? Even if I adore you, you can't be unreasonable. Ajio apologized to the third in charge. The ninth spirit was stunned. Apologize. Qing Yun, Qing Xiao, and the others were stunned. What? Selfless? Generous? Noble character? Charisma? Was this something a human would say? Was this used to describe the third in charge? Was this not bootlicking? At this moment, the perception immortal's heart was trembling. He liked the ninth spirit, or rather, this was his misfortune. But he could not offend the third in charge for the ninth spirit. That was suicide. He would rather die than experience the horrors of the hell of general appointment platform again. If not for the third in charge's conditions for releasing him, even if the ninth spirit admitted to liking him, he would have run far away. Staying away from the third in charge was the right thing to do. Luin smiled faintly. Kill him? Yes. The perception immortal had been released on the condition that he had to chase after the ninth spirit. He had to chase after her, watch her, and not let her go. Otherwise, he would continue to stay in the hell of general appointment platform. This condition was very much in line with the perception immortal's wishes. He agreed without hesitation. The perception immortal was already afraid. Anyone who had been suppressed by the hell of general appointment platform would not be afraid. The ninth spirit did not understand what they had experienced. Ajio, be good. Apologize to the third in charge. The perception immortal advised. He was sincerely afraid that the ninth spirit would also be suppressed into the hell of general appointment platform. That feeling was worse than death. The ninth spirit gritted her teeth. Die for me? Die together? Be buried in the same grave? Audiobook, so this is your way of expressing your love? How come I didn't realize it before? Wonderful Audiobook. You have accepted my feelings. Wonderful. Here I will recite a poem for you. I have been reciting this poem for many years. Ah, heaven and earth are boundless. I am the heart shooting towards your heart. Our hearts are linked. The ninth spirit could not take it anymore. She ran. She could not take it. The perception immortal hurried after her. Audiobook, don't be shy. This poem is very long. Listen to me slowly recite it for you for the rest of my life. Audiobook. The valley fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3659. Lu Yin was satisfied and heaved a sigh of relief. For now, the ninth spirit would not return. As long as the perception immortal did not want to be pushed into Point Commander's platform hell, he would definitely keep a close eye on her and not let her return. Finally, it was quiet. Qingyun and Xianxia stared blankly at the empty space. What had just happened? Yuan Qi's face was twitching and he could not react. Lu Yin ignored them and began to dig through the bricks. He could not waste time. More than a month had passed since the ninth spirit had been disgusted by the perception immortal. The ninth spirit had returned once, and Lu Yin did not know how she had gotten rid of the perception immortal. Although the perception immortal's battle power was average, at least to Lu Yin, his methods of chasing the ninth spirit were impressive. It was probably due to his many years of experience. It was not easy for the ninth spirit to get rid of him once. But once the ninth spirit returned, Lu Yin called the perception immortal back. The perception immortal wanted to leave and stay away from Lu Yin completely, but he did not dare. After asking around, he knew how terrifying Lu Yin was now. He was a strong person at the level of xianxia. Imagine how terrifying it was to be targeted by xianxia. Helpless, he returned to the South Turing world. After all, he was used to chasing the ninth spirit. Not even a day had passed since the ninth spirit returned, and she was again disgusted by the perception immortal. She knew that Lu Yin had purposely lured the perception immortal here, but she had no choice. She could not win and could not reason with him. She could only run. Qingyun and Xianxia sympathized, but there was nothing they could do. Scoundrels were powerful. More than a month had passed. On this day Guyao came. Greetings, Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked at Guyao and nodded. Go back. I said before that without the ninth spirit's permission, I will not leave the valley, much less go to God Rain Mountain. Guyao smiled. With Lu Sangtian's ability, why would you bully a little girl like me? What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Guyao was serious. I do not represent God Rain Mountain, but the Moon's Edge's god of defense. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. It seemed like the Moon's Edge had no choice. Then was she prepared to lure him? Moon's Edge's god of defense? Guyao and Lu Yin looked at each other. Lu Sangtian does not know? Why should I? Since Lu Sangtian doesn't know, I'll tell Lu Sangtian about it. If I've said anything wrong, please correct me. Lu Yin did not refuse. The ballad slowly talked about the existence of the Nine Clouds universe, as well as the names of the 5 inferior gods. Qingyun and Xianxia were dumbstruck. Yuan Qi was also astonished. There was a 9 Clouds universe above the spiritualized universe? How could this be? Aren't there only 3 universes? Yuan Qi stared at Lu Yin in a daze, but the latter's expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. The ballad calmly talked about the relationship between the 2 universes, and she specifically mentioned one point. The 9 heavens is above, and the spirit is below. This is the relationship between the 2 universes. To ascend to the continent of the 9 clouds, one must look up to the sky, including Yu Sang Tian. The imperial god of Yuya is second only to the 4 imperial gods of the continent of the 9 clouds. Let's put down the book. So, do you understand Lu Sangtian? Lu Yin took a deep breath and nodded. Understood. So, you represent the Moon Edge god of defense? Yes. Why didn't you tell me before? Guyao smiled and said, the 9 heavens universe can't easily interfere with the spiritualization of the universe. Transforming the universe is unfair to others. Then why are you looking for me now? Lu Yin looked at her. Guyao's gaze was proud, because the Moon Edge god of defense can be unfair. Lu Yin looked at Guyao and their eyes met. Guyao didn't flinch. After a while Lu Yin nodded. Tell me your intention. The Moon Edge god of defense is so high and mighty. Why are you looking for me? Gu Yao's expression was solemn. Although Yu Sang Tian is the imperial god, it is a gift from the Nine Clouds universe. In recent years, Yu Sang Tian has been too presumptuous, and the Nine Clouds universe has been dissatisfied. Lord Yuya wants to replace the ruler of the spiritualization universe for the Nine Clouds universe. Originally, he had his eyes on Wu Huang, who represented the spirit molting of a beast. He was a suitable candidate. But in the battle of the source of Fu River, Wu Huang lost to Lu Sangtian. After much consideration, Lord Yuya decided to let Lu Sangtian replace Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin was surprised. Let me replace Yu Sangtian? The corner of Gu Yao's mouth curled up. Yes. Yu Sangtian agreed? It's not up to him. His identity is not up to him. As long as the Nine Clouds universe is willing, it can be taken away at any time. But Yu Sangtian is very strong. I don't think I can replace him, Lu Yin said. Gu Yao smiled. Lu Sangtian doesn't have to worry about this. Lord Yuya will take care of it. Presumably, Lu Sangtian doesn't know how strong Lord Yuya is. Before coming, Lord Yuya took this into consideration and gave you a gift. Lu Yin was confused. What gift? Gu Yao's eyes flashed coldly. The Ru family. Lu Yin frowned. The Ru family? Gu Yao said in a low voice. The Ru family is also the imperial god. Lord Yuya has been destroyed, and Lu Sangtian should know that Rugua attacked Wujiang to avenge his daughter Rumu. If it weren't for Lord Yuya, Rugua wouldn't be the only one to avenge, but the entire Ru family. This is a gift from Lord Yuya to Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin was speechless. If he didn't know the inside story, he would have believed it. Rumu had clearly been controlled by Yuya to lure Lu Yin into the Sun Beast's palm, which was why Yu Sangtian had stopped her and turned her into a zombie. The Ru family had also been destroyed by Yuya because of the eternity, and Yuya had forced them to deal with Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that Yuya had gone through the eternity, which meant that Yuya didn't know about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Gu Yao to lie in front of Lu Yin. Gu Yao was confident. The Ru family represents the Royal God Mountain, and the Royal God Mountain belongs to Yu Sangtian. Lord Yuya can destroy it at will, and Yu Sangtian doesn't dare to say a word. Is this enough to guarantee Lu Sangtian? Lu Yin was amused. The Royal God Mountain belonged to Yu Sangtian? Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew about this, but in reality, the Royal God Mountain belonged to the Ru family in the Ninth Heaven universe. Furthermore, it was unknown whether or not the Royal God Mountain was even a part of the universe. Lu Yin still didn't know what Yu Sangtian was planning, but Yuya was dragging him into this. Yuya's imperial god is really powerful. He destroyed the Ru family, and Yu Sangtian didn't dare to object. I believe him, but I'm also a human and I'm from the Tianyuan universe. Why did Yuya choose me? If I defeat Wu Huang, won't that anger Yuya's imperial god? Lu Yin asked. Gu Yao sighed. Although Lu Sangtian is from the Tianyuan universe to the Ninth Heaven universe, whether it's the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe, they are all below him. That includes the consciousness universe, which can be rebooted at will. The Ninth Heaven universe is above the three universes. This is a form of tolerance, so your identity in the Tianyuan universe won't be an obstacle. Lu Sangtian can rest assured. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and he slowly said, Tolerance. The Ninth Heaven universe is really tolerant. Gu Yao smiled. Of course. No matter how many types of ants there are, they are all ants to humans. It's that simple. Lu Yin smiled and looked at her deeply. Yes, the types are not important. He paused for a moment and then said, Wu Huang helped Yuya's imperial god and obtained the changes in the Ninth Heaven. On my side, Yuya's imperial god didn't say anything? Gu Yao frowned. Letting Lu Sangtian replace Yu Sangtian, isn't that a sign? This is the result, the ideal result. I admit that the possibility is very high, but before it is achieved, everything is unknown, Lu Yin said. Gu Yao's face darkened. Lu Sangdan, are you negotiating with Yuya's imperial god? Let me remind you. Before she could finish speaking, a pressure that seemed to collapse the sky and the earth descended, causing the woman to lie down directly. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes instantly fell into darkness. The boundless pressure of fear made her breath stagnate. Girl, who are you talking to? Lu Yin's voice sounded. It was calm and deep, as if the abyss was summoning her. Let me teach you a principle. No matter how many types of ants there are, they are all ants. Similarly, no matter who the ants are under, they can be trampled to death if they want to. Gu Yao trembled with fear and despair. This was a moment she had never experienced before. The feeling of being on the verge of death and being looked down upon or even swallowed by a huge monster made her thoughts stop. She could not think of anything and could only listen. Only this sentence kept repeating as if it had been repeated for countless years. She did not know how much time had passed. It might have been a moment or it might have been a long time, but Guyao saw the ground again. She lay on the ground, dust falling in front of her eyes. Blood mixed with saliva flowed out and her body slowly regained its senses. She slowly looked up and saw a pair of feet. Then she looked up again and saw Lu Yin lying leisurely on a chair. Lu Yin's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was angry or happy. But at this moment, when Guyao looked at him again, it was clearly the same face, but it brought her endless fear. No matter who the ants were under, they could be trampled to death. She was the ant that crawled under Yuya's feet. Lu Yin could also trample to death if he wanted to. To her, Yuya was a human and Lu Yin was also a human. She had forgotten that Lu Yin was also on the same level as xianxia. Lu Yin swayed the chair and looked at Guyao. He smiled and said, "Want some fruit?" Guyao coughed and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. She did not dare to wipe it away, so she lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, Lord Lu Sangtan." Lu Yin waved his hand. "Alright, get up." Guyao heaved a sigh of relief and slowly got up. But because she had been under too much pressure, her legs were weak and she tried several times to stand up. "Sit." "No, there's no need." "Let's continue the topic. What did you want to say?" Guyao gulped and her face was pale and covered in dust. "Conditions. What conditions does Lu Sangtian want?" "I will reply to Lord Yuya." Lu Yin was satisfied. "It would have been better if you had said that earlier." Guyao did not dare to speak. She lowered her head even more and listened quietly. Lu Yin had wanted to mention some conditions just now. Yuya had said that he wanted him to replace Yu Sangtian, but it was all nonsense. His purpose was to lure him to the next day's beast palm. Whatever conditions Lu Yin proposed now would be advantageous because he had no intention of agreeing to them at all. 50 trillion spirit seeds, Lu Yin said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3660. Guyao was stunned and thought that she had heard wrong. She seemed to have heard an exaggerated number. What? 100 trillion spirit seeds, Lu Yin said. He realized that 50 trillion was too little. Spirit seeds came from the 9th firmament universe, and only the heavens knew how many were there. The number of spiritualized universes was unknown as well, but the spiritualized universes had been developing for so many years, so there must be many spirit seeds. Guyao had not expected Lu Yin's condition to be spirit seeds. This was equivalent to asking for money. She recalled that Lu Sangtian had been collecting spirit seeds in order to limit the number of spiritualized cultivators. The outside world was mocking him, but he really did intend to do so. If this had been before, Guyao would have said something, but she did not dare to say a word now. Only when one understood one's position would one know what to say and what not to say. Guyao left. No matter how ridiculous Lu Yin's condition was, she just had to report it to Yuya's god of defense. Furthermore, this condition was not bad. Although the number was a little high, it was not difficult. Lu Yin watched Guyao leave with anticipation. To Yuya, this small amount of spirit seeds was not a problem. So what was the next condition? This girl did not think that he would only raise one condition, right? Guyao left and Lu Yin continued to dig at the bricks. His peaceful life was simple and unadorned. Yu Sangtian did not react, but Lu Yin did not care and continued to wait. The 9th spirit continued to be chased by the psyche immortal. During this time, people came to the valley from time to time to see Lu Yin, but he rejected them all. There was also news from the Arc region that Wu Jiang could be repaired, but it required a lot of materials. Lu Yin was happy. Wu Jiang had carried them from the Tianyuan universe and had once carried the hopes of humanity's legacy. If it could be repaired, it would be an explanation to the Tianyuan universe. Wu Jiang was also one of them. Looking at the list of materials, Lu Yin knew what the next condition was. Elsewhere, Yuya was using his influence to collect spirit seeds. Although Yuya himself could not descend into the spiritualized universe, after countless years, he had built up his own influence there. For example, although the person who had brought the message to Yu Sangtian had been dealt with by Master Greengrass, Yuya had more than one such person. Guyao was also one of Yuya's people in the spiritualized universe. There were too many ways for a lesser god to increase his influence. For a time, the trade of spiritual seeds in the spiritualized universe became intense and crazy. No one knew where a group of people came from, but they crazily snatched spiritual seeds, traded them, plundered them, and even stole them. They did everything they could, causing many people in the spiritualized universe to suffer. This was especially so in the grand universal domain. Just the General Chamber of Commerce alone had a few people who had moved the spiritual seeds away. They were discovered and locked up, but they would rather die than say why they had done so. Lu Yin's one condition caused the entire spiritualized universe to go into a frenzy. It was said that a maid from the heavens beyond heaven wanted to steal the tree, but she was beaten to death by Lan. When Xianxia heard this, his expression turned ugly. Yuya had been eyeing the spiritualized universe for a long time. Perhaps there were people from Xuanhuan among them. One swords only, however, it was difficult for these people to accomplish great things. At most, they could only gather resources and spread the word. Finally, more than a month later, hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds were gathered and brought to the southbound world by Guyao. The disappearance of hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds caused rumors to spread throughout the spiritualized universe. The loss of such a large number of spirit seeds had a huge impact, and some people would never be able to cultivate their own spirit seeds. This made them think of Wu Jiang. Previously, Wu Jiang had used the name of Lu Sangtian and Yuanqi Sangtian to mobilize resources several times, which had caused many people to be unable to cultivate. This time it was even more serious. It was so serious that it was no longer childish. Everyone felt that Lu Yin's plan to use this method to limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe was childish. However, if there came a day when he really managed to take away the spiritualized universe's spirit seed, then the spiritualized universe would truly be unable to produce any new cultivators. This was not a joke. Many people looked at Wu Jiang in the Arc region. How many spirit seeds were there? Many powerhouses had never considered collecting spirit seeds, but now they had no choice but to do so. If hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds were spread out, they could stretch across the land and make countless cultivators go crazy. It was not that they wanted it for themselves, but that they could help many of their juniors. In the spiritualized universe, one of the factors that restricted certain families and sects was spirit seeds. If they had enough spirit seeds, they could cultivate hundreds of millions of cultivators. Even if they did not pay any other resources and scattered these cultivators all over the universe, there would always be a few talented ones who would be able to walk out. No matter how low the probability was, time would make this investment pay off. Unfortunately, even the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce would find it difficult to take out so many spirit seeds at once. Guyao knew about many spirit seeds because she had never thought that she would be able to obtain so many in her cultivation life. Fortunately, she did not need to collect them. The price she had paid was that the god of defense at the moon's edge had been exposed for the sake of these spirit seeds. Before coming to the southbound world, she had thought that the god of defense at the moon's edge would never have dreamed that her many years of planning would be exposed because of the spirit seeds. Not bad at all. Hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. Impressive. Lu Yin praised and looked at Guyao. Now I believe what you said. You are indeed worthy of being called the god of defense at the moon's edge. Guyao was helpless. Even the destruction of the Ru family would not make Lu Sangtian so happy. While collecting the spirit seeds, she had also investigated the extent of Wu Jiang's collection of spirit seeds. When she got the number, she gasped. Regardless of whether Lu Sangtian's approach was ridiculous or not, the number of spirit seeds he had collected was shocking. He had mobilized resources on a large scale in the name of Lu Sangtian several times. Coupled with the profits from the Battle of Fuheyuan, there were already hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. No matter how ridiculous his approach was, when the number reached this level, no one could laugh. It had already had a great impact on the spiritualized universe. As long as Lu Sangtian is satisfied. Guyao's attitude was respectful. Lu Yin grunted. I am very satisfied. Okay, this is the next condition. As he spoke, a piece of paper floated lightly towards Guyao. Guyao was stunned. There is another condition? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Why can't I? Guyao stared at Lu Yin blankly. Lu Yin leaned forward and stared at Guyao. You don't think that I, a mere Lu Sangtian, would make a condition to the supreme god of defense in the ninth heaven universe just for resources, do you? Are you looking down on me or are you looking down on the god of defense? Guyao was speechless. What did this have to do with looking down on him? Furthermore, it was not just resources, but hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. Even the spiritualized universe was feeling threatened. If she had the guts, she would have slapped this person. This was too much. Lu Yin exhaled and leisurely rocked his chair. If you are unwilling, then please leave. You can take these resources away if you want. Guyao glanced at the cosmic rings. She had no intention of taking them away. That would be courting death. She bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Sengtan, please allow me to report this to the god of defense. Lu Yin waved a hand. Guyao retreated. And Qing Yun walked over and extended her hand. She glanced at the cosmic rings. There were so many spirit seeds. She had never seen so many in her life. Perhaps even the ninth spirit had never seen so many spirit seeds. Lu Yin looked up. You want them? Qing Yun said, I have never seen so many. Take as many as you want. After so long, I should give you something in return. Qing Yun blinked. What is it? She lowered her head and saw that Lu Yin was holding her hand. Her expression changed. She blushed with embarrassment, anger, and sullenness. She pulled her hand back and turned to leave. Lu Yin was stunned. He watched Qing Yun leave angrily. What was going on? This girl was too bold. She actually dared to run away? Hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds were absorbed into the starry sky land in his heart. Spirit seeds were constantly melting into liquid on that land. Lu Yin knew very well that the more liquid there was, the more useful it would be. However, it was too slow. These spirit seeds had never been cultivated. Even if there were hundreds of trillions of them, they would only melt into a little bit of liquid. When the ninth firmament universe had destroyed the cultivators of the Wei territory, the spirit seeds of those cultivators had been cultivated. The size of the liquid they had melted into was on a completely different level from his own. If all of his spirit seeds had been replaced with those that had been cultivated, there would have been at least a small lake on the land. Lu Yin's gaze was heavy. The ninth firmament universe was like raising venomous insects. They used humans as nourishment, cultivation as a path, and spirit seeds as containers to deliver that liquid to them. It was still all right in the past. When the cultivators died naturally, the spirit seeds would be taken away. Now, it had developed to forcefully plunder the spirit seeds. Every time they plunder, a large number of cultivators would die. Although the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe were enemies, they were still humans. Lu Yin could empathize with them. From Guyao's attitude, he could see the ninth firmament universe's attitude. The ninth firmament universe was superior, while the other three universes were inferior. They could treat the spiritualized universe like this, but they could also treat the Tianyuan universe like this. When he thought of this, Lu Yin felt a strong sense of crisis. If one day all the cultivators of the spiritualized universe were robbed of their spirit seeds and died, who would be next? A few days later, Guyao came and bowed to Lu Yin. Lord Yuya has agreed to Lu Sangtian's conditions, but you also have conditions. I won't listen. Guyao had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive. Lu Sangtian, Lord Yuya. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the recliner and the void rippled. The rumbling sound exploded in Guyao's ears, causing her to almost faint. I've said it before. If you don't want to listen, then do it. If you don't, then forget it. You can take the spirit seeds away. I won't force you. Guyao's face turned pale and she almost fell to the ground. Her body was numb. On one side was Yu Ye's god of defense, and on the other side was Lu Yin. She really did not know how to pass the message. This Lu Sangtian was indeed as unscrupulous as the rumors said. He should have at least waited for people to finish speaking before taking action. Guyao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was helpless and fearful. She bowed again. I'll take my leave first to fulfill this condition. Lu Yin nodded and closed his eyes. He did not even look at her. The list of materials given by the boat region was very long, and they were all materials that the boat region could not use on the boundless realm. These materials could be found in Beyond Avalon, and the Grand Universal Territory could also be continuously collected. The major sects in the 36 domains would eventually collect them. However, Yuya's influence had been used up when collecting hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds. The materials on this list were also a headache for him. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Thank you for your support. Dragon Boat Festival is in good health. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3661. The spiritualized universe was not Yu Ye's territory, and he could not easily descend there. Yu Sangtian would not listen to him either. Most of the other Sangtians did not know about the existence of the Nine Firmaments universe, let alone the people below them. Yu Ye's so-called dignity as a god of defense was useless in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had no choice but to think of another way. The spiritualized universe did not have any, but the royal god mountain did. If there was no other way, the 9 firmaments universe had some as well. 2 months. A full 2 months had passed before the ballad finally came back with a reply. You found it? There's no movement from the spiritualized universe at all. Where did you find it? Luin was curious. Guyen replied, the royal god mountain. Luin was shocked. The royal god mountain has so many materials? I don't know about that, but Lord Yuya said that the materials would be sent to the Arc region in 10 days. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. These materials could not have been gathered in a parallel universe. If the royal god mountain could gather so many materials, could it really be from another universe? A universe had several parallel universes, and if the royal god mountain really was a small spiritualized universe, then xianxia or the 9 firmaments universe must have many parallel universes after countless years of planning. There were so many that they could be restarted, so it was not strange for them to be able to gather so many materials. Luin did not think too much about it. It was difficult to speculate whether or not the royal god mountain was from another universe, and he would only know after taking a look. This Guyen should not be a spiritualized universe cultivator, but he could not see any traces of another universe. The 9 firmaments universe had a way to hide such traces. Yu Sangtian's method was the spiritualized heavenly technique. Perhaps this spiritualized heavenly technique did not belong to Yu Sangtian but to the 9 firmaments universe, just like the 9 firmaments transformation. 2K, Lord Lu Sangtian, this should be enough, right? Guyen was nervous. Luin said, wait until the materials are sent to the Arc region. Guyen had no choice but to leave. 10 days later, the Arc region welcomed the materials on time. The Arc helm looked at the mountainous pile of materials, and his breathing quickened as his eyes lit up. Only by understanding the value of this batch of materials could he understand his shock. The Arc region was the only place in the spiritualized universe that produced battleships. Even so, the materials obtained each year were limited, and the materials that could make spacetime battleships were extremely rare. They were so rare that it took many years to make one. This was also one of the reasons why there were only 6 spacetime class battleships in the spiritualized universe. There were not many materials that could be used. In his entire life he had only created 1 spacetime class battleship. Before he was born there were only 5 spiritualized universes. The only reason he could create one was because of the Zhou family's accumulation over the generations. Every generation of the Zhou family head's greatest wish was to build a spacetime class battleship. How many generations of Zhou family heads would be so lucky? Most of the family heads could only look at the materials and sigh. Generation after generation, they would be lucky enough to succeed in a certain generation. It was already a blessing for him to be able to make one. His sons, grandsons, and even his descendants would not be able to make another one until many years later. And now he had enough materials to build a spacetime class battleship. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be able to see the day where so many materials were gathered. This was the influence of Lu Sangtian. It was too terrifying. When he gave the list to Wu Jiang, he never thought that he would be able to collect it all. He just wanted to express his attitude, but Wu Jiang gave him a huge surprise. Second barbarian, do you have enough materials? Old Tao was very proud. The head of the Zhou family was too awesome. Looking at the expressions of the people in the Zhou region, they could not wait to eat all the materials. Zhou Rudder suppressing his shock, he looked at Old Tao. Enough. Old Tao chuckled. Enough to build a spacetime class battleship? Enough. Zhou Rudder subconsciously replied. After he finished speaking, his expression changed. In front of him, Old Tao, Chu-Yi, Heavenly Lord Victor, and the others looked at him with half-smiles. He also looked at them with an unnatural expression. Repairing Wu Jiang would not require so many materials. He was just following his habit, or rather he wanted to test Wu Jiang's ability. He listed the most precious materials to build a spacetime class battleship. He did not expect Wu Jiang to find them, but he did not expect Wu Jiang to find them. At most, 1/10 of these materials could be used to repair Wu Jiang. The remaining 90% could be left in the Zhou region. After a few more years they would be able to build a new battleship. However, Wu Jiang saw through his intentions. The people on Wu Jiang were not stupid. If all these materials were used to repair Wu Jiang, it would expand by half. How could that be possible? Chu-Yi looked at Zhou Rudder. Do your best to make Wu Jiang perfect. We can give you some of the remaining materials. Zhou Rudder relaxed. Understood. The Zhou region received the materials, and Guyao stepped into the valley once more. She appeared in front of Lu Yin and bowed deeply. Lord Lu Sangtian, the materials have been delivered. Lu Yin praised, very good. Then let's talk about the third condition. Gu Yao's expression turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and bowed again. She lowered her head and said, please don't make things difficult for me, Your Honor. Lord Yuya has fulfilled both of your conditions. Please show your sincerity, Your Honor. Lu Yin was curious. How should I express my sincerity? Gu Yao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Yin wasn't angry. She looked up at him with a pale face. Enter the Royal God Mountain. That's the only place where you can speak with Lord Yuya. Lord Yuya has something to say to Lord Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao and said slowly, then how do I enter Divine Ruling Mountain? The palm of the Sun Beast was the place Yuya was leading Lu Yin to. Lu Yin had first learned about it from Ru Mu and then from Emperor Wu. Yuya did not think that this location would alert Lu Yin because he did not know that Emperor Wu had told Lu Yin to lead him there. He only thought that the palm of the Sun Beast was the entrance to Divine Ruling Mountain. The entrance was not important. What was important was whether or not to enter. However, to Yuya, it was fine as long as he could lead Lu Yin to the entrance. Lu Yin would be wary of Divine Ruling Mountain, but he would not be wary of an entrance. Gu Yao said, the entrance to Divine Ruling Mountain is not fixed. It is in the palm of the Sun Beast for a while. Lord Lu Sangtian, please come with me. Lu Yin hesitated. Gu Yao's heart was in her throat. After paying such a huge price, if she could not bring this person in, she did not know how to explain it to Lord Yuya. Hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds and a list of materials seemed to be resources, but these resources were too vast. It was not something that any force could gather. The price was enough to shake the universe. How about this one last condition? Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao and raised a finger. Help me do one last thing, and I will go to Divine Ruling Mountain with you. Gu Yao was in a dilemma. I can't decide. Ask Yuya's God of Defense. Gu Yao frowned and hesitated. Lu Yin looked at her. Just say it. Gu Yao pursed her lips and said in a low voice, Lord Yuya is helping Lord Lu Sangtian replace Yu Sangtian. As far as I know, Lu Sangtian and Yu Sangtian are not on good terms. Since that is the case, why are you making things difficult for him? I don't mean to threaten Lord Lu Sangtian. It is just that if Lord Yuya is dissatisfied, it will not be good for Lord Lu Sangtian to replace him with someone else. After saying that, she bowed deeply. Please don't blame me. I've said too much. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be afraid. I will not do anything to you. Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and looked better. Thank you, Lord. Lu Yin looked at the sky and rocked the recliner. Do you think hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds and those materials can be exchanged for Lu Sangtian to cultivate transformation of the 9 heavens? Gu Yao thought about it. I don't know. Then I will tell you no. Lu Yin looked at Gu Yao. Because transformation of the 9 heavens requires the opening of the 9 heavens. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to open the 9 heavens. The God of Defense under Yuya opened the 9 heavens for Wu Huang and paid a huge price. For this reason he will not give up Wu Huang easily unless Wu Huang fails completely. As for me, if there is only a small price, the God of Defense under Yuya will give up. After all, Yu Sangtian is not to be trifled with. The God of Defense under Yuya is high in the Jiaoshao universe and is not afraid of anything. I am different. I only have one life and no one can save me. So, I need the God of Defense under Yuya to pay the price that he is unwilling to give up on me. Do you understand? Gu Yao said, the Jiaoshao universe is going to abolish Yu Sangtian. There will be no accidents. There will be no accidents. Yu Sangtian must disappear, but the one who replaces Yu Sangtian can be me or someone else. Little girl, think about what you said. The Jiaoshao universe wants Yu Sangtian to disappear, not for me to replace Yu Sangtian. Gu Yao frowned and looked at the ground. She could not refute this. She did not know whether it was true or not. Her mission was to find a way to lure Lu Yin to the palm of the Sun Beast. As for the reason, it came from Yuya. She was not qualified to know the real purpose of luring Lu Yin there. Even if all of this was true, this person was right. Yu Sangtian could disappear, but did he have to be the one to sit in that position? Could also be someone else, but no one could guarantee it. This person wanted a price that the God of Defense under Yuya could not give up on to ensure that he could replace Yu Sangtian. Tell the God of Defense under Yuya that I have one last condition. If I complete it, I will do whatever he wants me to do, Lu Yin said. Gu Yao nodded. Then Lu Sangtian's third condition. After a pause, she asked, what is the last condition? Lu Yin looked at her. Yu Sangtian and the eternal key to the Gate of Arts. Lu Yin did not know what was behind the Gate of Arts. He had no clues, and this made him uneasy. He had even seen the ninth heaven universe and even the strange scene of the day of the sacrifice spirit. The god of defense had the power to raise the sky, but he knew nothing about the Gate of Arts. This was not his character. This condition was a test. He was testing xianxia and the others as well as the ninth heaven universe. He wanted to see what the ninth heaven universe's attitude towards the Gate of Arts was. A few days later, the spirit cloud stone vibrated. It was from the Eternal. You want to use Yuya to get the key. Does that count as betraying our alliance? Lu Yin smiled. It's a temporary cooperation, not an alliance. If it wasn't for the boundless shift, would you have helped Yuya? The Eternal did not refute. If I don't give it to him, I can't explain it to Yuya. Then give it to him. But it can't reach you. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you sure? Did Yuya contact you? A girl called Guyao contacted me, but I didn't give it to her. Then why are you so sure it can't reach me? Because he didn't ask me for it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3662. Lu Yin understood that Ruguo was Yuya's spokesperson by Eternity's side, but Yuya did not let Ruguo know about this. Instead, he let Guyao, who had been contacting him alone, come forward. Obviously, he was avoiding Ruguo. Ruguo had been monitoring the spiritualized universe, so it was impossible for him not to know about the keys to the Gate of Arts. This meant that Yuya did not want Ruguo to know about it. Once Ruguo knew, it would be easy for variables to appear. This meant that the value of the keys could make Ruguo betray Yuya. This meant that the keys were extremely valuable. The keys to the Gate of Arts were clearly in the law domain, but the Zhan family did not have a single key. This was unusual. Would the ninth heaven universe also want a key? I guessed right. You are testing the importance of the keys. I can tell you the result. Yuya will not get a single key and I will be in trouble, Eternity said. Lu Yin laughed. I'm sorry. You're being targeted. It doesn't matter. We'll be targeted anyway. After such a long time, our alliance should be exposed. So, take care. Take care. Take care? If they really met, no one would show mercy. Some grudges could never be resolved. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone and looked at the sky. Guyao had arrived. Guyao entered the valley and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. We can't fulfill Lu Sangtian's conditions. Is there anything that Yuya's god of defense can't do? Lu Yin did not believe it. Guyao was helpless. If Yu Sangtian was obedient, he would not need to be replaced. Lord Yuya asked for a key from Yu Sangtian, but he was rejected. If Lu Sangtian really needs it, he can get it after defeating Yu Sangtian. What about the other key? Eternity and Ruguo have joined forces. Lord Yuya just destroyed the Ru family and they hate us to the core. Eternity can't get it, but we can tell Lu Sangtian their location. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yuya still did not know that Eternity had joined forces with him? The efficiency was really low. It seemed that during this time, his people were working hard to find spirit seeds and materials and did not have time to care. This was a pleasant surprise. So we can't fulfill the conditions. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Guyao looked at Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian can change the conditions as long as we can do it. Lu Yin thought. I want the mountain. Guyao was surprised. What do you want? Royal Divine Mountain, he repeated. Guyao stared at him blankly, not knowing what to say. Lu Yin replied, the god of defense at the moon's edge destroyed the Ru family, which means that the Divine Fort Mountain is under your control. It shouldn't be too much for me to obtain the Divine Fort Mountain, right? It's just within my reach. Guyao thought for a moment. Allow me to report this to Lord Yuya. Go. After a period of time, Guyao went to the sky beyond heaven and entered the Royal God Mountain. A dark golden light appeared before her eyes. Guyao's attitude was extremely respectful. She knelt down deeply. Master, Lu Yin wants to go to God-governing mountain. Royal God Mountain? Yes, he said that since Master has annihilated the Ru clan, Divine Rain Mountain can be given to him. Humph, what a big appetite. I have to pay the price for destroying the Ru clan. Apart from the Ru clan, no one else can truly control the Divine Driving Mountain. If he wants it, fine, I'll give it to him. Guyao quickly agreed and left God-governing mountain to return to the spiritualized universe. In Sky Beyond Sky, inside the Extreme Palace, Yu Sangtian watched Guyao enter and exit with a calm expression. It was as if he was watching a clown. At the same time, in the depths of the Royal God Mountain, in the center of what used to be a home. Rugua and the others used to live here, but now it was occupied by Lord Yu. On this day there was a strange movement here. Ancient spirit treasures rose into the air and formed a circle. At the center of all the spirit treasures, the void constantly solidified and changed shape. Lord Yu arrived and looked at it for a while. He raised his hand and pointed out, drawing something. In the spiritualized universe, in the wisdom domain, there was also a circle of spirit treasures in front of Elder Yu. The void in the center of the spirit treasures was constantly changing. After a while the spirit treasures fell. Elder Yu's face was pale, as if he had consumed a lot of energy. In the Royal God Mountain, Lord Yu's expression was much better than Elder Yu's, but he was still a little pale. He frowned and turned to the sky, bowing. Lord Yu Ya. The dark golden light fell. What's the matter? Lord Yu's expression was solemn. Elder Yu from the wisdom domain sent a message that the eternity and Lu Yin were originally working together. What? Yuya was furious. It was fake, it was all fake. No wonder the eternity did not help Rugua previously. No wonder Lu Yin was unwilling to come to the Royal God Mountain and was so vigilant and kept raising conditions. It was all fake. Lord Yu's heart was heavy. This way, Lu Yin would not be tricked into the palm of the tomorrow beast. Yuya's plan had failed. How could he deal with Lu Yin then? This person was so cunning that he would work together with his greatest enemy. What? And why did he work together? Did he know that he would be tricked by Yuya? But how did he know? There were many things that he should not know. What made Yuya even angrier was that he had just agreed to give the Royal God Mountain to Lu Yin to lure him here. That guy kept looking at him like he was a clown. Bastard, he gave him the spirit seeds and materials. The dark golden light kept shining, and the pressure fell like a curtain of rain, suffocating everyone in the starry sky. After a while, the dark golden light calmed down. This news came from the wisdom domain? Lord Yu said, Elder Yu said it. What does the wisdom domain mean? Lord Yu said, Elder Yu must want to join us. He doesn't need to join us. Let him join Wu Jiang. Lord Yu was shocked. Join Wu Jiang? Yuya's voice dropped. That Lu Yin wants the Royal God Mountain. I'll give it to him. Let's see if he dares to come and take it. Let the wisdom domain join him and spread a rumor in the spiritualized universe that he is a disciple of Wu Jiang who came from the Tianyuan universe. His goal is to replace Xianxia. Lord Yuya understood. This was a similar method of flattery. Lu Yin and the Eternals had worked together, but they only knew that Yuya wanted to lure him to the next Sun's Beast palm. In Yuya's eyes, it was the entrance to the Royal God Mountain, but he did not know why. Perhaps it was a good thing for him, as his vigilance stemmed from his many years of cultivation. Now that the wisdom domain had joined them and the Royal God Mountain was given to him, it lowered his vigilance. At the same time, it made him completely stand against Xianxia. This method was not brilliant and most people could see through it. The only thing that was brilliant was human nature. Wu Jiang's disciple wanted to replace Xianxia, and this was something that everyone in the spiritualized universe wanted, even if this person belonged to the Tianyuan universe. This was because after countless years, the true master of the spiritualized universe was Wu Jiang. This was something that had been spread by generations of Xianxia. Coupled with the wisdom domain's influence in the spiritualized universe, one could imagine how many people would change their attitudes toward Wu Jiang. Once the spiritualized universe changed, the entire universe's momentum would be enough to push Lu Yin up. At that time, it would be easy to do anything, especially with the help of the wisdom domain. Lu Yin and the Eternals had joined forces because they believed that Yuya did not know. Similarly, the wisdom domain had told Yuya about this, but Lu Yin and the rest did not know either. Scheming and counter-scheming, one loop after another. Lord Yuya. He looked at the sky. How many years had it been? The nine firmaments universe's god of defense did not need to scheme at all. A single word could decide everything in the spiritualized universe, but now he was using his brain. This Lu Yin had forced Yuya into a corner. If this continued, Yuya would really descend. Yuya left. Duke Yu turned around and looked at the circle of spirit treasures in front of him. He raised a hand, and the spirit treasures floated up with a solemn expression. The price of contacting the wisdom domain in Imperial God Mountain was extremely high, and not just anyone could afford it. However, to get rid of Lu Yin and avenge his son, Duke Yu was willing to do anything. A few days later, a piece of news shook the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin was a disciple of Wu Jiang and had come from the Tianyuan universe. He had only one goal, and that was to replace xianxia and become the spiritualized universe's master. No one knew where this news came from, but it quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Regardless of whether it was the 7 great powers or the realm beyond heaven, everyone heard this news and it shocked countless people. Everyone who heard this news was dumbfounded. How could such a thing happen? No, that's impossible. A disciple of Wu Jiang? Replacing xianxia? How is that impossible? So that's how it is. That explains it. Rumor has it that Lu Xianxia hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years, and he's much younger than me. However, he has Xianxia's battle prowess. Aside from the legendary Wu Jiang, who else can teach him? He came here on Wu Jiang and didn't care about the realm beyond heaven at all. He provoked Xianxia and repeatedly violated the rules. He even wanted to carve words in the extreme palace. If there isn't a Wu Jiang supporting him, then what right does he have? No wonder Xianxia didn't do anything to him from the start. So it's because of Wu Jiang. Back then Xianxia, Meng Xianxia, and Bao Qi Xianxia wanted to go on an expedition to the Xuanhuan universe, but they suddenly stopped. At that time, everyone didn't understand why Xianxia wanted to stop them, but in fact, it wasn't Xianxia who stopped them. It was Wu Jiang. It makes sense. Everything makes sense now. Lu Xianxia also knows the Jiutian change. He must have been taught by Wu Jiang. Why do I hear that Wu Jiang doesn't even exist? How can it not exist? If it doesn't exist, then why didn't Xianxia deny it? It must exist. It must exist. Every corner of the spiritualized universe was discussing this matter. They had connected everything that had happened since Wu Jiang's appearance, but there were still some areas that they couldn't understand. However, if they put Lu Yin's identity as Wu Jiang's disciple, these areas that they couldn't understand instantly made sense. This news made many people believe it, but there were also many who didn't. Wu Jiang was a spiritualized universe's strongest powerhouse. Why would he allow someone from the Xuanhuan universe to replace Xianxia? It didn't make sense. Some people felt that it was reasonable. Perhaps Lu Yin had been brought to the Xuanhuan universe by Wu Jiang from the spiritualized universe in order to open up a new path of cultivation. Some people still didn't believe that Xianxia could reopen the Xuanhuan universe at any time and step into eternal life. Even Wu Jiang would find it difficult to replace him. Both sides had countless points to refute each other, and they argued endlessly. Then another piece of news was released and everyone was speechless. Jianghu domain had defected to Wu Jiang. This news shocked countless people. Those at the bottom did not understand Jianghu domain, but those who did understood what it represented. Jianghu domain represented the spiritualized universe's history and future. It also represented Wu Jiang's position. Jianghu domain had the authority to allocate resources and plan cultivation in the spiritualized universe. Even if Xianxia had clearly stated that Jianghu domain was not allowed to succeed Xianxia, this did not hinder Jianghu domain's prestige in the spiritualized universe. The simplest point was that Xianxia had to wait for a notification before entering Jianghu domain. This was the prestige that a genius from beyond the heavens should have. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3663. Many people knew that the Jianghu region's history surpassed Xianxia's and was from the same era as the Supreme Pole. Perhaps it originated from the Supreme Pole. Now, the Jianghu region's attitude silenced those who did not believe that Lu Yin was the Supreme Pole's disciple. They had to believe it even if they did not want to. At this moment, the entire spiritualized universe looked towards the 100 Herb region. It was as if they could see Lu Xianxia, the faith of countless people in the spiritualized universe, standing behind him. In sky beyond sky, Xianxia looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He finally knew how to use his brain. Lan sought an audience with Xianxia. Sir, do you want me to go to the Jianghu region? No need. Lan did not understand. The Jianghu region had openly defected to the Wujiang region and spread the news to the spiritualized universe. Why did he not stop it? Could it be that the rumors were true? There was no mistake. Lan looked towards the extreme palace in shock. It could not be. Was that person really the Supreme Pole's disciple? In the myriad beast territory, countless beast sloughs growled. The old salamander looked at the ceiling, the heaven's foundation in his hand, and was confused. Was he really the Supreme Pole's disciple? He had confirmed from the Eternal that Lu Yin belonged to the Xuanhuan universe. Why would the Supreme Pole accept someone from the Xuanhuan universe as a disciple? In the Spirit Treasure region, Master Su sighed. They really know how to play. One by one. Far away in space, the ninth spirit turned back, afraid that the thought immortal would catch up. If the thought immortal had not helped her in the past, she would not have been so helpless against this person. She had also heard the rumors and could not help but curse Lu Yin for being shameless. He dared to say this. The Supreme Pole's disciple? Replace xianxia? Dream on. Only the nine firmaments universe could decide who would be xianxia. As for the Supreme Pole, she shook her head. He was just a pitiful person. Aju, this is the 27th poem that I wrote for you. It has been compiled into a book by the people and is widely circulated. Those children can recite it. They will never know that this represents our touching love story. Let them guess. Listen. The ninth spirit turned and ran. In the southbound domain, Lu Yin was puzzled. The Supreme Pole's disciple? Old Tao's voice came from the spirit cloud stone. Yes, master. That's what the rumors say. Old Yu publicly announced that he has defected to the Wujiang region. From now on, the Zhikong region will follow Wujiang's lead. He will do whatever you want him to do. Lu Yin put the spirit cloud stone. Yulao, this old man definitely had a scheme. Was he going to rely on Wujiang? He didn't believe it. At this time, outside Southbound World, Elder Yu walked out. His expression was solemn as he headed towards the valley. The news had spread to the outside world and even old Tao had contacted Lu Yin. Foolish old man had never taken the initiative to contact Lu Yin, and he had personally come here. Lu Yin leisurely sat on the recliner and waited for Yulao to arrive. Facing Lu Yin, the foolish old man took a deep breath and bowed respectfully with a complicated expression. Greetings, Lu Sangdun. Lu Yin laughed. Old Yu, you've never been this polite to me before. Said the foolish old man. The Ru clan has been destroyed, the Zhikong region's backer in the continent of the Nine Clouds has collapsed. On the other hand, Master Lu, not only do you have a supreme teacher, but you also have the attention of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If I can follow you, I'm willing to do anything. Follow me? Does that mean that the rumors outside were spread by the Wisdom Sky Realm? Yulao said, it is a fact that the Zhikong region has sided with the Wujiang region. As for the spread of Master Lu's identity, it was not done by the Zhikong region. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old man. How do you know that I have the attention of the continent of the Nine Clouds? Said the foolish old man respectfully. The representative of the god of defense went to the Zhikong region and seemed to want to rope in the eternity. His ultimate goal is still Master Lu. I congratulate Master Lu for being noticed by the continent of the Nine Clouds. You will be the next xianxia. The existence of the Zhikong region comes from the Supreme Teacher, and Master Lu is the Supreme Teacher's disciple. The Zhikong region is willing to serve Master Lu. Lu Yin frowned. You don't seem to belong to the spiritualized universe. You said it yourself. Said the foolish old man respectfully. It doesn't matter where I belong. What matters is where I can live. The Ru clan, as a family of the god of defense, was also destroyed without any ability to resist, let alone a mere Zhikong region. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he sized up the foolish old man. You really want to side with me? The foolish old man bowed deeply. As long as Lu Sangtian is willing to accept me. Of course I will accept you, but I still need to show some sincerity. Please instruct me, Lu Sangtan. The foolish old man obeyed and he had no choice. He had originally sided with Yuya, and Yuya had allowed him to get close to Lu Yin, so he had to pay the price. Lu Yin curled his finger and Qing Shao walked over with tea and snacks. Lu Yin took a bite and stared at the foolish old man. Where is the ninth firmament universe? Lu Yin had asked the ninth spirit this question after the Fu Heyuan incident. The ninth spirit had pointed up and said that it was above their heads. At that time, the foolish old man had said that the answer was not wrong. He had the answer, but Lu Yin did not understand it. The foolish old man raised his head and looked at the sky. The ninth firmament universe is above the spiritualized universe. I don't know how it is done, but it is above. Why are you so sure that it is above? Lu Yin asked. The foolish old man did not hesitate and directly replied, because the way to go to the ninth firmament universe is to ascend to the heavens. How to ascend to the heavens? That depends on whether the ninth firmament universe receives you. If it does, you can ascend to the heavens. If it doesn't, you can't even go to the Xianxia. What is your relationship with the Ru clan? The foolish old man bowed and apologized. We were neither enemies nor friends before, so there were some things that I could not say. I even lied to you. Now this old man apologizes. No need. Just make it clear. The intelligible space domain was placed in the spiritualized universe by the Ru clan to keep an eye on beyond heaven. Luin smiled. You said that the Ru clan was placed in the Imperial God Mountain by the intelligible space domain to keep an eye on the xianxia. It seems that it was completely the opposite. Please forgive me, Master Lu. Since the Ru clan is gone, why don't you find another backer? To be honest, Master Lu, the Imperial God of the Ninth Firmament Universe, controls everything. The Ru clan is in charge of the Imperial God of the Imperial God, and the intelligible space domain is under the command of the Imperial God. If the Ru clan is destroyed, the person who attacked will pay the price. No one from the Ninth Firmament Universe will take over the intelligible space domain unless another Imperial God replaces the Ru clan. Even then, that Imperial God will establish a new power, or there will be a new power hidden in the spiritualized universe instead of the intelligible space domain. The intelligible space domain was established by Paramount from the beginning. It should be considered a spiritualized universe. Yes. Ever since Paramount disappeared, the intelligible space domain has changed. It is under our control, and it has changed from a spiritualized universe to a Ninth Firmament universe. Aren't you afraid of Paramount taking action? Yu Lao was silent for a moment, and then he said in a low voice, Paramount has disappeared for too many years. His existence is enough to deter the Ninth Firmament universe from overstepping their boundaries. However, if the Ninth Firmament universe wants to do something, Paramount may not be able to stop them. If that's the case, why do you still want to rely on me? Luin did not understand. Yu Lao was helpless. If the intelligible space domain does not find a backer, Yu Xianxia can destroy it with a flip of his palm. Now that Lu Xianxia has Paramount at his back and has done so many things, perhaps Paramount will take action. I do not hope to continue the intelligible space domain, but at least I can protect my own life. My life is to have a good beginning and a good end. Luin understood. This old man wanted to protect himself, but no one from the Ninth Firmament universe would accept him. After so many years of relying on the Ninth Firmament universe, he had many conflicts with Yu Xianxia, and he did not have enough strength to protect himself. In the end, he could only come to Luin. Are you not afraid that the spiritualized universe will besiege the limitless universe? Are you not afraid that my identity as a disciple of Paramount is fake? Are you not afraid that Yu Xianxia will break through to immortality? Yu Lao smiled bitterly. I'm more afraid that the next Ru family will be the intelligible space domain. Also, he paused and looked deeply at Luin. Master Lu, you're only a progenitor. After the Fuha Spring, one of the questions he had asked was Lu Yin's cultivation level, which was also the last question. Lu Yin's answer was still unbelievable to him, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. If this was a reason, it wasn't unacceptable. Luin tapped his fingers on the chair and did not speak. He closed his eyes and pondered. Yu Lao stood in place without moving. In the distance, Yuan Qi looked at this scene with a complicated expression. In the hearts of many people from the spiritualized universe, the intelligible space domain status was even higher than that of the realm beyond heaven. This was because the intelligible space domain represented the history of the spiritualized universe. But now, the master of the intelligible space domain was standing in front of Luin like a subordinate. For those from the spiritualized universe, this scene was not easy to accept. The Tianyuan universe was clearly at a disadvantage, and the spiritualized universe was condescending and thought that they could restart the Tianyuan universe at any time. Luin had schemed against the Tianyuan universe's progenitor alone and suppressed the future scale of the Tianyuan universe's cultivation. The spiritualized universe's overall strength far surpassed the Tianyuan universe's, so how did it end up like this? Qing Yun and Qing Shao were also unable to accept this. This Yu Lao had a high status in the spiritualized universe and could enter the realm beyond heaven at any time. He was on equal footing with Sang Tian, but now he was acting like this. If this news spread out, it would cause a huge uproar. The intelligible space domain had joined the boundless universe, but it did not mean that they had to bow their heads like this. After a while, Luin opened his eyes. Is the intelligible space domain really willing to do anything for me? Yu Lao did not hesitate. As you command, Master Lu. Good, go join Yu Ya, Luin said in a low voice. Yu Lao was stunned. Luin looked at Yu Lao. Don't tell me you don't know that the one who destroyed the Ru family was Yu Ya's god of defense. He is also the one who has been keeping an eye on me. You should know this. Yu Lao was naturally aware. He was the one who told Yu Ya this information, saying that Luin had joined forces with the Eternal. Luin only knew this through the Eternal. Lu Ying knew that Yu Lao would be able to guess it. Other than joining me, you have another way, and that is to join Yuya. Yu Lao did not know what to say. He looked at Lu Ying with a confused gaze. Did this person know that he had joined Yuya? Was he mocking him? Was he playing with him by saying so much? Lu Ying stared at Yu Lao. Join Yuya. Just say that you are joining me on the surface and sell me some information. He will believe you. Yu Lao was stunned for a while and his voice was dry. Why? I want to know why Yuya is luring me to the royal god mountain, Lu Ying said. Yu Lao exhaled. Lu Ying knew that Yuya's god of defense was luring him to the royal god mountain, but he did not know the specific reason. If I'm not wrong, Emperor Wu's change in the 9 heavens might have come from Yuya. Yuya used Emperor Wu to deal with xianxia. Now that Emperor Wu is dead, he wants to lure me to the royal god mountain. I guess he wants to deal with xianxia as well, but I cannot take the risk. Pretend to join him first and see what he wants to do, then tell me, Lu Ying said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3664. Yu Lao lowered his head, suspecting that Lu Ying was testing him. I'm sorry, Master Lu. It's not that I don't want to do it, but that I can't. What? I just said that only the Ru family can control the Divine Defense Mountain. Yuya's god of defense destroyed the Ru family, so he won't be able to explain himself in the 9th heaven universe. This is already a taboo, and if he takes in the Zhikong region, it will add to his crimes. He might not be able to bear the punishment of the god of defense. He knows that I understand this, so he won't believe me if I still rely on him. Is it that serious? Very serious. Yu Lao was solemn. In fact, the Zhikong region wasn't even famous in the 9th heaven universe. Relying on anyone wouldn't attract the attention of the god of defense, but he couldn't say this. Otherwise, it would be more reasonable for the Zhikong region to rely on Yuya rather than Wujiang. Lu Ying waved his hand. I don't care about this. Find a way to rely on Yuya and gain his trust. Find out what he wants from me. This is my test for you. Yu Lao didn't know what to say. It seemed that he had won the favor of both sides. To Yuya he should rely on Lu Ying on the surface, and to Lu Ying he should rely on Yuya on the surface. No matter who he relied on in the end, the other side would think that he was on his side. Yu Lao had lived for so many years, but he had never experienced such a thing. He really did curry favor with both sides. No one could say that he was a traitor. More importantly, this wasn't his doing and he was the passive one. The world was really strange. Did this count as having 2 backers? With the Ru family gone, there were Yuya and Lu Ying. What, you're not willing? Lu Ying raised his brows. Yu Lao quickly bowed. I'm willing. I'm willing to do anything for Master Lu. Lu Ying was satisfied. Good, tell me when you gain his trust. Go back. I'll take my leave. Lu Ying was lost in thought as he watched Yu Lao leave. Did he believe Yu Lao? Of course not. He wouldn't believe anything the old man said. What relying on Wujiang? What being cornered? He didn't believe any of it. Since the old man wanted to play, Lu Ying would let him play with Yuya. Let's see what he could do with Yuya. He couldn't forget the monoliths Dao debate, and how the old man had schemed against Wujiang. From start to finish, he had been schemed against so many times that he had become numb to it. If it wasn't for his combat power, he would have died many times over. Maybe there was someone behind this old man's help. Lu Ying had just sent Elder Yu off when someone else arrived. Unexpectedly, it was Ming Chuan from the Zhikong domain. Lu Ying felt that things were getting interesting as soon as Elder Yu left. Prince Yu arrived. Greetings, Lord Lu Sangtian. Yu Gongzi's expression was much more respectful than when he had first met Lu Ying. Lu Ying grunted, what is it? You used to you, you Laos to you. You use you. Yes, I saw my master contacting the Royal God Mountain with my own eyes. I don't know what he said, but I'm sure he wants to join them, Yu Gongzi said. Lu Ying subconsciously looked up into outer space, and he could vaguely see Elder Yu's departing figure. Lu Ying had guessed correctly, as Elder Yu's decision to side with Lu Ying had been prompted by someone behind him. Elder Yu did not know of Yuya's existence, and he might not even be qualified to know of the 9th firmament universe, but he knew that the Imperial God Mountain and the Ru family were behind the Zhikong domain. At this moment, Elder Yu had contacted the Imperial God Mountain for some reason other than to side with them. Phoneless to say, Lu Ying knew how the old man had obtained the moon. Since Cliff trusted him, he must have told him about his alliance with eternity. Yuya was not in the spiritualized universe and could not see the situation clearly, but Elder Yu was very clear. Even the ninth spirit had guessed that he had joined forces with the Eternal One, much less this old bastard. What did I just say? Let this old fellow rely on Yuya. He really didn't know what to say. Thinking back to the old man's attitude just now, he didn't know what to say. If that was the case, it was Yuya who instructed him to seek refuge with her. He really had the same thoughts as her. Young Master Yu lowered his head and stood there quietly. Lu Yin looked at him. Why did you betray Elder Yu? Young Master Yu said, since ancient times, only the secret transmission could become the master of the wisdom sky domain. Ming Chuan was just a sacrifice. I wanted to change her fate. Lu Yin nodded and praised him. Good, I have always wanted to help you. Do you know why I left Qianmen Faidu alive? Young Master Yu was grateful. My lord deliberately left Qianmen Faidu alive to let me know how powerful the secret transmission was. Made me feel threatened. I'm very grateful. Lu Yin laughed. I can take Qianmen Faidu's life at any time. The advantage that the secret transmission has over you is nothing in my eyes. Do you understand? I understand. Young Master Yu bowed deeply. There was another reason for leaving Qianmen Faidu alive. He wanted to use the secret transmission to pressure Ming Chuan and force Ming Chuan to seek refuge with Lu Yin. Young Master Yu also knew about this, but he did not say it. It was just as Lu Yin had said. Qianmen Faidu was nothing. As long as Lu Yin was willing, he would be the master of the wisdom sky domain. Therefore he had come. Go back. You don't have to do anything. Just pretend that you never came here. I understand your intentions, Lu Yin said calmly. Young Master Yu respectfully retreated. After he left, Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted the Eternal. I want to talk to Qianmen Faidu. Qianmen Faidu? Don't tell me he's not with you. So you saw Qianmen Faidu take the old salamander away. I didn't expect that Qianmen Faidu would help the wisdom sky domain on the surface, but he's actually one of your people. Right, I suddenly remembered something. Lu Yin's expression turned serious and his eyes flickered. The Eternals have the 3 masters and 6 Hao. Could Qianmen Faidu be one of them? The 3 masters and 6 Hao of the Eternals had almost all appeared in the Tianyuan universe. Only one of the 3 masters had not appeared, and Lu Yin had almost forgotten about it. Since the Eternal had used Fengbua, it meant that the Eternal might have come to the spiritualized universe or even the 9 firmaments universe. It was not surprising that the 3 masters were here. Qianmen Faidu had a cultivation at the sequence law level, which was similar to the 3 masters and 6 Hao. The Eternal praised, I thought you forgot. Lu Yin frowned. You've hidden your methods well. I still lost to you. I'll let Qianmen Faidu contact you. Then the conversation ended. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone, and his heart felt heavy. Was Qianmen Faidu one of the 3 masters? The Eternal did not admit or deny it. He hoped that it was. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to hide an unknown enemy. Even if the enemy's cultivation was inferior to his. Not long after, the spirit cloud stone vibrated. It was Qianmen Faidu. Lu Sangtian is looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Between the wisdom sky domain and the Eternals, who do you belong to now? Qianmen Faidu paused and said, I'll listen to Lord Eternal. Lu Yin smiled. So, your life no longer belongs to me. Qianmen Faidu had a toothache. Lu Yin had spared his life in the southbound sector. At that time, Lu Yin had said that he was in control of his life. Now he did not know what to say. Ever since he left that time, he did not plan to help Lu Yin find Meng Sangtian's whereabouts. Later he accidentally found out, but it also made him meet someone he would fear for the rest of his life. Compared to Lu Yin in the wisdom sky domain, he was more afraid of the Eternal. Not easy to answer? Then forget it. Let me ask you what happened in the wisdom sky domain. Qianmen Faidu was prepared. He said in a low voice, Xuanhuan is dead. Lu Yin was surprised. Xuanhuan is dead? Yes. I don't know why, but the foolish old man suddenly killed Xuanhuan. No one knows about this except for me, Ming Chuan, and that guardian. Now that guardian is guarding Ming Chuan. I was also ordered by the foolish old man to listen to Ming Chuan's orders. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. When did this happen? A few days ago. A few days ago? The foolish old man must have contacted the royal god mountain. In that case, Ming Chuan was the future master of the wisdom sky domain. He told Lu Yin that he wanted to change his fate. In fact, he was the one who had won Lu Yin's trust. The foolish old man was just a cover. The foolish old man knew that Lu Yin would not trust him, so he deliberately tried to make Ming Chuan gain Lu Yin's trust. In order to make Ming Chuan work for him, there must be a price. The price was the future of the Wisdom Sky domain. This old man knew that Lu Yin wanted to interfere in the battle between the Ming Chuan and the Dark Chuan. He knew that Lu Yin would instinctively trust Lu Yin. If not for the Thousand Gates crossing, Lu Yin would not have known about this. However, no matter how treacherous this old man was, he still had someone in the dark. However, wasn't the price of gaining Lu Yin's trust too high? Directly telling Lu Yin that the foolish old man had contacted the Royal God Mountain was the same as telling Lu Yin that the foolish old man had deliberately approached him and betrayed him. Lu Yin did not think that the foolish old man was willing to pay such a price to gain Lu Yin's trust. This old man really wanted to live and was not faking it. Was he not afraid that Lu Yin would kill him out of anger if this matter was exposed? Or perhaps, the foolish old man did not let Ming Chuan approach him to betray him. This was Ming Chuan's own decision, and there was someone else behind him? The Wisdom Sky domain believed that their intelligence was ahead of the spiritualized universe by an era. Every generation, there would be a battle between the Ming Chuan and the Dark Chuan to choose the most outstanding and intelligent successor. The successor was indeed very intelligent but also very selfish. Regardless, the Wisdom Sky domain believed that they were close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin would see what they wanted to do next. In the Wisdom Sky domain, the foolish old man sat on a boat and looked at the reeds with a complicated expression. The foolish young master walked over. "Master, come up," the foolish old man said. The foolish young master was excited. "Yes." The two sat opposite each other. "Do you know the significance of being able to sit here?" the foolish old man asked. The foolish young master was excited. "Yes, you are either an important guest or the next master." Old Yu nodded. "Outsiders don't know the significance of this boat at all. The Zhikong domain has been passed down for a long time, and this boat is also passed down for a long time. Outsiders can board it, but only the future master of the Zhikong domain can board it. You are the only heir of the Zhikong domain who has boarded the boat." The foolish young master stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity, master." The foolish old man waved his hand. "Sit." The foolish young master suppressed the excitement in his heart and sat down. "How is Lu Sangtian?" "I have gained his trust." "What did you say?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3665. Yu Gongzi hurriedly got up and knelt down. "Please forgive me, master. I spoke ill of you." Yu Lao laughed. "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Get up." Yu Gongzi heaved a sigh of relief and got up. "I said that I wanted to change my fate. I hated master and wanted to replace master as the master of the intelligible domain. Therefore he believed me." Yu Lao nodded. "That's good." After that, he sighed deeply with a complicated expression. He got up and stood at the edge of the boat, watching the water flow past. The intelligible domain is at the point of life and death. The Ru family is gone. We have to protect ourselves. Of the moon horizon. There are some things that we disdained to do before, but now Master Lu is willing. You can take him as your master. You are the first master in the history of the intelligible domain. This old man is not sure. He not only did you change history, but you also have related to inheriting the intelligible domain. The god of defense of the moon horizon wants someone to replace you. Do you know that? Previously, he had chosen Emperor Wu, but Emperor Wu was defeated by Master Lu, turned around so he leaned towards Master Lu. Once we complete since that Master Lu is so young, the intelligible domain will be stabilized. You are the best candidate for the external factors of the spiritualized universe will be resolved. You can replace Xianxia and everything will return to normal. Of the moon horizon. I will travel killing the universe, 2 birds with one stone. And the intelligible domain will belong to you. In order to lure him, this old man I still can't meet the requirements. Master Lu, are you willing to take the god of intelligible domain horizon as your master? Yu Lao waved his hand. Old Yu asked. We will talk about it when the time comes. What do you think? Remember, you must gain the trust of Lu Sangtian. This old man can't say. Only then will we have a chance to succeed. With Master Lu's status as the master of the Tianguan universe, even if you want to take him as your master, his gaze was not be the god of defense. Instead, it was cold. The god of defense can't be seen. In the South Turing world, Lu Yin continued to dig bricks. You said before that there are only 3 gods of defense. He forced the 9th spirit to be unable to return. Continued. After a few days, Yu Lao contacted him. Yes. Master
Who
Lu,
is most
I have
likely to
gained the
become
trust
the god
of you,
of
yes,
defense.
god of defense.
This should be the god
Luin
of
was
defense of
curious.
the moon horizon.
How did you gain his
In the
trust?
current situation,
Yuya was
there are
really
only
anxious
two
to
who
get
can
this old
compete
guy
with
to
the god of
contact him
defense
so
of the moon
quickly.
horizon.
Actually,
One
it's
is
not
the
that
god
I
of
gained his
defense of the
trust,
star
but
sail,
that he wanted
and
to
the other
find
is the
me.
god of defense
Because
of
the
the
Ru
moon
family
horizon.
was destroyed,
These two gods
Yuya's
of
god of
defense have
defense
no
had to
advantage
manage
against
the
the
god of
spiritualized
defense of the
universe
moon
on behalf
horizon,
of the Ru family,
especially the god of
he could
defense
only
of the
exist
pill
in the
vessel.
god of defense
He is not
mountain,
good at killing,
and someone
so it
had
would
to
be very
monitor
difficult
the
for him to break
spiritualized
through to
universe
the
for him.
immortal realm.
Before this,
the god of defense
the
of
star
Yuya
sail
had
had
some
some
people
people
working
working
for him,
limitations,
but some
and
time
he has
ago
also
when he was
offended the
looking
god
for
of
the
defense.
spirit seed, almost
So,
all of them were
whether it is
exposed.
considering his
He
own
had no
strength
choice
or
but
the
to try to
situation
take
of
over
the
the
ninth
wisdom
firmament
sky
universe,
domain.
the one who
I
is
happened to
most likely
contact
to
the
become
god
the
of
god of
defense
defense
mountain,
is the
so
god
I
of
naturally
defense
got
of the
close
moon
to him.
horizon.
But everything
Luin
can be
laughed.
unexpected,
What a
Master Lu.
coincidence. It seems like what I did some time ago helped you.
Luin was
then help me
moved.
find out
The
why
god
he
of
lured me
defense
to
is
the royal
qualified to
divine
be my
mountain.
master.
But the
Yulao
god
said,
of defense
"There's
is
no
not
need to
available
ask.
now.
I can
After
only
this
come
old
in
man
contact with the
submitted to
gods of
Yuya's god of
defense.
defense.
Among
He
them,
also asked
the
this
god
old
of
man to
defense
think
of
of
the
a
moon
way to lure
horizon is
Master
the
Lu
most
to
likely
god of
to
defense
succeed,
mountain,
and he is also
lead them
interested
to
in
the
me.
royal god mountain.
This is an opportunity,
not tomorrow's beast.
Yulao did not say
Luin
anything
looked
else.
at the
It
spirit
was enough
cloud
for him to
stone.
say anything
This
more.
old man was trying to
Continue
equate
to
the
help me
tomorrow's
gather
beast palm
information.
with the royal god
If I
mountain
really
to
become
lower
the
his
disciple
guard.
of the god
Just
of
like how
defense of the
Guiyao
moon
and
horizon,
Wu had both
and he
said that they would
successfully
take him
becomes
to the
the god
royal
of
god
defense,
mountain,
you will
the
benefit
more
a
they
lot.
tried to mislead
Luin
him,
said.
the more wary he
Yulao
became.
said respectfully,
The bright sun
if this
beast
is true,
hand
the
didn't
crisis
lead
of
to
the
the imperial
Tianyuan
god
universe
mountain.
will be resolved.
Maybe it led to
and
the
Master Lu
continent
will
of the
become
nine
the god of
clouds.
defense, or
The
even
reason
the
is
god
that
of
the
defense
god of
one
defense
day.
of the moon
This old
horizon
man
wants
is
to
willing
take
to serve
Master Lu
Lu
as his disciple.
Luin put
Old
down the
Yu's
spirit
voice
cloud
sounded.
stone and
Luin
continued
was
to dig
stunned.
through the bricks.
Take me as his disciple?
Old Yu praised.
Yes, congratulations,
Now that he had
Master
shown
Lu.
his loyalty, the next step was to lure him to the sun beast's palm. He wanted to see what reason this old man would use to attract him. In the Jikong domain, Yulao put down the spirit cloud stone. Master, will Lu Sangtian believe it? Yulao asked. Yulao shook his head and his eyes turned cold. How can he believe it? The god of defense of the moon horizon tried to lure him to the sun beast's palm time and time again, but he saw through it. He will not believe it no matter how tempting it is. Then what should we do? The next step is up to you. You are the only one he can trust. Yes. The 36 domains of the spiritualized universe were immersed in the news that the Jikong domain had joined the Wujiang domain, and countless people were discussing it. As for the Heavens Craftsman domain, under the lead of Grandmaster Ling Zhua, a group of cultivators headed towards a certain direction in the universe. Little fatty Ling Tong was among them, and his eyes darted around as he looked at this and that. His expression kept changing as if he had seen a ghost. In front of him, an old man turned around and smiled at Ling Tong. Ling Tong was shocked. Third Grandpa? Hee hee, little fatty, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Third Grandpa is proud of you. The old man laughed strangely, and the skin on his face drooped as if it would fall off at any moment. Ling Tong stared blankly at the old man and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Thank you for your praise, Third Grandpa. Hee 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 hee. Ling Tong gulped. Didn't this old man die a long time ago? Back then he had seen him being buried with his own eyes. How could he still be alive? What the hell? What the hell? Suddenly, his shoulder sank as a hand landed on it. Little fatty was so frightened that he almost fainted. Slowly turning his head, he saw an old woman with a head full of white hair. Her smile was like a ghost, and her eyes were so dark that the pupils could not be seen. Little fatty screamed, "Ghost!" With a slap, little fatty was hit. What are you screaming for? Don't you recognize fifth great-grandma? Little fatty's face turned pale and he was about to cry. Fifth great-grandma? I didn't expect our clan to have such an outstanding junior. Among the juniors only you can follow us. Not bad, hee hee hee. The old woman laughed strangely. Little fatty trembled. Thank you, fifth great-grandma. Your portrait is still enshrined in my house. Do you want me to burn something? The old man in front turned around. Fifth great-grandma, don't scare a child. The old woman stared over. Little thing, is it your turn to talk to me? Go back. The old man turned around obediently. The old woman smiled at little fatty. Don't be afraid, great-grandma will give you candy. Thank you, great-grandma. At the front, Ling's voice rang out. Silence. Don't tell anyone what happened today. Otherwise, my Heavens Craftsman domain will be destroyed. A group of cultivators looked up. Light flashed past and all of them looked very old. Little fatty Ling Tong trembled. He felt that something big was about to happen. These old fellows were clearly dead, but they were all hiding. Now he did not know what they wanted to do. They even brought him along. He did not want any outstanding juniors. He just wanted to go home. My men have been dispatched. This method can only be used once. For you, the price I paid is greater than the sky. I know. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. More than half of the 36 domains will not go back on my words. Hee, I'm really looking forward to fishing. I'm looking forward to it too. Time continued to pass. Many cultivators in the spiritualized universe wandered the parallel space-time, searching for hidden consciousness lifeforms. This was the only reason why the expedition had not begun. As long as they could find the 13 hidden celestial phenomena, they could go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. The list had been confirmed. Countless cultivators were looking forward to it. In order to buy time, Xianxia walked out of Sky Beyond and headed to the parallel spacetime to search. In the boat region, the 6 spacetime battleships had been repaired. They were now doing their best to maintain their limitless state. Countless resources from the spiritualized universe were constantly gathering at the border, waiting for the battleships to arrive. Currently, the biggest cultivation craze in the spiritualized universe was spiritual battle techniques. Prodigies would try their best to obtain consciousness lifeforms, especially those cultivators who could follow the battleships to the consciousness universe. They were even more eager to obtain consciousness lifeforms. For this reason, the value of consciousness lifeforms in the spiritualized universe had doubled, but it still could not keep up with the demand. The intent realm attracted many cultivators, all of whom wanted to obtain consciousness lifeforms from the intent realm. In the beginning, many forces sent consciousness lifeforms to the intent realm to avoid becoming bait. Now they regretted it. However, it was impossible for them to go back. They could only buy them. Xiao had a headache. Some people could be rejected, but there were not many consciousness lifeforms in the intent realm. Helpless, he could only seek help from Sky Beyond. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3666. The outside world was in chaos because of the expedition to the universe of consciousness. When Lu Yin found out that Xianxia had gone to a parallel timeline to search for the 13 celestial phenomenon, he knew that Xianxia was trying to avoid interfering in the game between him and Yuya. If Xianxia was like that, One could imagine how high the status of the Nine Clouds universe was. Just like that, a few months passed. Lu Yin continued to dig up bricks in the southbound realm, never getting tired of it. In the starry sky of his heart, the amount of liquid formed by the spirit seed had increased by quite a bit, but more than half of the spirit seed had yet to melt. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. For the time being, this amount of liquid was enough. It wasn't easy to pry open the bricks of the Karma City wall. At this moment he raised his head to look at the starry sky. Prince, you had arrived. Greetings, Master Lu. Yu Gongzi bowed. Lu Yin waved a hand. All right, what is it? Prince, you said, Old Yu wants me to lead Master Lu to the North Mountain region. The reason is that it leads to the Nine Heavens universe. Lu Yin was surprised. To the Ninth Heaven universe? Young Master Yu replied respectfully, I don't know if it's true or not. That's what he told me to tell Master Lu. Lu Yin sized young Master Yu up and said, If you tell me now, not only will you be able to complete his orders, you will also be able to answer to me. Not a bad plan. Young Master Yu was shocked and he hurriedly knelt down. This must be a trap. I've never heard of any connection between the Beishan region and the Zhikong region. Master Lu, please investigate thoroughly. Lu Yin tapped the void and a spiritualized star chart appeared. The North Mountain region. That's right, he remembered now. The first consciousness life form that was integrated into the North Mountain region was the slave of the 15th Peak Master of the North Mountain region. The 15th Peak Master was the son of the North Mountain region's Peak Master. What a coincidence, he actually wanted to lead him there. There's one more thing that I think might be related. Speak. A group of people from the Heavens Craftsman domain went to the Northern Mountain region. Lu Yin raised his brows. Heavens Craftsman realm? Young Master Yu said respectfully, just a few months ago Heavens Craftsman realm's Grandmaster Lings brought a group of cultivators to the North Mountain region in secret. No one knew what they were going to do and Master didn't mention it either. But it was too coincidental. Master wanted to lead Master Lu to the North Mountain region, and coincidentally, a group of people from Heaven's Craftsman realm also went to the North Mountain region. Lu Yin praised, Not bad, you're still somewhat useful. Otherwise, I would have thought that you were pretending to join me. Young Master Yu hurriedly declared, I don't dare. What was the connection between the Heaven's Craftsman realm, the Beishan realm, and the Zhikong realm? In the past, the Ru clan was behind the Zhikong domain. Now it was the Moon Cliff. Most of the people from the Moon Cliff were exposed when they were searching for spirit seeds. They did not involve the North Mountain region or the Heaven's Craftsman region. Heaven's Craftsman domain, the world of spirit threads. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he recalled the strange sight he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Aside from the 7 funnels, there was also a huge Ling character that was constantly floating up and shrinking to form a triangle. The Ling character was made up of spirit threads that seemed to be related to the 7 funnels. If one wanted to reverse the flow of the liquid within the funnels, they would need to rely on the Ling character to support it. Since the word Ling was related to the funnel, it meant that it was related to the Nine Clouds universe. He had thought about this before, so he had investigated the Heaven's Craftsman realm when he was snatching the consciousness life forms, but he didn't find anything. After that, he didn't care anymore. Now that the Heaven's Craftsman realm suddenly made a move, it must be related to the Nine Clouds universe. If it wasn't someone from Moon Cliff. Star Sail. Lu Yin recalled this person. In the letter that Emperor Wu had sent him, he had said that the changes in the 9 heavens came from Star Sail. However, the ballad had said that the changes in the 9 heavens came from Moon Cliff, so the meaning was very simple. Moon Cliff and Star Sail had joined forces. This time, the people from Moon Cliff were Elder Yu, while the people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm were from Star Sail. They were working together to do something. Was it the Beishan region? If it wasn't the palm of tomorrow's beast, then they were planning to bring him to the Nine Clouds universe? Could it be that this Beishan region really led to the Nine Clouds universe? The true essence of lies was the truth and falsehood. Elder Yu's words about the Beishan region leading to the Nine Clouds universe might not be false. Elder Yu wants you to tell me now, which means that I can go to the Beishan region at any time and that I can be schemed against at any time, Lu Yin said. Yu Gongzi fell silent. He didn't know either. In this entire game he was just a part of it and so was his master. They didn't know what the real game was. Where's that old guy? Lu Yin asked. Yu Gongzi replied, he's in the Zhikong region. Lu Yin sneered. The old guy wanted Yu Gongzi to tell him, but he acted as if he didn't know anything. In fact, it wasn't that easy to lure him over. Lure that old guy over, Lu Yin ordered. Yu Gongzi thought for a moment, I'll do it right away. Lu Yin didn't teach him what to do, and he didn't need to teach him because this was Elder Yu's plan. Yu Gongzi only needed to tell Elder Yu the truth. Yu Gongzi did tell him the truth. Elder Yu frowned. "You're worried?" Yu Gongzi replied, "Yes, Master Lu is still wary of me. He said that he will go the next time you go to the Beishan region. He wants me to keep an eye on you." Elder Yu nodded. "That's normal. The god of defense from Moon Cliff made him more cautious. Since that's the case, I'll go." "Master, it won't be dangerous, right?" Yu Gongzi was worried. Elder Yu smiled. "It's fine, this is a scheme against Master Lu. I don't know how it will turn out, but I know myself well. I haven't reached the stage where I can be schemed against by the god of defense. Wait a few more days, I'll go after a few more days." A few days later, Elder Yu walked out of the Jikong region and headed towards the Beishan region. Yu Gongzi reported to Lu Yin right after Elder Yu left. Lu Yin stood up and walked out of the southbound boundary. He knew that it was Yu Ye's scheme, but he still wanted to take a look. This scheme was within his expectations. He wanted to take the opportunity to know how Yu Ye was going to deal with him and the use of the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Otherwise, it would be even more disadvantageous for him if he didn't know about the scheme the next time. Qing Yun and Qing Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Yin leaving. He finally left, but Yuanqi was still here and he would come back. In the Beishan region, mountain peaks stood tall in the starry sky. Looking from afar, they looked like sharp blades or vague giants overlooking the surroundings. Lu Yin looked at the Beishan region and was surprised. He didn't expect the Beishan region, which didn't have much strength, to have such tall mountains under the word Ling. The height of these mountains was not lower than the mountains in the Wanshou border. He came here secretly. Before this, Elder Yu had already arrived outside the Beishan region. His mission was to lure Lu Yin into the Beishan region. As for what would happen next, he didn't know. Looking at the boundary of the Beishan region, Elder Yu didn't think that he was qualified to be schemed against, but he was still afraid and didn't dare to enter. As for the group from the Heaven's Craftsman realm, they had already left. Elder Yu didn't know what they had done. It was already amazing that he could sense that a group of people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm had come to the Beishan region. At this moment, the Beishan region was no different from before. Cultivators of the various peaks. They cultivated as usual and went out. Everyone was experiencing their own life. Perhaps in their eyes, a certain senior brother of a certain peak was already a legend, and a certain peak master was enough for them to look up to. However, they didn't know that the sky of the Beishan region was about to change. Only Mountain Master Ling Feng knew something about the situation, but he didn't know the details. There were 17 peaks in the Beishan region. A few months ago, Mountain Master Ling Feng ordered the 17 peak masters to return to their positions. These peak masters didn't know the reason, and the 15 peak masters couldn't get an answer when they asked. Ling Feng only ordered one thing, and that was to arrange the 17 peaks into a formation. The Beishan region had an ancient method of arranging the peaks since ancient times. It wasn't a spirit treasure array, but the peak masters were used to calling it a formation. They didn't know the meaning of this array arrangement. Since ancient times, many peak masters had tried to deduce the arrangement, including the previous mountain masters, but to no avail. They thought that this formation would never be used, but they didn't expect it to be used all of a sudden. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others was the Beishan region after the formation. Other than the high peaks, there was nothing special about it. Outside the Beishan region, Lu Yin saw Elder Yu and then Eternity. He didn't expect that Eternity would also come. My Healing Series game. Beside Eternity was Rugua. They couldn't find Lu Yin, and Elder Yu couldn't find Lu Yin either, but he knew that Lu Yin should be here. In the distance, Eternity and Rugua looked at the Beishan region. "Is this the place?" Elder Yu said so. "He asked us to come here and wait for the orders of Mooncliff's god of defense." Rugua's expression was calm. Eternity looked around and fixed his gaze in one direction. There Lu Yin was looking at him and the two looked at each other. Eternity was a little surprised, but he quickly figured it out. He couldn't help but look at the Beishan region. So this was a trap for Lu Yin. "Elder Yu, did you join Mooncliff's god of defense?" Eternity suddenly asked. Rugua's expression was ugly. He looked at Elder Yu's back in the distance and didn't speak. Eternity laughed. "Don't mind it. It's normal. Let's go and meet him." After that he walked toward Elder Yu. Rugua followed closely behind. Soon Elder Yu saw them. His expression was unnatural. He was facing Rugua. He was in an awkward position now. Whether it was Wu Jiang or Yu Ye, it was tantamount to betraying the Ru family. What's going on? Rugua asked. Elder Yu replied, I don't know. Mooncliff's god of defense asked us to wait here. He could lie to Lu Yin that this place was directly connected to the ninth heaven universe, but he couldn't lie to Rugua. Rugua and Eternity came here for eternity. Yuya paid a huge price to ask Xingfan to use the Beishan region as his trump card. He wasn't willing to just bait Lu Yin. Eternity was also his target. This person dared to trick him, which was unforgivable. As for Rugua, it didn't matter. Rugua looked at the Beishan region in front of him and frowned. Are they waiting for Moon Servant? Eternity's heart skipped a beat. Moon Servant? Rugua said in a deep voice, Mooncliff servants are called Moon Servants. There should be many spiritualized universe. Maybe there are Moon Servants in this Beishan region. The person who looked for me before was also a Moon Servant? Eternity asked. Elder Yu nodded. Should be. After waiting for a while, Elder Yu still couldn't find any trace of Lu Yin. He looked at the Beishan region and then looked into the distance. He said helplessly, let's go in. He really didn't want to enter the Beishan region. He knew that this was a trap for Lu Yin, but if Lu Yin didn't go in, this trap would fail. He wouldn't be able to explain it to Yuya. When the time came, only death would await them. He could only take the risk. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3667. He could only blame Yuya for being too clumsy and Lu Yin teaming up with Eternity to see through his intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid of the Beishan region. Looking at the Beishan region, it was obviously a very ordinary region, but it made him feel cold all over. He had no choice but to head there. Suddenly, a huge force came from behind and pushed the old man towards the Beishan region. This force came from Lu Yin. On the other side, Eternity's floating lanterns were slashed and pushed towards the Beishan region. This was a tacit agreement between Lu Yin and Eternity. They pushed the two into the Beishan region at the same time. Lu Yin couldn't enter the Beishan region. He knew it was a trap, so why would he test it? Yuya and Xingfan were lesser deities on the same level as Xianxia. Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could ignore them with his own strength, not to mention that Eternity was also a great enemy. The only thing he needed to do was to push the foolish old man in and test the trap. The Beishan region might seem peaceful, but it would be different if he went in. He didn't know if this trap was only targeted at him, but it was fine for the foolish old man to go in, so he might as well test it out. The ninth firmament universe couldn't affect the spiritualized universe that easily, and this trap couldn't be controlled at will. Also, Lu Yin had observed that the people in the Beishan region couldn't come out. This proved that the Beishan region had changed. As for Eternity's attack, it was within Lu Yin's expectations. The two didn't discuss it and attacked at the same time. One used the foolish old man to test it out while the other used Rugua. The foolish old man was pushed into the Beishan region. He was shocked and tried to use his cultivation to suppress the oppressive force. Suddenly the Beishan region shook, and the 17 peaks trembled at the same time. Spiritual threads shot out from the 17 peaks and pointed towards the sky before falling down from the sky. The 17 spiritual threads merged and pierced towards the foolish old man. Rugua was pushed into the Beishan region by Eternity, but he wasn't as foolish as the foolish old man. Under the pressure of Eternity and Eternity's power, he forcefully turned around and went in another direction. He didn't really enter the Beishan region. The spiritual threads pierced into the foolish old man's body from the sky, and the severe pain made him pale. He was shocked as his body was pierced by the spiritual threads. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The spiritual threads were like fish hooks that caught the foolish old man and dragged him towards the sky. Boss Yu shouted, "Wrong, it wasn't me, I was wrong." Above the starry sky, the spirit threads flickered, and the entire 36 domains in the spiritualized universe trembled. The word spirit that connected the 36 domains trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the spirit threads dispersed from Yu Lao's body. In a split second, Yu Lao's blood splattered across the starry sky as his body was torn into pieces and exploded on the 17th peak of the North Mountain region. Countless cultivators on the 17th peak were dumbfounded. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. He saw clearly that it was Elder Yu, the master of the intelligible space domain. He was a top-notch figure in the spiritualized universe, yet he had died just like that. Those were spiritual threats. What on earth had those people from the Heavens Craftsman realm done? What was the situation with the 17 peaks of the North Mountain region? At this moment, the 17 spirit threads scattered and pierced back into the 17 peaks. On the 17 peaks, many spirit seeds floated out from the bodies of the cultivators, and the cultivators died in droves. When Ling Feng saw this, his eyes turned red. No, how could this be? He soared into the sky wanting to stop them. However, a spirit thread swept past him, and his spirit seed came out of his body. It floated up and merged with the spirit thread. The 17 spirit threads were like 17 monsters, massacring the entire Beishan region in just a moment. Outside the Beishan region, Eternity and Ruguo watched in shock. This was the first time they had seen a spirit seed die after it left the body of a cultivator. Although Ian had seen this happen a few times, every time he saw it, he would feel a chill run down his spine. This was not just one or two cultivators, but an entire region's cultivators, and they had all died just like that. The Nine Firmaments universe did not treat spiritualized cultivators as human beings. When all the cultivators in the Beishan region died, their spirit seeds were absorbed by the spirit threads. Each of the 17 spirit threads was like the previous ones that had fused together. They danced and spun, then suddenly pierced towards the 3 people outside the Beishan region. The spirit threads had been controlled. It should be either the astral sail or the lunar edge. Lu Yin pointed a finger, and his battle force of the Palm Realm struck the spirit threads. They were broken, but more spirit threads came from another direction. He waved his hand and the spirit threads were broken again. No matter how tough these spirit threads had become, they could not pierce through Lu Yin. Ruguo and Eternity had also easily broken their spirit threads. If the person behind them thought that he could deal with them with just his spirit threads, then that would be a joke. Even if the god of defense under the lunar edge personally took action, he might not be able to do anything to the 3 of them. Ruguo did not consider the fact that he had been tricked by Eternity. He just wanted to leave and this matter had nothing to do with him. At that moment, the 17 peaks trembled. Only the ordinary people in the Beishan region trembled as they watched the world change. The 17 peaks moved, and one peak connected to another as if they had a mind of their own. The Beishan region shattered, and mournful wails and cries of despair rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Although Lu Yin was hostile to the spiritualized universe, it had nothing to do with these ordinary people. He took a step forward and descended upon the 15th peak, suppressing it. More spirit threads shot out from the peak, but it was not just 17. Instead, countless spirit threads danced in the air. The Heavens Craftsman realm had buried too many spirit threads in the Beishan region. Although these spirit threads were not as tough as the 17, they were still quite strong when combined. Looking back, the Beishan region now looked like a monster. Under the dancing spirit threads, it looked ferocious and terrifying. The 17 peaks overlapped and all of the spirit threads converged. Most of the spirit threads formed a fishing rod, and the spirit threads that absorbed the spirit seeds formed a fishing line that dropped down and pierced towards Lu Yin, wanting to fish him away. Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. What extravagance! With the Beishan region as their base, they were using the fishing rod to forcefully fish him out of the spiritualized universe and into the Nine Firmaments universe. For this, they did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of an entire region. The ruthlessness of the Nine Firmaments universe was displayed in front of Lu Yin at that moment. Back then, the spiritualized universe had ignored the survival of the Xuanhuan universe and wanted to restart itself. This had filled Lu Yin with hostility and disgust towards the spiritualized universe. Now, the Nine Firmaments universe had once again made him experience this feeling. The spirit threads continued to stab at him. A voice descended from the heavens. Nine Firmaments Guide, why are you resisting? Lu Yin looked up. Are you Xingfan or Yuya? That's not important. Nine Firmaments Guide, destiny triumphs over the heavens. Come with me. The spirit threads pierced out. Lu Yin flicked his finger and restrained the spirit threads. If you want to guide me, come down yourself. I'll give you a chance. You're the god of dual defense. If you achieve eternal life one day, you can ascend to the god of dual defense. Lu Yin sneered. Is this a gift? It's a gift, but it's also pity. Where's Grandmaster Qingqiao? Is he the god of dual defense? There's no need to resist. It's futile. Come with me. This time the spirit threads changed. A vast power descended from the heavens and pierced towards Lu Yin along the spirit threads. This power was completely different from before, and it made Lu Yin experience the fear that Fenghua and the Ninth Spirit had given him. This was the power of the Nine Firmaments universe. Above the spirit threads, He could vaguely see a pair of eyes looking at him with a sense of superiority and pity for mortals. At that moment, the 36 domain spirit threads trembled even more clearly. Lu Yin saw 7 funnels appear, and in the middle of the 7 funnels was a rectangular object that constantly emanated karma. The other party was serious. Lu Yin did not need to use karma to collide with the azure sword to see the karma. Furthermore, the word Ling appeared and constantly floated up and gradually shrunk. Lu Yin had seen this scene on the day of the sacrifice. The word Ling had formed a triangle and poured the liquid in the 7 funnels into the heavens. Now the other party was using this method to deal with him. With the 17 peaks below and the word Ling above, they formed an infinitely high power. As long as the spirit threads touched him, they could use this power to fish him into the 9 firmaments universe. It was similar to a springboard, and it borrowed the power of the universe itself. No matter how strong a cultivator's power was, it could not compare to the universe itself. Unless Lu Yin completely avoided the spirit threads. This was also what the other party wanted to do. He did not know whether it was the lunar horizon or the astral sail, but the power had already followed the spirit threads. This was already considered a direct confrontation. This power had not even appeared, but it had already torn foolish old to shreds. Now they were confident that they could fish Lu Yin. But it was unknown whether it was fate or their bad luck. But Lu Yin did not need to fight them directly. This was the North Mountain region, and there were consciousness life forms that had been integrated here before. If they wanted to fish Lu Yin from the spiritualized universe to the 9 firmaments universe, they had to use the 17 peaks as the foundation, the word Ling as the support, and the spirit threads as the line. But Lu Yin could precisely make it lack one link. Lu Yin had been standing on the 15th peak, and beneath his feet was the consciousness life form that he had integrated with before. He had just integrated with it and had seen the array that the 17 peaks were arranged in. Now, the 17 peaks could overlap as the foundation because of that array. Although it was not a sourcebox array, this array was too simple for Lu Yin, the number 1 array celestial master in the Xuanhuan universe. He had seen through the array of the 17 peaks, and it would be easy for him to break it. But at this moment he did not want to break it. The array could be followed or reversed. Since the 9 firmaments universe wanted to fish him out, then what about the reverse? Lu Yin used reverse steps and parallel time to avoid the spirit thread attacks. He circled to the back of the peak and pushed. Changes appeared on the 17 peaks. Eternal, you can help the 9 firmaments universe deal with me, or you can help me plot against the 9 firmaments universe. It's up to you, Lu Yin shouted, his voice spreading into the distance. In the distance, Eternal did not move. Yuya's main target was still Lu Yin. If Lu Yin did not enter the North Mountain region, it would be very difficult to fish him out. As for Eternal, he had been forgotten. Yuya and the others could forget about Eternal, but Lu Yin could not. He had been watching to prevent Eternal from attacking him. Now, he wanted to plot against the 9 firmaments universe. Without Eternal's cooperation, he would not be able to do it. Eternal did not hesitate and stood in front of the 17 peaks to resist the spirit threads. They're not just fishing for you. They're also fishing for me. I can't take this lying down. With Eternal blocking the spirit threads, Lu Yin quickly moved the 17 peaks and reversed the array. The 9 firmaments universe used the 17 peaks as the foundation, and the word Ling carried the power. Lu Yin used the word Ling as the foundation to resist the pressure of the 17 peaks, but the true power was himself. Lanterns floated and Lu Yin's consciousness opened the 9 firmaments. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3668. A terrifying aura swept across the Beishan region and spread to the surroundings, gradually spreading throughout the entire spiritualized universe. It caused the starry sky of the spiritualized universe to darken. The spiritualized universe experts were shocked. Was this feeling from Yu Sangtian or Lu Sangtian? They had experienced this feeling during the battle at Fuheyuan, and now they felt it again. No one expected that such a huge battle would occur under the word spirit. Although Yuya and Xingfan did not appear personally, no one in the spiritualized universe could avoid this fishing technique. Lu Yin used the change of the 9 heavens, the battle force of the mastery realm, and infinite strength to grab the fishing rod made of spirit threads. He roared, "Rise!" The spirit threads pierced through the starry sky from bottom to top and headed towards the endless sky. The spirit threads disappeared and entered the starry sky. In the next moment, the starry sky collapsed and the void distorted. The universe collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if an invisible force was unbearable to the universe. Lu Yin and Eternal looked up and felt as if the sky was collapsing. However, this feeling only lasted for an instant. Immediately after, fog fell as if rain had fallen in the Beishan region. It wasn't heavy as it only covered the Beishan region, but it wasn't small either. To ordinary people, the Beishan region was already boundless and contained stars. Lu Yin raised his hand and touched the fog. His gaze changed. What is this? Suddenly, an intense sense of danger made his scalp tingle. Eternal's sword stabbed towards him from behind. Lu Yin turned around. Behind him, the sword of heaven slashed out from the 9 heavens. With a pung sound, the Eternal was astonished. His sword had been caught off guard, and it had shattered the sword shadow's time. It should have been a sure kill strike, but it had actually been blocked. Lu Yin was vigilant. As expected, he still attacked. Eternal looked at Lu Yin deeply. The two of them were now shrouded in fog. This fog came from the 9 heavens universe and seemed to be a kind of power. Your swordsmanship is very strange. Lu Yin's terrifying aura locked onto Eternal. I have already experienced your swordsmanship. I have to say that it is still as powerful as ever. Then can you stop me today? Yes. After saying that, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and a person walked out. It was primogenitor, Tai Chu. Eternal raised his eyebrows. You actually followed me here. You didn't make a move just now just to deal with me? Primogenitor looked at Eternal and sighed. We finally meet again, Eternal. Yongheng smiled. Tai Chu, how long has it been since you and I felt a sense of danger? 6 swords revolved behind the primogenitor. It has been some time, but ever since the spiritualized universe appeared, this feeling has become more and more obvious. Eternal said, actually, you're doing better than me because I've always known about the existence of the spiritualized universe and the 9 heavens universe. That's all for today. He looked at Lu Yin. It was a pleasure working with you. It's good that you're still alive. Give the 9th firmament universe a few more surprises. After that, he took a step back and disappeared into the void. Lu Yin and the primogenitor did not stop him. First of all, they were not confident that they could keep the Eternal. Second of all, they still needed this person to deal with the spiritualized universes and the 9 heavens universe. Just like how the Eternals felt that Lu Yin was the greatest threat and had no choice but to cooperate with them, Lu Yin also needed external help. External help that was motivated by benefits and bound by hatred could sometimes be very reliable. At the very least, they would understand you. After the Eternal left, the primogenitor looked at the North Mountain region and shook his head. There's no need to involve ordinary people in a battle between cultivators. Lu Yin said bitterly, we can't help them. The 9 firmaments are above us and spiritualization is below us. In the 9 heavens, any life in the universe can be taken away. The primogenitor looked deeply at the North Mountain region and then at Lu Yin. Zhuzi, if the Xuanhuan universe faces such a situation one day, I'd rather it be reactivated. Lu Yin clenched his fists. As long as I'm alive, that day won't come. If I die. He paused and then smiled. Then there's nothing we can do. We can't beat them. The primogenitor sighed. Do your best, but you'd better stay alive. I can die for the Tianyuan universe, but you can't. You'll have to bear more and more. Even I can't bear such a burden. Is that why I'm called Zhu Zi? Lu Yin thought of something and asked strangely. The primogenitor was speechless. I didn't think that far. The fog gradually dissipated and Lu Yin made his face paler. He walked towards the Arc region and returned to the boundless boundary under the watchful eyes of many. The boundless boundary immediately went on guard. This scene quickly spread, and it also let others know who had caused the commotion just now. Lu Yin was obviously injured, so who had attacked him? Xianxia. Only Xianxia could injure Lu Xianxia. However, Xianxia wasn't in the spiritualized universe. For a moment, everyone started to speculate. No one suspected that it was fake, as the commotion had been too great. The 36 domain spirit threads had trembled, which had caused the entire spiritualized universe to tremble. Everyone wanted to know how serious Lu Yin's injuries were and who had injured him. Could there be another powerhouse at Xianxia's level hidden in the spiritualized universe? Someone inexplicably suggested that it was the boundless boundary, and many people agreed. Others said that it was an old enemy from the Tianyuan universe. After all, many people knew that Lu Yin had a strong enemy there, which was the Eternals. The outside world continued to speculate, but Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised in the boundless boundary. In the void of his heart, the spirit seed's liquid had nearly doubled in size. The spirit seed was still melting very slowly, but it had inexplicably expanded by so much. The only possibility was the fog. Could the fog that had fallen from the Nina Firmament's universe be the spirit seed's liquid? Could it be that the Nina Firmament's universe's cultivation power was this liquid? Lu Yin hurriedly left the Arc region in secret and headed to the Beishan region. From afar he saw Rugua and turned back. He had gone to great lengths to create the illusion that he was injured, and he couldn't afford to be discovered. Rugua's cultivation was not weak, and he was definitely at Xianxia's level. Otherwise, how could he control Divine Mount and even attract Yu Ye's attention? If not for Yu Ye, no one would have been able to do anything to the Ru family. The Eternals had ambushed Rugua, but even they hadn't been able to push Lu Yin into the Beishan region. One could imagine Rugua's strength. If Lu Yin was discovered and Rugua attacked, it would be difficult for Lu Yin to escape unscathed. Of course, it was unlikely that he would lose. After all, Yu Sangtian was the lesser god of defense, and he was considered one of the top existences at the peak of bitter adversity. He was the only one who Lu Yin wasn't confident in winning against, and that included the Eternals at their peak. Rugua's strength might be similar to that of Emperor Wu during the battle at Fuheyuan. Lu Yin returned to the boundless boundary and raised his head, preparing to roll his die. He wanted to roll 4 pips to completely melt the spirit seed in the void of his heart. The boundless boundary had collected so many spirit seeds that the spiritualized universe had been keeping an eye on. They had always believed that the spirit seeds would not disappear, and that they would reappear even if they were destroyed. Thus, Lu Yin could take whatever he wanted, but there would be a day when they would explode. Yu Sangtian knew that the Nina Firmament's universe had used the funnel to extract the liquid from the spirit seeds. Perhaps one day Yu Sangtian would also guess that Lu Yin could melt the spirit seeds. Once the spirit seeds were melted, the next step would be to go to the Heavens Craftsman realm. Those spirit threads had come from the Heavens Craftsman realm, and the Heavens Craftsman realm was a pawn of the Nina Firmament's universe. He couldn't find them now, but they couldn't run away either. It wasn't easy for him to get injured, and he might be able to do something during this time. How could he waste it on the Heavens Craftsman realm? The die slowly spun and then stopped at 6 pips. The moment he saw 6 pips, Lu Yin immediately opened Empyrean, and his consciousness howled. His consciousness appeared in a dark space, and there were many dim orbs of light around him. There were many more than when he had rolled 6 pips. This was the result of his spiritual battle technique, and it allowed the spiritualized universe to be filled with sentient life forms. As long as Lu Yin wanted to, he could fuse with any of them at any time. However, ordinary consciousness universes couldn't give him any value. If he wanted to fuse with them, they were at least at the level of the soul progenitor. There weren't any bright orbs of light around him, and Lu Yin left the dark space. He didn't have that much consciousness to waste. Again. The die continued to spin and then stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 6 pips again? The chances of this happening were too low. Throughout his years of cultivation he had never rolled 6 pips twice in a row. His consciousness appeared in the dark space again, but it was still a dim orb of light. Lu Yin immediately left and continued to roll the die. When he saw 6 pips, Lu Yin didn't know what to say. He had never rolled 6 pips 3 times in a row before. He could only say that his luck today was a little strange. Right luck. Lu Yin suddenly thought of this word. This was a good thing. The reason why Uncle Jiang had been able to cultivate battle force to the Palm realm was because of a cultivator with an innate gift of luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. It would be great if Lu Yin had a cultivator with an innate gift of luck by his side. As he thought about this, Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space again. Not far away, a bright orb of light entered his vision. Lu Yin was shocked. This brightness. Wu Wei. No, Wu Wei had been captured by Lu Yin. There were still 3 celestials in the spiritualized universe. One was hiding in a parallel spacetime, one was Yi Meng, and one was Hua Mani. Lu Yin didn't know who this one was. No matter who it was, they would be of great help to him. Consider yourself unlucky to have rolled 6 pips 3 times in a row. Lu Yin rushed over without hesitation. At the same time, in the 9 firmaments, a tower floated in the void. It seemed to be soaked in blood and emitted a scarlet color. Within the tower, 2 figures were enduring inhumane torture. How much longer? How much longer will this pain last? The blood tower can stop time. You can torture us for as long as you want. Stop talking. It's all your fault. If not for you, we wouldn't have to endure this torture. I didn't want this to happen either. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to turn the tables on firmament and cause damage to the 9 firmaments? I will definitely take revenge. He won't have a good ending. You and I have already endured the wrath of the Supreme God. I want Lu Yin to suffer even more. Once I get out of here, I will personally descend into the spiritualized universe. Either I successfully transform or I die there. Xuanhuan, lend me a hand when the time comes. First, fulfill your promise. I will. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin opened his eyes. Was this the extreme palace? Huamani was imprisoned here, guarded by 3 elders. 2 of them were at the primordial realm and the last one was Dooku. There was no doubt that the extreme palace had experts, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3669. The Gate of Art's ruined garden had buried many experts, and it was publicly recognized as the place with the most limit powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Now, it seemed that the extreme palace wasn't bad either. There was Lan Zitianshu and this old man. It wasn't clear if there were other powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity, but there were at least 3 of them, including Xianxia. The extreme palace was the most difficult place to fight in the spiritualized universe. Huamani was guarded by 3 powerhouses, and Xianxia didn't even need to injure his consciousness. He couldn't escape. Before Lu Yin had merged with Huamani's body, the guy had been playing cards and was very bored. Memories flooded in, and Lu Yin knew that Huamani had told Xianxia everything he knew. There was no need to interrogate him. He had told Xianxia everything he knew about the consciousness universe, the realm of Soil, and even the Etian imperial court. There was also another hidden celestial phenomenon called Buwen. She was a human woman, but Lu Yin didn't know where she was hiding. Buwen also didn't know where Huamani was hiding. They could communicate with each other, but they didn't know where they were. There was one more thing that Lu Yin couldn't tell Xianxia, which was that Yi Meng had pretended to betray the consciousness universe. The realm of Soil was actually a burial ground that the consciousness universe had set for Xianxia. Huamani couldn't say anything about this, as his mind was restricted by a lock that came from the 13 celestial phenomena. It was publicly recognized as the oldest and strongest. Xianxia seemed to know this as well, so he didn't force Huamani to tell him anything. Huamani was very cooperative in the extreme palace. Of course, what he knew was within Xianxia's expectations. The 2 had fought for so many years and Xianxia might know more than Huamani. Huamani's value was to be imprisoned and wait for the consciousness universe to be completely destroyed. He would then join the spiritualized universe and become a consciousness life form that had been granted and enslaved. He would then cooperate with someone to display spiritualized battle techniques. Huamani seemed to have accepted his fate. Only if Xianxia died in the consciousness universe would the consciousness universe have a chance to counterattack. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body as he looked in the direction of beyond heaven. Huamani wasn't of much value to Xianxia, but he was valuable to Lu Yin. Sure enough, pretending to be injured had its benefits. Lu Yin took a step forward and left the extreme palace. Xianxia had intentionally gone to a parallel universe to avoid interfering with Yuya's matters, but how could he sever his karma's karma? And he had left Lu Yin's price. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and his figure disappeared. In the heavens beyond heaven, Lan looked at the big tree in the distance that was constantly scattering spirit seeds. Boundless had successfully reduced the number of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe. The outside world was collecting spirit seeds everywhere. There were rumors that the more spirit seeds were used, the fewer spirit seeds there would be. It was just a farce. Suddenly her expression changed. She turned around abruptly and saw ripples in the sky. The spiritual treasure array reacted, enemy attack. On this day, Extreme Palace faced an unprecedented attack from the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe's biggest enemy was the consciousness universe, but the consciousness universe had always been on the defensive. It couldn't fight back against the spiritualized universe. On top of that, Extreme Palace had Xianxia, the strongest elite in the universe. No one had ever thought of attacking Extreme Palace. Bang! There was a loud sound as 36 Xiaosang's body shattered. 36 Xiaosang's body shattered and her 36 domains scattered in all directions. She coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Lan was shocked. How was this possible? Her body could withstand an attack from someone at xianxia's level. Even if it could be broken, it shouldn't have been broken so quickly. Who was this person? The first person she thought of was Lu Yin. Only someone at xianxia's level could do something like this. Lan didn't have much time to think. The moment her body was broken, she grabbed the Savage Array's foundation and pressed it outside the palace. At the same time, deep within the palace, Huamani put down his cards and looked outside. Something happened? The three elders guarding him opened their eyes, their gazes as deep as the sea. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Lan felt like her heart had been dealt a heavy blow. She coughed up blood, but there was no one in front of her. She couldn't see who it was and she couldn't see anything. The only thing she knew was that the savage lands were under attack. When the second palm landed on the savage lands, the array's particle shattered. Lan vaguely saw a figure pass by, but then everything went black and she lost consciousness. Lu Yin had broken through 36 Xiaosang's body with a single palm and then destroyed the foundation with 2 palms. The pressure had caused Lan to faint. All of this had happened in an instant. A palm god could fight against Emperor Wu Huang, who had used the transformation of the 9 heavens. At this level, he had reached Yu Sangtian's level and was not someone they could fight against. What Lu Yin cared about the most was not the powerhouses within the palace, but the tomorrow beast. He didn't know how strong this beast was and he couldn't see its bottom. This was what he was most afraid of, so he had acted quickly without affecting too many people. He didn't want to anger the tomorrow beast. The palace was deep and dark, and this was Lu Yin's first time here. The closest place to this place had been the entrance. The pressure was like an abyss and Huamani's eyes narrowed. Who was it? The 3 elders stood up and attacked the palace at the same time, but they were instantly swept away by a majestic consciousness. Huamani do it? Huamani subconsciously released his consciousness and joined forces with Lu Yin to suppress the 3 elders. 2 cosmic realm consciousnesses weren't something the 3 could resist, and they all fell to the ground. Who is it? Huamani went on guard and a familiar face appeared in front of him. Lu Sangtian? He attacked without hesitation. Regardless of whether Lu Yin was saving him or not, he instinctively wanted to attack Lu Yin. This human was even more terrifying than Yu Sangtian. But then, his eyes went slack as Lu Yin got within 5 meters of him and took control of his body. Lu Yin controlled Huamani's body and grabbed his own to rush out of the palace. At this moment, Lan woke up, which was part of Lu Yin's plan. If she hadn't woken up, she wouldn't have been able to see the next scene. Lan had a splitting headache and when she looked up, she saw Huamani's smug smile. He walked past her and left a card behind. Tell Yu Sangtian that it's not certain who will be reactivated, haha. Lan wanted to attack but she was powerless. She could only watch as Huamani and the other mysterious person left. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. After leaving beyond sky, Lu Yin looked back at the tomorrow beast. It was very quiet and it didn't seem like it was going to explode. Lu Yin looked at its palm. He would go there sooner or later. His consciousness returned to his body, and Lu Yin grabbed Huamani and returned to Boundless. As long as he was within 5 meters, Huamani would not be able to escape or resist. After returning to Boundless, Lu Yin's consciousness entered Huamani's body again to check his memories. Turn around. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, but news of the attack on Zenith Palace had yet to spread. Beyond Heaven did not want to lose all of its prestige, but Lan had contacted the Arc region several times, requesting to speak with Wu Zhang's people. She had tried to contact Lu Yin, but she had been rejected every time. Wu Zhang's reason was that Lu Yin was in secluded cultivation. Lan didn't know if that mysterious person was Lu Yin, as he was the only one in the spiritualized universe who had the power to do such a thing. However, Lu Yin had indeed gone through a huge battle, and she wanted to confirm if he had been injured or if he had seen anything. However, she couldn't even see Lu Yin's face. Huamani had been captured by Lu Yin and sent to Beyond Sky. Logically speaking, there was no need for Lu Yin to save him. Even if he wanted to save Huamani, he should have done so after going to the consciousness universe and not now, when Yu Sangtian could return at any time. Lan couldn't figure it out. She couldn't confirm that it was Lu Yin because of Huamani's attitude. That mysterious person must have joined forces with the consciousness universe, but Lu Yin shouldn't have. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been killed by the spiritualized universe? Huamani's attitude made Lan think of another hidden celestial phenomenon. But did the celestial phenomenon have such terrifying physical strength? The characteristics of their physical strength were too obvious. and the consciousness universe might have framed Lu Yin. Who was Lu Yin's opponent in that battle? Could it have been this mysterious person? Lan thought of many things, but she didn't know where to start. The only thing she could do was seal off the news and wait for Xianxia to return. Back in Boundless, Lu Yin felt dizzy. Although Huamani hadn't lived as long as Wu Wei, he had still existed for a very long time. His memories were as vast as the sea, and it was impossible to go through them all in a short amount of time. Lu Yin could only see a very small portion, such as information regarding the Earth of Yi and Yi Tian Imperial Court. Yi Tian Imperial Court and Wu Wei's experiences were different from Huamani's. Xianxia should be back soon, and Lu Yin looked at Huamani. Then let's begin. 10 days later, Xianxia returned and heard that the Extreme Palace had been attacked. Lan's description made him think of the Eternity, not Lu Yin. He knew that Yuya and Xingfan had attacked Lu Yin, which was why he had gone to a parallel spacetime to avoid the battle. He knew that Lu Yin wouldn't be lured away so easily, but it was unlikely that he would be able to escape unscathed. As he had guessed, Lu Yin had been injured and was recovering in Boundless. That meant that the one who had attacked the Extreme Palace was most likely the Eternity. The Eternity wanted to ally with the consciousness universe? Otherwise, why would he save Huamani? Huamani should have met the Eternity before, or he wouldn't have cooperated so quickly. Lan was certain that Huamani had guessed that someone would save him, as that confident smile had left a deep impression on her. The Eternity was definitely not any less dangerous than Lu Yin. First, he had worked with Lu Yin to scheme against Yuya and find out about the 9 Firmaments Universe's situation. Now, he was working with the Consciousness Universe, and he had even helped the Spiritualized Universe deal with the Tianyuan Universe. Xianxia didn't know what this person was thinking. If not for Yuya, he would have acted when the Eternity and Rugua had appeared in the Arc region. Now he couldn't find them even if he wanted to. As for the other hidden celestial phenomenon cultivator, Bu Wen, he hadn't found him since that wasn't his main goal. If he had imprisoned Huamani, then even if there was a celestial phenomenon cultivator hiding outside, it wouldn't have prevented him from going on an expedition to the consciousness universe. But now that the situation had changed, he couldn't be at ease unless he dealt with the threat of the Eternity. As for Yuya, he could calm down for a while. First, he had destroyed the Ru family, and then he had attacked the spiritualized universe. The god of defense had already descended to punish him, but no one knew how badly he had injured Lu Yin. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.